Hi, everyone. I'm Vinay, the Vice President of Michigan Sahana. We would like to welcome you to the second day of Sagara. So today we will be seeing more presentations and performances by the remaining orgs. Just don't forget to tune in at 7 p.m. for Leela Sampson and Indisha Fine Arts' dance presentation. The first presentation will be about Shyama Shastri's Krithis. This will be a recorded presentation, so unfortunately, we will not be able to answer questions. Thank you so much. Yes, sorry, the presenter is Krishna Palya.
The Trinity, Shyama Shastri. So first, I want to start off by just playing a small Namaskaram. My name is Krishna Palya, and I'm a freshman at the University of Michigan. I would like to thank Michigan Sahana for this opportunity to present this lecture as part of the Sagara conference. And today I'll be talking about the eldest of the Trinity, Shyama Shastri. So first, I want to start off by just playing a small part of one of Shyama Shastri's most famous pieces, the Swarajati Kamakshi in Ragam Bhairavi. So that's just the beginning of Kamakshi Swarajati, and just in this piece, even in that small snippet itself, we can see many things that Shyama Shastri does that I'll get into further detail later in the discussion. But just to touch on them, we see, for one, he's a genius with using the ragam. So in the second swara that I played, we saw the phrase, and that's a very characteristic phrase of Bhairavi, and one that is very important in the ragam. And even here, he uses the sahitya he uses for that in the sahitya of the Swarajati is the words Mayamma. And that's also a very important word that Shyama Shastri often uses. So right off the bat, we could see how he uses ragam and sahityam. And even talam can be seen in this Swarajati in the beginning itself. It is set to Misra Chapataram. And if we look in the Pallavi, if we look at the line Anudinamu, he starts 10 after. So he starts with Datyadam. So we can see mixing in the complexities of ragam, layam, and sahityam right in that just a small piece of Kamakshi Swarajati. And the Kamakshi Swarajati is one of a set of 3 magnum opus pieces that Shyama Shastri has composed. The other 2 Swarajatis are also Kamakshi in Yadukula Kambuji and Rave Himagiri Kumari and Dodi. So now to just get into a little bit more about Shyama Shastri, he is the eldest of the Trinity, and most of his compositions are in Telugu with a few in Sanskrit and Tamil. He's also composed the least number of compositions compared to the other Trinity, but approximately 70 or so have been passed down today. Shyama Shastri is a very big devotee of Devi, and most of his Krithis are all on Devi. More specifically, they're on Kamakshi or Bangaru Kamakshi. So when he was a young boy, he would sing at the Bangaru Kamakshi temple in Tanjore quite a lot, and that was where he got the passion to pursue music a lot more. He's always believed that goddess Kamakshi would be the one to guide him, and this is seen through many of his songs. And one such example of a song is Kamakshi Bangaru in Varadi. So this one is like Kamakshi Kamakshi Bangaru Kamakshi Bangaru Kamakshi Bangaru So right in this song itself in Kamakshi, he begins on the Ga of Varali, which is the Jiva Swara in Varali. And he uses that Ga straight away with the letter Ka. This is almost a Swarakshara, but not a Swarakshara, even though in some languages like Tamil, it can be considered a Swarakshara. Going into Swarakshara a little bit, Shyama Shastri has also made very good use of the concept of Swarakshara. Just to clarify, Swarakshara is when the note or swara being played is the same as the letter of the sahityam in that portion. One very notable example of this is in a somewhat rarer Shyama Shastri Kriti, Mayamma in Nataguruji. And here also he used the same principle as Varali, and he begins on the Ma, the Madhyama, which is the Jiva Swara in Nataguruji. So this Kriti begins like Bhairavi, he's actually using the words or the letters ma when he rests on ma. And that's a very signature and characteristic use that Shyama Shastri makes very good use of. One more example is this is the Kriti Sariyavaram in Bhairavi. He starts off the Kriti just like so he uses the words sari and swara sa-tri. So that's a very important use that Shyama Shastri makes very good use of. Going to my next point, in terms of ragam, Shyama Shastri, he loves composing in heavy, weighty ragams, rakti ragams. Kalyani is actually the ragam where he has the most number of compositions. The number that I've been able to count is 9. He also has many other compositions in a variety of ragams, from Riti Gaula to Puri Kalyani, Todi, Degada, Natkuranji, Ahiri, Manji, Varali, Saveri, and many more. One of his favorite ragams, and the one he's very well known for, is Ananda Bhairavi. Ananda Bhairavi is often described as Shyama Shastri's favorite ragam, and he takes very good care to personalize the Ananda Bhairavi such that it's very much differentiated from any other composer's Ananda Bhairavi. To just start off a little bit, I'll just play a small snippet from O Jagadamba, one of Shyama Shastri's pieces in Ananda Bhairavi, set to Aditaram. So right here we can see Shyama Shastri opens the Kriti with the most characteristic phrase of Ananda Bhairavi, and also the phrase that almost he is the one to put into Ananda Bhairavi and make it a characteristic phrase of the ragam. And this is that phrase is signature Shyama Shastri phrase. And we can also see this in the opening of his Kriti Marivere. So that phrase is that that's the very characteristic phrase of Shyama Shastri's Anand Bhairavi. And this is a very big contrast from Dikshitar's Anand Bhairavi, which often begins in a different way. We see his Kriti Manasa Gurugaha, it doesn't have that Mavanivam, it's a Panivam. That's how Dikshitar begins it. And in another ragam, not another ragam, sorry, another Kriti, Thyagaraja Yogam. So Dikshitar begins that Kriti in that way, and he doesn't, utilize that Mavaniva phrase around the Pa. Pa is also one of the strong notes of Anand Bhairavi, which is why Shyama Shastri will choose to begin his Kriti around the Panchama. There are also many differences between Dikshitar's Anand Bhairavi and Shyama Shastri's Anand Bhairavi, and they're very notable differences. The biggest one of these is the use of Bhashanga. So Dikshitar, he mainly uses the Shuddha Daivata or the Da1 as his Bhashanga or foreign note, and this is very seen in Manasa Gurugaha where it goes like this. That Da one is the Bhashanga that Dikshitar often uses, and that is sometimes seen, but is very less prominent in Shyama Shastri's Anand Bhairavi. Conversely, in Shyama Shastri's Anand Bhairavi, he uses Antara Gandhara, the Gathri, and that's a very prominent and important usage. I'll demonstrate in O Jagadamba's Anupallavi. And another place where this is seen is the Chitte Swara of Marivere. So that use of the Gathri is a very key phrase and characteristic of Shyama Shastri's Anand Bhairavi that is not seen elsewhere. Another very similar thing is the Kakal Nishada or the Nitri. That's also used in Shyama Shastri's Anand Bhairavi only. It's seen in the Anupallavi of Marivere. Right there, it's used and it's a very key component of the Shyama Shastri's Anand Bhairavi. And both of these bhashangas are not at all seen in Dikshitar's Anand Bhairavi, and it's a very important differentiating phrase. And in regards to this, if you plan to sing a Dikshitar Kriti in Anand Bhairavi, you should not touch the Antara Gandhara or the Kakali Nishada in your Alapana. And fittingly, if you're playing a Shyama Shastri Kriti, it is appropriate to use both of those bhashangas in your Alapana or Nerval or Swaram, any manodharmam that you decided. There's also a very interesting story about Shyama Shastri and how he created the Ragam Chintamani. So once Keshavaya, who's a great musician from Bobli, he came to Tanjavur where Shyama Shastri was, and he challenged all the court musicians in handling intricate taras and ragams, and Shyama Shastri was one of the ones who had to face him. So in this competition, he went to the temple and he started singing Devi Brova Samayamide, which means Devi, now is the time for you to protect me. And this was the composition that he set to the Ragam Chintamani, which is also, I believe, his own creation. And Chintamani is a very different ragam, not seen in Thyagaraja or Dikshitar schools, and it contains bhashangas as well and is a janya of Shanmukapriya. So I'll just play a small piece from this composition. So we see that in this kriti he has the nidhanam, the bhavam of the ragam chintamani. Even though it's his own creation, he's putting so much bhavam, scope into the ragam, and we can see the full essence of the ragam being portrayed. And this brings me to my next point, that Shyama Shastri is a master at bringing out the essence and the full bhavam of the ragam in any song he composes. And in doing this, he doesn't need to show the full scope of the ragam, but he shows, in the amount of the ragam that he shows, the full effect of the ragam is there. And the ragam actually comes alive from the very first line of the composition, and the phrases that he uses are apt in the bhakti bhavam of the Sahitya. One of the best examples of this is Brova Vamma in Manji. And because Manji and Bhairavi are allied ragas, he takes very good care to differentiate his Manji from the Bhairavi. And he makes use of those key differences in the very opening of the song. So this song goes like So this is one of the Krithis where he's able to bring out the full power of the raga manji while not confusing it with Bhairavi at all. And some of the key differences are, when he rests on the da with or the rigama phrase and the rigama. That's right in the first line of the song itself. These key differences from Bhairavi are all seen, and that's what one thing that makes Shyama Shastri's compositions so different from anyone else's. Shyama Shastri was not only a genius at using ragam, but he was also a genius with tada and layam. And he's composed pieces in many different tadams. This could be Adi, Rupaka, or even other tadas in the Saptasilada system like Khanda Jampa, Tishramatya, etc. And most of Shyama Shastri's songs are all on the slower side. They all lean towards Vilambam. And you can see Vishranti or leisure in his compositions, and he takes the time and patience to address each and every line slowly and patiently. One small exception to this is the Kriti Parakela and Vedaragoda, which is a Madhyama Kala Kriti and much faster, but as you can see here, it still won't feel rushed. This one goes like and even though it is faster, it's apt for the sahityam, for the pace of the kriti, and it flows beautifully without any, it doesn't feel rushed at all, and the raga bhava is not compromised one bit. In terms of tadam, Shyama Shastri's favorite tadam was Mr. Chapu, in which he has numerous compositions, and this was very much seen to be his favorite tadam. With Mr. Chapu, in some compositions, he actually takes an interesting twist and uses what he calls Viloma Chapu. And while Mr. Chapu is the normal takita takadimi, Viloma Chapu is actually backwards, and it is takadimi takita. So in this style of Viloma Chapu, he has one very famous composition, Ninnu Vina and Puri Kalyani. And even in his Mr. Chapu songs, we can see he clearly sticks to the structure of using the takita and then the takadimi. And in this we see the complete opposite, and it's very fascinating to see. And this is one example of Viloma Chapu. One more example is in one of his other favorite ragams, Kalyani. So he uses Viloma Chapu in these compositions. Shyama Shastri also uses Tishranade as one more complex tada that he uses, and in this tadam we have the Kriti Shankari Shankuru and Saveri. Adding to the complex rhythmic and laya structure of Shyama Shastri's compositions, he uses many different yadams in his compositions throughout. And one composition where this can be seen is Meena Lochana and Dhanyasi. Here this is set to Mr. Chapu tadam, but he begins the Pallavi and Anupallavi on Pattadi. And actually right there in the Anupallavi, he's, as a very subtle note, he uses the 12 Vedam also. So it begins like Samana Jagana Kananoma. And that's how Shyama Shastri does the Pallavi Anupallavi of the Kriti. But if you move to the Charanam, he takes a completely new Adam and he takes Moonu Thalli or 3. Samajagamani wo tamasambo seyaka Samajagamani wo. Further line later in the Charanam, he actually begins on Samam. Chandrakala Dharim. So this is one example of his very complex laya structure. One more notable example is Nandu Brovu Lalite. Here the Pallavi begins after 6. Nandu Brovu Lalite So the Pallavi will begin on 6:30. The Anupallavi and Charanam both begin 4:30 or after 4. And the Charanam is Sumedo Madhya Nilayam. But the interesting thing he does in the Charanam, for the line after that, he switches to an Edam of actually 8. So it begins like this. Shyama Krishnuni Sodari Kaumarim. So we can really see him veering around the Tara structure using a very complex, laya and rhythmic structure here. One interesting thing about this Kriti actually, and this is also seen in other Kritis, but in this one, particularly in the Anupallavi, he uses the words Ativegamevachi, Ativegamevachi. So what Ativegamevachi means? Come fast to protect me. But the irony here is that these lines are actually very slow, and there's a lot of nidhanam in these lines itself. So that's just an interesting paradox with it, such that Shyama Shastri is still calling Kamakshi and Meenakshi with full respect and love, but he's not rushing her, even though he's asking to come fast and protect me. Nannu Brovu Lalita is actually one of a set called Meenakshi Navaratna. So Shyama Shastri was actually in Pudukottai once, and an elderly saint was pleased with his singing and asked him to go to Madurai and compose a set of songs praising Meenakshi. And upon this, Shyama Shastri went to Madurai and composed what is now known as the Meenakshi Navaratna, a set of 9 Krithis. In terms of the lyrical and Sahitya significance of Shyama Shastri often it's seen that he considers Kamakshi to be his mother almost. And the word Talli in Telugu means mother. And in the song, for example, that I showed earlier, Talli Nindu Nera, he addresses Kamakshi as his mother, and that's how he opens the song. Shyama Shastri also often uses 5-letter words, Panchakshara, and these can include Anudinamu, Kamalamukhi, Samayamide, Gati Anuchu, etc. And none of these have extended letters or combined letters or anything. And that's just something notable about Shyama Shastri's use of words. One more thing he does is using repetition, which is called Punarukti. And one very notable example of this is in Iskriti Mayamai Raga Mahiri. He uses sthir, he uses the words stiramari namniti, and he can repeat them in a variety of different ways. So one way it can be done is the original way, which is alternatively, you could do another option is to do so that repetition he uses, especially with the words namniti, which is also seen in other compositions, is very characteristic to Shyama Shastri and something that differentiates him and sets him apart. So this was just a very brief overview of Shyama Shastri as a composer and who I consider to be a ragam, laya, and sahitya genius. And unlike many of his contemporaries, Shyama Shastri did not have many. Namaskaram.
We can go ahead and get started, Akshay.
All right, sounds good. Yeah, thank you, Krishna, for that very informative presentation. It was really nice to listen to. Our next presenters are Kavya Pratapa and Dikshita Balaji of Michigan Sahana from the University of Michigan. They will be discussing Thyagaraja Vaibhavam, an exploration of Saint Thyagaraja's noted composition beyond Lord Rama. For those of us watching, please remember to be respectful and make sure your comments and questions are productive and kind to the presenters. If you're on Zoom, use the question and answer function. And if you would like to elaborate, use the raise hand function and we will ask you to unmute. If you are watching the YouTube live stream, please drop your comments and questions in the chat. We will make sure they all get answered. I'm now going to hand it off to our presenters.
Awesome. Thank you, Akshay, for the introduction. Namaskaram, everyone. My name is Kavya. I'm representing Michigan Sahana today. And joining me on the violin is Dikshita Balaji. We are really excited to be a part of Sagara today and presenting on Thyagaraja Vaibhavam. Our presentation today is going to focus on celebrating the celebrated composer, Sri Thyagaraja. And we're going to do a little bit of a close analysis on some of his compositions, very popular compositions that are on other deities apart from Lord Rama. We all consider and know of as Sri Thyagaraja's Ishtadevata or God of fondness. So we will get started without any further ado. And after each composition, we'll take a little pause for any questions. So please feel free to engage with us on this exciting topic. So Sri Thyagaraja was actually born as Kakarla Tyaga Brahmam in the year of 1767. And as I've mentioned previously, he is considered to be one of the most celebrated composers of Carnatic music. And he's also considered to be a part of the Trinity. So alongside his contemporary Sri Muthuswami Dikshitar and Sri Shyama Shastri, as we saw in the earlier presentation, Sri Thyagaraja is considered to be one of these three Trinities in the idea of composing in Carnatic music. And his compositions are not only vast in volume, but they're also remarkable for their variety and their quality. Compositional quality. And even though many of his compositions reflect upon his utmost bhakti or devotion towards Lord Rama, Sri Thyagaraja has also composed Krithis and even musical dramas such as the Nauka Charitam that depict at a broader level devotion and faith towards God. And so, as I mentioned in this presentation, we will humbly seek to explore a few well-known and popular compositions of Sri Thyagaraja that do not directly emphasize his bhakti for Lord Vishnu or Lord Rama, but as we will see, the Hari Bhakti is actually still very much present in these compositions. So the first composition that we are going to focus on today is a popular Thyagaraja Kriti, Shri Ganapatini Sevim Parare. This Kriti is typically sung in the Raga Saurashtram, and it's actually considered to be the inaugural Kriti of Sri Thyagaraja's musical drama, Prahalada Bhakti Vijayam. So in addition to Nauka Charitam, he's composed 2 other musical dramas, and Prahalada Bhakti Vijayam is actually his longest opera that he has written. And it's a completely musical opera. It consists of 5 different acts and is composed of a total of 45 different kritis. And so Shri Ganapatini acts as sort of his invocation to this musical opera. And we see this sort of element present in a lot of other operas as well. So as a parallel point, we will take Sri Narayana Tirtha's Krishna Leela Tarangini. So if we've heard compositions like Madhava Mamava in the Raga Nilambari, that is a composition that is a part of the Krishna Leela Tarangini. And so in that opera, Sri Narayana Tirtha has composed a special kriti in the Raga Nate, Jaya Jaya Swamin, to act as an invocatory kriti for the Lord Ganapati. So in very much the same sense, Sri Thyagaraja is drawing inspiration from that, and Sri Ganapatini acts as that sort of invocatory aspect of this opera. And so the Pallavi of this kriti itself actually very much sets the invocatory aspect. So we will break down the words. There are only a few words in this Pallavi, but he presents it so beautifully. So the second part of the Pallavi, Chitta Manavulara, is referring explicitly to the devotees. So Manavulara is basically the calling of other devotees to come and participate in this worship of Sri Ganapatini. So Sevimpa in Telugu here, he's using it as a form of worship. So, and Rare is explicitly asking everybody to come. And of course, Sri Ganapatini refers to praying to the Lord Ganapati. So in just these 4 words, he's essentially asking devotees to come and participate in the celebratory worship of Sri Ganapati. And so we will now sing this Pallavi to demonstrate how beautifully he brings this invocatory aspect to the Kriti. Shri Ganapatini Sevim Parare. Shri Ganapatini Sevim Parare. Shri Ganapatini Sevim Parare. And we see this sort of invocatory aspect continuing throughout the Kriti. And so in the Charana, we actually see a transition where Sri Thyagaraja is emphasizing the aspect of bhakti and devotion to the celebration of divine worship. And so we'll talk about the Charana here before singing the Charanam. But the very first few words of this Charana, Panasa Narikeladi Jambu, is actually referring to all of the different offerings that devotees are bringing in this grand celebration as we're welcoming Lord Ganapati. So Panasa is referring to the jackfruit. Narikela is the coconut. Jambu is berries, and Adi is just an extension. So it's saying like other offerings. So he's saying in these first few words, everybody's bringing jackfruit, coconut, berries, all of these different offerings as we're all participating in this welcoming of Lord Ganapati. And this sort of celebratory aspect is also emphasized in the way he describes Sri Ganapati's walk as he's taking in this grand celebration of devotees. So in the next couple lines, he says, Ghanata Rambu Kanu Mahipai Padamunu. So Mahipai in this instance is referring to the earth, and Padamunu is referring to the way Sri Ganapati is walking. And so he says, Mahipai Padamunu Ghallu Ghallana. So that is an explicit reference in terms of like dance and like the musical quality of like the jingle-like sound. So he's essentially saying here, as Shri Ganapati is walking in and taking in the sort of offerings and the celebration, it sounds like a jingle. He creates a jingle-like sound as he is walking, taking in this incredible experience, so to say. And then in the very end of this charana, he actually establishes himself as a devotee participating. So we will see in the line, Vinayamu nano Thyagaraja vinuturu. So as he used Sevim Parare in the Pallavi, Vinayamu here is acting as the word for worship. And Thyagaraja vinuturu is explicitly referring to Shri Ganapati as the god or deity that Shri Thyagaraja is also accepting and praying to. So not only does he establish the sort of celebratory festival-like aspect of worship here, he explicitly also mentions that Thyagaraja himself is a devotee participating and sort of taking in Shri Ganapati as his, god of choice as well. So he makes that reference very clear here. And yet, even in a composition that is so heavily based on Shri Ganapati, we actually see Shri Tyagaraja's Bhakti for Lord Rama or Hari Bhakti coming in. And where we see this explicitly coming through is in the next few lines in the charana. So in the beginning, before he concludes with Tyagaraja Vinuturu, he actually says, Hari Charana Yuga Mulano Hridayam Bujamuna. So this line here is actually referring to Shri Ganapati himself as a devotee of Lord Vishnu. So, and that's what's so unique about this composition. As typically in Krithis about Lord Ganesha that we see from other composers, there isn't this mention of Hari Dhyana or Lord Ganapati himself engaging in a Hari Dhyana. But here, Shri Tyagaraja makes that explicit when he says Hridayam Bujamuna. So Hridayam in Telugu is referring to the heart, and Ambuja is the lotus. So what he's trying to communicate here is that Shri Ganapati is engaging in his own Hari Dhyana. So despite all of these devotees sort of gathered to pray and engage in the divine worship of Shri Ganapati himself is also being a devotee here, or being portrayed as a devotee here of Lord Rama, who carries Lord Hari in the lotus of his heart. And so in this sort of reference that he's creating, Shri Tyagaraja is also establishing himself as a devotee of Lord Vishnu. As we've seen before, he's saying very clearly that he's a devotee of Lord Ganapati. Lord Ganapati here is a devotee of Lord Vishnu. And so in that sense, through the worship of Lord Ganapati, he's actually able to continue worshiping his Ishtadevata, Lord Vishnu as well. And so the meaning is so beautifully carried here, very simple words when we break it down in terms of language usage. But even in that, he's able to convey the beauty of bhakti and the celebratory aspect of divine worship so beautifully. So we will now sing the Charanam to kind of illustrate how all of these pieces connect together. Panasana rikela di jambu phalamulana ragimche. Panasana rikela di jambu phalamulana ragimche. Panasana rikela di jambu phalamulana ragimche. Kanataram bukanu mahi pai padamu kallu kallananu che anayamu hari charana yugamulanu hedaya bujamuna nunchi vinayamuna Tyagaraja vinutudu vividha gatuna gitana gumani vedalina Shri Patini sevimpakale Shritama namunara sevimparale Shritama namunara. So now we will continue this analysis with another very popular composition of Shri Tyagaraja, this time emphasizing the Devi. So I'll hand it over to Dikshita to discuss that composition.
So the next composition that we will be looking at today is the popular Kriti in Bhairavi, Lalite Shri Pravridhe. As I said, this is sung in the Ragam Bhairavi, and this composition is considered to be one of Saint Thyagaraja's Lalgudi Panchratnams, which are a very well-known set of 5 compositions that are in praise of Lord Shiva and Goddess Parvati, as worshipped in the village of Lalgudi. Sri Thyagaraja pays homage to the goddess of Lalgudi, known as Pravriddha Srimati, in the Pallavi of this Kriti, which we will now sing.
Lalite Shri Pravriddhe, Lalite Shri Pravriddhe, Shrimati Lalite Shri Pravriddhe, Shrimati Lalite Shri Pravriddhe, Shrimati Lavanya Nidhi, Mati Lalite Shri Pravriddhe, Shrimati Lavanya Nidhi, Mati Lalite Shri
This composition is typically sung in a chauka kalam, or a slower speed, to draw out the bhavam inherent in the composition. The meaning of the Kriti aligns with the rendition. So in the Kriti, Sri Tyagaraja praises the goddess, but also professes his surrender to her without any hesitation. He uses Shri Pravriddhe to refer to the goddess Lalita as mighty in prosperity. Sri Tyagaraja also demonstrates his devotion by describing the goddess as Lavanya Nidhimati, or as an ocean of beauty. In the ending charanam of the Kriti, Sri Tyagaraja refers to the goddess with affection, referring to her as Kannatali, or known as his mother, his own mother in Telugu. Yet, just as in Sri Ganapatini, he also shows his devotion to Lord Vishnu when he states that the goddess's brother, Mi Yanna, or Mi Anna, which is older brother in Telugu, has been kind towards him, which is also Dayaku. However, in this instance, Sri Tyagaraja portrays himself as a devotee of Lord Vishnu, which has allowed him to surrender to the goddess, Tinnaga Sharanu. In essence, she too has become Tyagaraja Manasa Sadhane, or the goddess who always resides in the mind of her devotee Tyagaraja. And we will now sing the charanam to show how Tyagaraja has worded the song to show this.
Kannatalli Shubhavadane, Kannatalli Shubhavadane, Amba Kannatalli Shubhavadane, Amba Kannatalli Shubhavadane, Mi Annadaya Kupadurane, Tinnaga Sharanu Joachitine, Tinnaga Sharanu Joachitine, Tinnaga Sharanu Joachitine, Tinnaga Sharanu Joachitine, Tyagaraja Manasa Sadhane, Tyagaraja Manasa Sadhane, Lalite Shri Pravriddhe, Shrimati Lavanya Nidhi, Mati Lalite Shri So moving on here, we've looked at a composition on Shri Ganapati, a composition on the Devi, and the last composition that we will be looking at today is on Lord Shiva. So the composition that we are examining today is the popular composition Shiva Shiva Yanarada, Sanginda Raga Pantuvarali. So this composition is actually very simple in the meaning that it provides, but it's also so profound. And I think that's what creates the beauty of this composition as a whole. So in the Pallavi itself, Sri Thyagaraja writes Shiva 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 Yanarada, which basically translates to, it is actually a question. So Yanarada can also be interpreted as Enarada, which essentially means he's asking devotees, why can you not repeat the name of Lord Shiva? And he portrays this as a way, as a solution actually, to the fact that repeating Lord's name or Lord Shiva's name in this instance can actually help remove the bhaya, fear, or the badha, the pain, that we all undergo as human beings in our own lives. And so this composition is unique in that sense, because the entire time Sri Tyagaraja is actually creating a conversation with us as human beings. So he's addressing us in this composition. And we see this in the Anupallavi and Charana as well. So in the Anupallavi, if we move to that, the very first word is Kama Dula Dega Gosi. So Kamam is referring explicitly to the idea of lust, and Pamaratvamo is referring to the idea of ignorance. So in these two words, he's actually asking us as human beings to try and give up our lust and our ignorance, and instead engage in the worship of Lord Shiva through Bilvarchana. So the lyric at the very end of the Anupallavi is Nema Mudo Bilvarchana Jesi. So Bilvarchana Jesi, Archana Jesi is the actual act of engaging in worship, Archanam in the sense meaning worship here. So we actually see how he uses all of these different words. We had Sevimparare, we have Vinayamu, now we have Archana. So all of these different words are essentially invoking this idea of worship. And as we often do in our culture, Bilva leaves are associated with Lord Shiva. So he's making an explicit reference here to the act of engaging in prayer with Lord Shiva through the use of Bilva leaves. So that is what the lyric Bilvarchana Jesi is referring to. And even in this Charanam, we see him sort of establishing these different acts in which we can become one with God or engage in more spiritual practices. So in the Charana, he says Agama Mula Nutiyanchi. So the idea of reciting the Vedas or the Agamas, and Bagu Baguleni Bhashalu Chalinchi. So Chalinchi or Chalinchadam in Telugu is often referring to the idea of stopping. And Bagu Baguleni Bhashalu is referring to the idea of unnecessary talk. So he's essentially stating here the idea of engaging in the reciting of the Vedas and avoiding unnecessary talk or other ways in which we can become one with Lord Shiva. And he makes it in, very explicit, like we saw in the other compositions. Thyagaraja Sannutudaniyanchi. He turns Lord Shiva, or he portrays Lord Shiva as the god that Sri Thyagaraja himself humbly bows down to and accepts. And we will see sort of in the conclusion how he brings all of this together. But that's pretty much how this Kriti is unique. As we saw in the other compositions, he's very much either engaging in a personal relationship with God, as we saw in Lalite. He's referring to the Devi as his mother and having this very personal conversation with her, where he engages with Lord Vishnu and with the mother. And then in Shri Ganapatini, we're seeing this idea of celebration of worship, engaging with other devotees. Here, even though he's portraying himself as a devotee of Lord Shiva, he's addressing us as human beings. And I think that's the beauty of the composition. We have a composer who is telling us as human beings, here are some things that you can do. Repeating the Lord's name, engaging in this Nama Smarana is what will help us sort of overcome the obstacles we face as human beings. And even the Raga Bhavam and the Layam aspect. So this Kriti is typically sung in a Madhyama Kala or Durita Kala. Madhyama Kala meaning more medium speed and Durita Kalam as a faster speed. And the Raga Pantuvarali as well creates this very meditative, reflective atmosphere that we will try to portray. We will do a little bit of a Raga Alapana and then sing the Kriti to kind of bring out this meditative, reflective perspective that Sri Tyagaraja so beautifully puts together in this very simple composition, but also such a profound composition. Shiva Shiva Shivaya Narada Shiva Shiva Shivaya Narada Mori 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 Bhaya Badala Shiva 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 Yana Radha Mone Bhaya Badala Nara Juporada Shiva 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 Yana Kamadula Dega Gosi Ye Kamadula Dega Gosi Ye Kamadula Dega Gosi Ye Kamadula Dega Gosi Parabhamaya Parula Dhana Ula Rosi Pamaratvamu Pamaratvamu Nedabasi Pamaratvamu Nedabasi Pamaratvamu Nedabasi Ati Nemamuto Bilvachana Jesi Shiva 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 Yanarada Agamamula Nutiyinchi Ye Agamamula Nutiyinchi Bagu Baguleni Bhasharu Chalyachi Bhagavatulato Poshachi Bhagavatulato Poshachi Bhagavatulato Poshachi Thyagaraja Sanutodaniyanche Thyagaraja Sanutodaniyanche Shiva 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 Yanarada Mori Bhaya Badala Najuporada Shiva 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 Yanarada So to conclude our presentation today, we just want to take a second to step back and look at all of the compositions we've discussed. So at the very surface, each of these compositions is very diverse in its own way. Each one is about a different god. Each one is sung in a different ragam, as we've demonstrated. But even in that sense, it's actually very interesting because Sri Thyagaraja portrays himself as a devotee of each of these gods. So in Sri Ganapatini, he acknowledges Lord Ganapati as Thyagaraja Vinutudu, the Devi as Thyagaraja Manasa Sadhane, and then in Shiva Shiva Yanarada, Thyagaraja Sannutudaniyanchi. And in each of these ways, we believe, in our humble opinion, that Sri Thyagaraja is attempting to show how divine worship is not defined by the deity that you are worshiping, but rather the way in which you are worshiping. And if we also look closely, each of these compositions is demonstrating a different way of engaging in this worship. So in Sri Ganapatini, it's very much portrayed as a festival and the celebration of divine worship. Whereas in the composition Lalite, we see much more of a personal connection with God, where we're thinking of God or the Devi as our mother or a father or a friend. So creating that personal connection with God. And then in Shiva Shiva Yanarada, just the Pallavi itself, the simple repetition of the Lord's name or engaging in a simple practice of Namasmarana doesn't have to be that excessive celebratory worship, but even that can help us sort of overcome the obstacles that we face in our lives. And so I think this is sort of the beauty of Thyagaraja's compositions and why we've named our presentation Thyagaraja Vaibhavam. Because at the very level, if we look at it, the lyrics are simple Telugu if we really break it down. But even in such simplicity, he conveys such beautiful and complex thoughts about how we as human beings can engage with God, and kind of gives us sort of a roadmap for how we can engage with the other people around us. So we hope that through our presentation, we were able to analyze and present the glory of Sri Thyagaraja's compositions and why he's considered to be such a celebrated composer. So we thank you for your time, and we'll take any questions now.
Yeah, thank you so much, Kavya and Dikshita, for that amazing presentation. It was really informative. We do have one question really quickly in the Zoom chat. Somebody's asking, are there any consistent differences in the poetic, linguistic, or other aspects between Rama and non-Rama compositions of Saint Tyagaraja?
I would say, of course, we've only really close examined these compositions, but Tyagaraja's compositions are very diverse in the way they're written. So if we take compositions like Orangashai or Ma Janaki Betta, so all of these are in Kamboji, but these are excessive, they're very long compositions that are, sung in a very slow Chaukakalam type manner, as we demonstrated with Lalite. So in very much the same sense, these compositions, they're focusing much more on Rama, obviously. So Ma Janaki Betaga or Orangashai is more specific to Rangashai. But even in these compositions, he really focuses on building that devotional bhakti aspect. And I think that element is present in all of his compositions. Whether we take a smaller kriti like Kalaharana, which is typically Rama kriti, but smaller kriti, or a composition like Orangashai, the bhakti and the devotional aspect is still very much the same. I think the beauty of his compositions is the fact that they're so diverse in nature. So it can be something, sung very quickly or, as a smaller filler composition, but it can also be something so profound like Orangashai, where he's really taking that meditative aspect and thinking of himself as one with God. And so I think the devotional aspect is always maintained. It is just the way in which it's sung that that conveys the more meditative versus the more happy, festive type of worship.
Right. Thank you guys so much again for the presentation.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Shreya or Priya, I think we can go ahead and introduce our next presentation.
Right. Good afternoon. Our next presenter is Manali Nayak of Bakai Bhairavi from Ohio State University. They will be presenting Aharyam in Bharatanatyam today. To those of us watching, please remember to be respectful and make sure that your questions and comments are kind and respectful to the presenter. If you are on Zoom, you can use the question and answer function. And if you want to elaborate, you can use the raise your hand function. If you are on YouTube, you can use the chat to drop your comments and questions. We will make sure that they are all answered. And now I'm going to hand it off to our presenter.
Hi, thank you so much. And thanks to Sagara for this opportunity. I'm really excited to be here. I'm going to share my screen. Can you see that?
Yeah, we can see it.
Okay. Yeah, hello everyone. My name is Manali Nayak. I'm a second year physics major at The Ohio State University, and I'm representing Bakai Bhairavi. My topic for today is Aharyam in Bharatanatyam. And before we go into what Aharyam is, I'd like to recite a shloka. I'm sure that most classical dancers are familiar with this shloka. We say it before our practice and before any performance. So I'm going to recite that. Angikam bhuvanam yasya, vachikam sarva vangmayam, aharyam chandra taradi, tam numaha satvikam shivam. So this shloka is in praise of Lord Nataraja, the Lord of Dance. It describes his virtues, and it also serves as a metaphor for the four aspects of any theatrical production. So we have Angikam, which is the body, Vachikam, which is speech or vocalization, Aharyam, which is ornamentation, and Satvikam, which is the soul or the essence of the performance. And today I'm going to be talking about Aharyam. So let's just go ahead here. So what is Aharyam? Aharyam is Aharya Abhinaya is expression through costume, makeup, ornamentation, stage decor, or any of the physical or external traits of a performance that helps make it more enhanced and memorable for the audience. And chapter 23 of the Natya Shastra, which is the treatise that all Indian classical dance forms take from, talks elaborately about Aharyam and how dancers or any actors should use Aharyam in their performance to enhance both their own physical features and also their character or their role in the performance. So let's just take a look at what the various aspects of Aharyam are. So one is that Aharyam should be appropriate to the character, the situation, the location, and to the time period of the scene or the act that you are presenting on stage. And one good example of this is, if you notice the picture on the previous screen, this is Sri Vaibhavam, who is presenting Srimanta Yogi, which is a theatrical production based on the life of Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj, a very great Maratha ruler of the 17th century. And I'd like to show a clip. This is a promo of Srimanta Yogi, and I'd like you to take note of the costuming and the stage props that they've used here.
सखी चतुरंग से न अंग में उमंग धरी सरज शिवाजी जंग जीतने चलत है हर 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 महादेव हर 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 महालत में गैल गैल व्यसन की ठहल पहल सैल उछलत है तारा सुतारा निधुरी धारा में लगते जीवी धारा पर पारा पारा वाला यूं हरत है हर 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 महादेव 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 हर 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 महादेव.
So you can see that since they're showing a historic time period, so Vaibhav Arekar here has used this rich shawl. There's this chatar, an umbrella that is held over the king's head. Even the female dancers are dressed as Maratha warriors. So they're wearing, instead of the traditional Bharatanatyam costume, they're wearing a dhoti and a beige top. And this orange waist cloth and the orange flags represent the Maratha warriors and their fight for Hindutva during the Mughal invasion. So here we've covered the appropriateness of the costuming for the production. Another aspect is functionality. The costuming should allow ease of movement. The materials should be accessible. They should be lightweight, and they should enhance the performer's features and physique. Another important aspect is maintaining aesthetic. Aharyam should work to represent stylistic elements of the past, reflect culture and identity of both the artist and the audience. It should serve as an outlet for personal expression and also suit the surroundings and environment in which the artist is performing. So now I'd like to take a look at a couple of classical dance forms. So India is rich in classical, traditional, and folk art forms, but here we're just going to take a look at some classical forms recognized by the Sangeet Natak Academy of India. So Mohiniyattam, the dancers generally wear a white or off-white Kerala traditional sari of Kerala, which is laced with these golden borders. And female dancers generally wear a bun to the left side of the head, which is decorated with jasmine flowers. And Kathak is pretty interesting because it takes from both Hindu and Muslim cultures. In this picture, Chitresh Das is wearing a Muslim style kurta and chudidar. And the ghungroos are different since the bells are strung onto a thread and tied around the dancer's legs. Kathakali is evidently very elaborate in costuming. The dancer wears headdresses, makeup, face masks, and one thing is that none of this is is vague. It's very definite in terms of the colors that they use. For example, when they paint their face, green represents noble men like Ram or Vishnu or Krishna. Yellow represents sages or monks. Saffron represents noble females like Sita, and red represents evil characters like Hiranyakashipu. So all of this is very defined, and it's taken from texts like the Natya Shastra. which is very interesting. Here we have Bharatanatyam. Again, this is Sri Vaibhavam. I won't spend much time on this because the rest of the presentation is based on that. This is a Manipuri dancer who is wearing, who's dressed as Krishna. You can see the peacock feather and hairdress that she's wearing. And traditionally, Manipuri dancers wear a barrel-shaped skirt, which is called a kovil, and it's decorated with embroidery and mirrors, and it reflects the culture of Manipur. This is an Odissi dancer. Odissi dancers generally wear local saris like Sambalpuri silks or Bomkai silk. And they wear silver-plated jewelry, and their hair is tied up in a bun that looks like a Hindu temple spire. This is a Satriya dancer. Satriya is from Assam. So the costume that they wear has designs that reflect the culture of Assam. The nature, as in the plants and animals, are reflected through these designs. Kuchipudi, the costume looks very much like Bharatanatyam, but their hairstyle is a little different. It's more elaborate. And they also occasionally use these stage props like a plate or a water pot to demonstrate more intricate footwork and balancing steps. And now I'd like to take Bharatanatyam as an example henceforth as we talk about how Aharyam was used historically and how it's being used now in modern times. So we have evidence in several Hindu temples, and this picture I believe is from Chidambaram, that reflect, that give us some insight into what costuming was like, or what the dance form was like in ancient times. And as some of you might know, that classical dance was not as an art form as we see it today. Initially, it was more of a form of devotion. So there were these temple dancers or devadasis who used to perform dance as an offering to God. So these devadasis, wherever they were, and here I'm talking about South India, would traditionally wear items of their culture. So real flowers, heavy jewelry, 9-yard saris. And the men in those times wouldn't dance. They were typically natubanars. But when they did begin dancing, they would just wear what the women did. And all of this was really beautiful, but the bulk of the costume would restrict their movement. And so they had a limited range of movement from the dance form that we see today. So how did all of this start to change? We know that India has a history of foreign invasions, and in those times, classical dance was suppressed by these rulers, and many people like Rukmini Devi Arundel were responsible for the revival of these dance forms, and Rukmini Devi especially for Bharatanatyam. She established Kalakshetra in the 1900s, and while bringing the dance form from a temple to an open stage, she realized the need for revolutionizing the costume as well. So as she did this, she took the liberty of experimenting with color combinations, with styles. So as you can see here, she's not wearing a pallu, the part that comes across the torso. Her sleeve has these interesting fans. And also the costume for the male dancers was revolutionized. They were given to tie a veshti or a stitched costume instead of mimicking what the women wore initially. So this is where it began to change. So now let's look at how the jewelry and costuming is as we see it today on stage. Men and women both wear makeup. They especially delineate the eyes with kajal for making the expressions more evident. Women generally use kumkum or alta for their hands and feet. Men generally do not wear a lot of jewelry, but women wear an elaborate set of jewelry. Especially here, you can see Dr. Janaki Rangarajan is wearing a neti chitti, the Surya and Chandra on either sides of the head. Jhumkis, this is called a matal. She's wearing 2 necklaces. The dancer may choose to wear nose rings and bangles. And let's just go back to the first slide. Oh, I'm not able to exit. Okay, maybe I'll show it at the end. Even the hair is worn either as a braid or a bun, and is decorated with a jewel called a rakudi. And yeah, so let's take a look at the costume. So Bharatanatyam dancers typically wear pure silk, either Kanchivaram or Mysore silk. Women either drape the sari or stitch it in a skirt style or pajama style. Men would also either choose to stitch it in a pajama style costume or tie it as a veshti. And one uh, peculiarity is that there's a fan which opens when they sit in aramandi, or this half sitting position, or when they flex their legs. And both of them, of course, wear ghunguru or geje. So the hallmarks of a good costume should help maintain good posture and support the back. It should be comfortable. It should enhance the act. It should not distract the audience from the performance, and it should not hinder movement. So a good costume would basically just replicate this practice sari that the Kalakshetra students are wearing here. It should be comfortable, breathable, and also help hold the body tight and erect. So now we're going to take a look at some contemporary artists and who we very much admire and respect, and see how they use Aharyam uniquely in their productions to express themselves. So this is Guru Priyadarshini Govind. She was a former director of Kalakshetra, and she considers it a responsibility to maintain Rukmini Devi's legacy by maintaining or retaining the originality of the costume as far as possible, not making too many changes. So she wears this traditional pant style stitched costume, and she prefers Kanchipuram silk and works with designers who can visualize the right colors and styles for her. And Guru Padma Subramaniam, she, as many may know, has done extensive research on Karanas, the 108 bodily transitions in dance. And while doing this, she realized the need to alter the costume to make it to allow more flexibility and agility in movement. So she worked in redesigning the fan, the fan that opens between the legs. And even the hairstyle that she had was pretty unique and inspired by temple sculptures, this kind of bouffant hairstyle. And let's take a quick look at, okay, I'm not able to exit, so maybe I'll show the videos at the end. Here's Rukmini Vijaykumar, who I'm pretty sure most people are familiar with because of her social media presence and also the knowledge that she brings from contemporary art forms. So in her experience, the traditional costume would either tear or break free from the waistband or the kambarpatta when she performed backbends or jumps. So she designed this kind of streamlined costume, which she prefers for nritta, which is the pure technical dance. And she would use the traditional sari costume for abhinaya, which is less heavy on the footwork and the steps and more on the expressions. So she's been criticized for the use of this transparent fan or, not having a pallu for this, say. And she claims that it is not radically different from the traditional costume, but it just allows more comfort and flexibility. She claims that she's not altering the aesthetic of the traditional costume in any way, and she knows the limits of how much she can experiment within that framework and how much she can modify it. So one interesting thing to note in this picture, at least, is that even though she doesn't have the pallu as such, she maintains the design of the pallu on her side, on the blouse. So it looks like she's wearing one. And there's a stitch here on her shoulder, and behind there is like a piece of the pallu that's flowing. So in some manner, some of her costumes, she's still trying to maintain that illusion of wearing a pallu, but still allowing herself this flexibility that comes from not wearing one. You can see that she's not restrained from a pallu. She's able to perform these backbends. So the next one is Shri Praveen Kumar. He was initially exposed to wearing an angavastram on top and wearing a stitched pajama style costume, but he now prefers to dance bare-chested and with a veshti. He prioritizes comfort in costuming and jewelry, and he doesn't find much difference in his performance since changing the costume, because his point is that it is necessary to focus on maintaining a good physique and body kinetics, and any costume that suits you personally works for any performance. So wrapping up what we saw here, Aharyam has its roots in the Natya Shastra. It has evolved with time. It was especially revolutionized in Rukmini Devi Arundel's times for Bharatanatyam. And contemporary artists who we see today use it in various ways to enhance their performances uniquely. And so one conclusion that we can come to is that Aharyam evolves with time, and that's okay. Aharyam is one of the Chaturvidha Abhinaya, as we saw, Angikam, Vachikam, Aharyam, Satvikam. It helps to it helps to create a good lasting impression on the audience, and it helps to make the performance more memorable. But perceptions of beauty and grace change over time, and with that, so does Aharya Abhinaya. And with improved stage decor and lighting and even how we use the camera today, it has helped to create very beautiful video productions. So it is definitely a boon being able to make these changes. And the appropriate changes that artists have created, as we saw in the 4 examples, it has helped them prioritize their dance, their work or their job as a dancer. And at the same time, it has also enhanced the viewer experience. So all of this is really good. But when we are using Aharyam, or when we are experimenting with Aharyam, there are a couple of things to keep in mind. One thing is that in the flurry of experimenting, we should not forget that the Aharyam is supposed to enhance our physique. It should suit us and the environment that we're working in. And it should also suit the nature of the audience that is viewing us. So it should suit your surroundings culturally and aesthetically, as we saw. So one thing that could happen is that with the increasing popularity of social media, posts or content that has more visibility, that looks better, tends to gain more importance than the quality of work, and that could overshadow the nature of dance. So it could be difficult to recognize what quality work is if we're just very obsessed with the Aharyam. So one way to experiment with it is to make sure you have conversations with your guru or with senior dancers and appropriately choose how to experiment with Aharyam. And another thing, so one last thought that I'd like to leave you with is that the arts are a powerful medium to communicate. If the audience leaves only with a vivid image of your costume, but not the content of your act, no one, neither you nor the audience, has gained much. So don't let Aharyam overshadow or overplay the importance of itself rather than the content, which is actually the main part. So thank you very much. I think we have some time, so hopefully I'll be able to play those videos I wanted to. These are my references. All of my research has been based on internet-based interviews of these dancers. And I'm very thankful to Dr. Janaki Rangarajan for letting me use her pictures, and to my friends at Bakai Bhairavi for supporting me through this. And if there are any questions, I'd like to take them, and we can also take a look at the videos if we have time. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that super interesting presentation. We actually do have 2 questions. The first one is they are asking, is color scheme of costume count as a part of Aharyam?
Oh, yes. So I think I didn't elaborate on that for sake of time, but I can do that now. So, sorry, my slideshow is stuck. Anyway, so one thing is that when Rukmini Devi was making this adaptation of the costume to a larger space, she also experimented with color combinations. So the Devdasis generally wore traditional colors like red and white or green and yellow because they would dance in front of a fixed backdrop, like they had like a specific place to dance maybe. So they wanted to have this get up, or they wanted to stand out in front of that backdrop. But as the dance form was adapted to more open spaces, the dancers had more freedom to experiment with color combinations. And that is why you can see that today in all of the artists that you see, they have a certain preference, or they take the liberty to try out different color combinations. So definitely that's a part of Aharyam.
Thank you. We have one more question. Which component of Aharyam do you think has the biggest influence or impact?
Well, that's interesting. For me personally, I think the sari, because I look at color combinations, so I would probably look for the color combination of the sari itself, the costume itself. But that could vary from person to person because I'm just a person who looks at colors like that. So that is the first thing that I notice, but it could definitely vary depending on the viewer, I suppose.
Thank you. I think that's all, like those are the questions we have for now. Would you like to show us the videos?
Yeah, sure. So the videos that I wanted to show was, first of all, when I was talking about Padma Subramaniam, I wanted to show the karanas that she performed and how how her costume helps with, or rather how she tailored her costume for this. So you can see that the steps that she performs require a certain amount of flexibility. So she modified the fan, and you can even see that the hairstyle. I know yeah, the video is a little blurry, but I think you can make out the hairstyle that is different here. So that was inspired from these temple structures. So that was what I wanted to show through this video. And another one was when we were talking about Rukmini Vijay Kumar. She says that she uses costumes differently for Nritta and Abhinaya. So I'm going to play a clip of her performing Nritta, which is more of pure technical dance. And here she's using that specially designed costume of hers. So see how she spreads her legs and that fan just opens up so beautifully. And that's the transparent fan that I was talking about, where she says that she's criticized by the audience for this choice, but she stands by it that she's not altering the aesthetic of the traditional costume. And so another thing I wanted to show was her performing Abhinaya, which is so even when she ties a traditional sari, you can say that it's a little different from what we normally see. And even over here, her choice of wearing almost no jewelry. She has a bare neck, just one set of bangles, barely any hairdresses. And the thing is, she's playing a dual role in this video. She's playing both Krishna and his mother, Yashoda.
கண்ணே நீ போக வேண்டாம் சொன்னேன் மாடுமேக்கும் கண்ணே நீ போக வேண்டாம் சொன்னேன் மாடுமேக்கும் கண்ணே நீ போக வேண்டாம் சொன்னேன் மாடுமேக்கும் கண்ணே நீ போக வேண்டாம் சொன்னேன் கச்சின பால் தர கல்கண்டே சீனி தர கச்சின பாலும் தர கல்கண்டே சீனி தர
Another interesting thing is just maybe look at the choice of where she's choosing to perform this. It's out in the open, and she also makes use of that door behind her very nicely. So basically, the whole video is about how Krishna wants to go out to play, and his mother is saying, "Don't go right now, it's too hot outside." And finally, after all of this pleading, she says, "Okay, fine, go and come back really quick." So see how she uses the door. So I think it's pretty interesting how we make choices of Aharyam and how convenient, or like according to your convenience, you can make use of things around you. And that's pretty interesting.
I had a quick personal question.
Mm-hmm.
So do you think we have a duty to present the costumes or Aharyam as the way it is presented in history, or do you think like changing or altering these costumes is kind of repainting history, is that okay?
So of course, people would have very different takes on this. My personal opinion is that I would definitely want to preserve the history behind of costuming. So I wouldn't want to make any radical changes when it comes to Aharyam, because I feel like there's a certain framework. Like if I want to imagine a Bharatanatyam dancer, I imagine her in a certain way, like wearing certain clothes, and I would not be able to call her a Bharatanatyam dancer if she wore something very, very different from that. So maybe there's a limit to how much we can modify this, right? That's what I think. And I haven't had a lot of conversations with people on this, so I don't have like different views on this. But that is what I think, that there's a limit to how much you can modify something. There's a framework within which you can modify certain things to still call it, or rather connect it to Bharatanatyam, for instance. That's what I would think.
All right, sounds good. Thank you so much. That was an amazing presentation.
Yeah.
I really enjoyed it.
Yeah, thank you very much. This was fun. And I'm looking forward to all the other performances.
All right, I think with that, we can get right into our next lecture demonstration. So our next presenters are Apurva Anand, Ashwat Subbaraman, and Vasudha Srinivasan of Pit Sangeet. They will be discussing bringing orchestration to Carnatic music. As always, for those of us watching, please remember to be respectful and make sure your comments and questions are productive and kind to the presenters. If you're on Zoom, please use the question and answer function. However, if you would like to elaborate, please use the raise hand function and we'll allow you to unmute. If you're watching the YouTube live stream, please drop your comments and questions in the chat and we will relay those and make sure those get answered as well. And with that, I'm now going to hand it off to our presenters.
Thank you. Namaskaram, everyone. My name is Apurva Anand, and this is Ashwat and Vasudha, and we're from Pit Sangeet. We're really excited to be here and want to thank Kala Sagara and Michigan Sahana for this opportunity to speak here. So with that being said, let me share my screen and we can get started. Can everyone see this? Okay, great. So, yeah. So our topic today is Sangeeta Kalanidhi TK Rama Iyer and bringing orchestration to Carnatic music. Just for reference, he lived from 1894 to 1971. So that's about the time period we'll be speaking in.
All right, so just to give a quick intro on TK Mama, we wanted to keep the presentation to an appropriate length. So we've decided to hone in and focus on the orchestration component of his work. And we focused on orchestration mainly because it was practically non-existent before he made pioneering efforts to introduce it via the Vadya Vrinda in Carnatic music. So to give an outline of what we're going to be covering in this presentation, we'll first go on a background on TKJ himself and then the Vadya Vrinda. And then we'll be looking at a piece of his in specific in Vagadishwari as a case study to understand exactly how he integrated Carnatic techniques in orchestral music. And finally, we'll be looking into the legacy of his orchestration and how it lives on today.
So to provide a brief background, Sangeeta Kalanidhi TK Jayarama Iyer was a man of many talents. He was a reputed teacher, scholar, composer, and musician of the 20th century. He was also an accompanist, jazz darangam proponent, and was part of the Music Academy Experts Committee. Additionally, TKJ wrote many papers on music and was especially known for his pioneering contribution towards the attempt to present Carnatic music in an orchestral format. Specifically, he was known for his efforts towards providing music that was so technically complicated in such a way that it was palatable for the general public without compromising on the classicism of Carnatic music. He believed that Ragabhava was the essence and made sure that no matter what exploration he made, that the Ragabhava was preserved. He believed that showcasing the Ragabhava was always the focal point, and his efforts were highlighted when he became a music conductor and composer for the All India Radio Vadya Vrinda in Delhi in 1950. To provide some context, Vadya Vrinda was established as a full-fledged national orchestra in India after Prime Minister Nehru expressed his keen interest on having a national orchestra after India had separated from Britain.
So in this picture, you can see in his handwriting, he writes about his interactions with Prime Minister Nehru and mentions his gratitude towards him as he wanted to have an equally as big and impressive orchestra in India as there were in other countries while being able to maintain India's classical roots. So, in addition, TKJ's orchestration journey started when he was invited by AIR Trichy to be their music supervisor. He was a keen learner and a voracious reader and studied other systems of music as well. He created programs in AIR such as Music from Other Lands and Ragas of North and South. TKJ had composed scores for a few films before this, but he truly started experimenting with orchestration and how it could be used as a new format of presenting the essence of Carnatic music. His orchestral work in AIR Trichy was noticed, and he was asked to apply for the role of leading the National Orchestra, which is Vadya Vrinda. He was elected to run Vadya Vrinda alongside Pandit Ravi Shankar, who was his Hindustani counterpart, and he composed the Hindustani pieces while TKJ was asked to compose the Carnatic pieces. And as you can see here, here he is with Pandit Ravi Shankar, and here he is conducting Vadya Vrinda in front of Prime Minister Nehru and the Chinese premier.
All right, so in case some of us aren't familiar with Vadya Vrinda, I want to give a brief background on it. So Vadya Vrinda is the orchestration ensemble organized by TKJ Mama, which consisted of over 40 different instrumentalists in a variety of musical fields, including Carnatic music, Hindustani, and Western music. So Vadya Vrinda, upon being initiated, was presented with numerous different constraints. So first of all the recordings that they had to do in Vadya Vrinda had to be done in just one take due to the expensive and limited nature of the technology at the time. So that was a big challenge right there. And in addition, there was also a Shruti constraint. So the instruments that they used in the Vadya Vrinda orchestration had very narrow Shruti ranges, and they could only be tuned up to certain Shrutis as well. So if you take the Veena, for example, it can only go up to about E Shruti. And then if you take the xylophone, which was also a component in the orchestra, that cannot be used for things like gamakams, and you can't tune it to any extent. So those are also some challenges that he had to face in the orchestra itself. Another big constraint of his was the fact that all the recordings that they did as part of AIR had to be timed to the second due to their regulations. So for example, they might have been asked to compose a piece that took 12 minutes and 23 seconds and something extremely precise, not a second more, not a second less. So those were, as you can imagine, huge barriers that they had to overcome. And as you can see in this table right here, the instruments were divided into many different categories, such as plucked instruments, bowed, wind, and percussion instruments as well. So there's also very rare instruments that they used in the orchestra.
So TKJ's orchestration was known for being composed in a way that maintained both the classical idiom of the ragam, while also maintaining its beauty and then enhancing it with the instruments that he used. We found it really interesting about how he daringly composed in ragas that were considered unorchestrable, like Danyasi, Natakurunji, Mukhari, Saranga, and Balahamsa, mainly due to the fact that all these ragams are phrase-based. We figured that one of the best ways to learn about his techniques and compositions would be by breaking down one of his orchestral pieces. So right now we will look at a piece composed in Vagadishwari, and specifically we'll be looking at two aspects, Ragabhavam and ornamentation.
Right. So for Ragabhavam, there is one aspect we will be talking about, but when it comes to ornamentation, there were so many things that he included and different techniques that he got from different music systems, such as Yati, Koripa, Korve, Leya Vinyasam, Grahabedam, Lera, bowl band, fugue, counterpoint, harmony, and other techniques. And two that we'll be talking about specifically today are Grahabedam and harmony. So for Ragabhavam, TKJ was specifically known for being able to show kriti or showcase the ragam within the first 2 or 3 notes of the piece or raga alapna or whatever he was playing. It didn't matter if the ragam was 1 minute long. It didn't matter if the ragam was 10 minutes long. Within the first 2 to 3 notes, he would be able to establish the ragam. And so some ways that he did this was by using key phrases of the ragam or through kritis that had similar phrases. So for example, in the kriti Paramatmudu Velige, which is a Thyagaraja kriti, it's Paramatmudu Velige. So there's that the Risa, which really drags and shows Vagadishwari. And so he used something called murchanas, which is a line or phrase that gives a holistic picture of the raga in itself. So 2 murchanas specifically that we want to highlight are Dani Sari Gama Pada and also Gama Padani Dopama Gamarisa, which we saw aspects of both in Paramatmudu, and it's a recurring line that can be found in other Vagadishwari pieces. And specifically, he took from Thyagaraja pieces as he was very interested in how Thyagaraja showcased the ragam in his kritis. And also Vagadishwari is very limited in the number of kritis. So specifically for this piece, we think he highlighted from Paramatmudu because that was one of the only really known kritis in Vagadishwari. And also just to reference, Vagadishwari is the 34th Melakarta. So.
All right, so one main aspect that TKJ integrated into the Vadi Vrinda was that of the Grahabedam. So just in case anyone's not familiar with the Grahabedam, just to give a quick definition, it's essentially the art of producing an essence of a different ragam through a tonic shift while still remaining bound to the structures of another main ragam. I'll give an example in just a few seconds. But what I find very interesting is the reasoning for which he implemented the Grahabedam in the first place, because as I mentioned before, there was the Shruti constraint that they had to work around in Vadi Vrinda. And he actually took that Shruti constraint and he used it to his advantage by implementing the Grahabedam aspect into the Vadi Vrinda orchestration. So exactly what he did is, if we take the piece in Vagadishwari in specific, for most of the song that we'll listen to, there's a mridangam that is accompanying this that's tuned to the A Shruti. And during a specific flute solo that happens in the middle, the mridangam is taken out and then they put in a tabla, which is tuned to the F sharp shruti. And that tonic shift that's induced by the tabla coming in produces a Grahabedam, which turns the Vagadishwari into the Bhavapriya. So for example, if we demonstrate that that phrase that Apurva just did, Dani Sari Gama Pada in Vagadishwari, that happens when the mridangam is playing, except when the mridangam is switched out and the tabla comes in, that phrase will go switch into Bhavapriya. Dani Sari Gama Pada Sari Gama Pada Nisa in Bhavapriya, which is the 44th Melakartam. So that really, I find that really interesting on how exactly he took that constraint and made it to his advantage by implementing this Grahabedam aspect.
So another technique that TKJ focused on would be the concept of harmonies. And harmonies are basically the idea of combining similar sounds to produce chords or tones in agreement. And this concept is widely known for being used in Western music, but is often seen as not applicable in Carnatic music, mainly due to the fact that Carnatic scales and ragams have gamakams and unique phrases in the ragam that make it hard to find parallels within the same scale. So for example, if you take the ragam Kiramani, the Sarigama and Padanisa, the phrases, these 2 phrases don't have a similar structure in gamakam, so they can't be used. You wouldn't be able to use them together like you would for harmonies in Western scales. However, TKJ was able to get around this by using consonant phrases in lower and upper halves of ragas to create harmonic effects. And this essentially enhances the raga without straying away from it. So right now we can look at an example of how he did this. We basically took the first 2 seconds of one of his pieces and we just made our own workshop version simulation, where in this version, he starts off with the phrase, "Ri sa sa ni da ni sa," and then you can see how he has parallel structures of a similar structure with like ni da da pa ma ga ma pa ri sa sa ni da ni sa, and by doing so he essentially creates a harmony. So let's take a look at that.
Yeah, I don't know if I shared my original sound, so let me just stop the share quickly and then share it again.
I wanted to ask, we have a question in the chat if you guys would be
Sure.
Awesome. So this question that was posed was, is this concept of Graha Bedam similar to Murchana in Hindustani music, if you're familiar with that?
So I'm not familiar with the term Murchana in Hindustani, but in Carnatic terms, Murchana is like a key phrase that showcases the whole ragam. But if you want to give us a definition of what a Murchana might be in Hindustani, then I can get a better understanding of if it's similar or not.
Yeah, Shrikar, you can like, or we can ask you to unmute Kavya, maybe if you want to ask him to unmute, and you can just like explain.
Yeah, Shrikar, if you would be able to unmute and kind of.
I think you have to tell him to do it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, how's it going? Can you guys hear me?
You're a little echoey, Shrikar.
One second. I guess I could just put my headphones on. Sorry about that. Give me 2 seconds.
Is this better?
Yes.
Yeah, it's better.
Okay, cool. So essentially, Murchana in Hindustani music is this kind of phenomenon where like there are two singers and two separate shrutis and two separate like tabla players that are accompanists, and the shrutis are kind of like harmonic to each other. Where, like for example, like if one person is singing in like a sa or shadjam shruti, like the other singer would be in like the pancham range, the pancham of that, and they would sing two different rags. But the rags would sound exact same in the sense that like the rag that one person is singing in one shruti is the exact same note to be translated to the other shruti of the rag that the second person is singing. So it's like kind of a harmonization in that respect. But I mean, each individual singer, it just looks like they're singing this one rag in this one shruti, and they're singing. But if you combine them, it sounds like the same rag, but it's two different rags. That makes sense.
Yeah, and I think Vasudha and Ashwat can add to this, but I think the concept of tonic shifting is similar in both aspects, where you're singing the same notes in different ragams, except I believe, based on what you've said, is that in Hindustani music, it's the same ragam that they're singing in different shrutis. However, in Carnatic music, with Graha Bedam, when you're shifting you're basically making the note in that one ragam your new sa, which shifts the ragam completely. So
that's what this was. Yeah, it is two separate ragams.
Okay, yeah.
Two separate ragams. Yeah.
Ashwat, did you want to say something? Or?
Yeah, I agree with what you said. It's just the Graha Bedam, you still remain bound to the structures of the main ragam, whereas I think you're mentioning you're doing two different ragams in your case.
Yeah, so for you guys, there's like a main ragam and like a ragam you deviate to, whereas like for us, we're like essentially two main ragams basically.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
You usually come back to the main ragam at the end, so it's just kind of like an ornamentation within the ragam.
All right, that makes sense. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so I think we can take a look at that example.
Let me play it. So that's kind of how the harmony of those work. And as you can see, with the different points, it layers together without really showing without really having to actually use like harmony in itself.
Yeah. And then after this, he then added a main melody, a bass melody, and then a plucked instrument, while still maintaining the key phrase, ri, sa, sa, ni, da, like keeping that phrase so that the weight and counterpoint is maintained.
So here's a clip with 2 extra elements added that just kind of tie in together the whole segment.
So this was just like a small example of what he did. This was just like 2 seconds, the first 2 seconds of his piece. And this part alone was 5 different instruments with 5 different parts that were combined together to create this synchronous melody with harmony and Grahavedam. So if this was just 2 seconds, you can imagine how much went into creating these sort of pieces.
So now that we've kind of highlighted 2 aspects of this piece, or pieces in general that he composed, let's listen to his Vagadishwari piece, the original recording composed by TKJ Rama Iyer and Vilamba. And just keep in mind that this is a very old recording, so it is kind of old, and hopefully everyone's able to hear it.
Can we point out where the
Yes.
main things?
Yeah, so just make sure to look at the screen for some pictures, and also there will be highlights of what we spoke about. So. I hope you enjoyed that. That was Vagadeshwari, an orchestral piece that was composed by TKJ Rama Iyer. And as you can see, he utilized harmony, ornamentation, grahabedam, ragabhavam, and many of the other things that we talked about, including use of karnika, korve, korupa, things like that. So while we were only able to talk about two things, I hope you were able to notice some other techniques from Carnatic music that were used as well. So with that being said, another thing that really puzzled us was how was he able to standardize the notation? I mean, there's 50 plus people on stage, everyone from different backgrounds, different types of music. And the thing about Carnatic music is you can't really like organize it in a way where everyone can read it in the same way, right? Because there's such complicated gamakams, there's such the ragams can be interpreted openly, like differently by different people. So there were a lot of constraints as to how can everyone read the same notation and produce the same music when Carnatic music notation is not standardized. And I think that's something that, especially for me, I was very curious about it. And so unfortunately, we don't have any of the scripts that he wrote, but it is said that he wrote scripts in Hindi and Saregama notation, in Tamil, in English, and staff notation, as musicians were Hindustani, Western, and Carnatic background. But it was mainly the brilliance of the orchestra and his brilliance that allowed them to create the amazing music that they did. You have to understand that each line is filled with complex rhythms, gamakas, and more, making every line extremely intricate and important. And as Vasudha highlighted, if the harmony was only the first, 2 minutes of the piece, then you have to understand how much detail went into every single line as such for every single instrument, which was 50 plus. So it's a huge task and a big one, and honestly, it still blows my mind how they were able to do that. So to really try to get into the mind and understand how this worked, we tried to replicate it. So we tried to break down one of TKJ's Balahamsa pieces, which is an orchestral piece. And we decided to break down the first minute of it and just kind of understand what every line looked like and how he would have gone about notating it. So here is our version of notation. This is probably only the first 30 seconds of the piece itself. And we tried to notate xylophone, violin, flute, veena, and everyone else. And while we didn't have 50 instrumentalists or every instrument, it was only me and my sister. We tried to replicate what it would sound like if there were 9 instruments. So this, like I said, was only a minute of recording. And as you can see with our GarageBand tracks, there is lots of different track recordings and different ornamentations that were added. And so it was a really complex process, and it took us a really long time to come and put it together and record it. And which is another interesting thing, because they were only given one shot to do so, and we gave ourselves like 3 hours to record it. So in that sense, I don't understand how like they were able to do it like that, and everyone understood it and everyone seamlessly got it, because there was no movements where they stopped and started again. It was all one take and so on. So here is our attempt. It's a very low budget attempt at TKJ Balahamsa piece. Is my sister and I playing, and we tried to replicate what 9 voices would sound like, and there's a screen for every single one. So I hope you enjoy. So that was our home attempt of trying to recreate TKJ's piece. And I hope you guys understood a little more about how complex each piece was and how much work went into creating something of that magnitude. So with that, we'll be going into his legacy.
Yeah, so just quickly to go through his legacy accomplishments. He received his Sangeeta Kalanidhi in 1960 and Sangeet Natak Academy Awards in 1963 for his accomplishments. And after his retirement from AIR, he still continued to be associated with Vadya Vrinda and AIR as well. and he had a special post as a consultant in both. And he really changed how Carnatic music was presented and set a new standard for Vadi Vrinda. And even today, the Madras Vadi Vrinda is still a active organization arising from his original creation. And some artists that he worked with after retiring include Sangeeta Kalanidhi, AKC Natarajan, G. Harishankar, Manar Guri Ishwaran, and Ramnath Ishwaran. And there's also several guest conductors that continued the legacy afterwards, including legends like Lal Guri, BMK, and L. Subramaniam, who all use that orchestra through their own composition pieces. What's that?
Yeah, and we can see how big of an impact he had on Vadi Vrinda and how big of an impact Vadi Vrinda has on orchestration today. TKJ left a huge legacy through his students. Some of them are just mentioned on the side, and he mentored many people throughout his life. His family continues to maintain his legacy, and they continue to pursue classical music. It also happens that Apurva is his great-granddaughter, so we thought that this would be a fitting opportunity to speak upon this topic.
Right, and just to wrap things up, if you were interested in this topic, we barely scraped the surface of TKJ's work and his legacy. So for more information, you can check out his Music Academy lectum, which is called Remembering Sangeeta Kalanidhi TKJ Rama Iyer. And you can also visit his website, tkjramaiyer.org, which just has a bunch of clips of his music and archives of photos. So we would like to also just give a special thanks to Dr. J. Krishnamurthy, Shri K.V.S. Vinay, and Srimati Purnima Krishnamurthy for archiving this material, collecting it, and doing a lot of research. All the information we know today is because of them, and we wouldn't know much about TKJ's legacy without them. So thank you to them, and thank you to Kala Sagara for this opportunity. And also thank you to our liaison, Keshav, for helping us stay organized. So thank you.
Awesome. Thank you guys so much for such an interesting, wonderful presentation.
Thank you.
You guys can go ahead and stop sharing your screen, and then we will move on to our next presentation.
All right. So our next presenter is Sajeevan Naik of Swara from Princeton University, and they will be discussing Sufi influence on Hindustani music. And so just as a reminder for those of us watching, please remember to be respectful and make your comments and questions productive and kind to the presenters. And if you're on Zoom, that would mean using the question and answer function. And if you would like to elaborate, use the raise your hand function. And for those of you watching on a YouTube live stream, please drop your comments in the chat and we'll make sure they get answered. So now, without further ado, I'm going to hand out to Sajeevan for his presentation.
Thank you, Shrikar. So hi, I'm Sajeevan. Today I'm presenting on Sufi influence on Hindustani music, which at the same time is also, I guess, how Hindustani music came to be so distinct from Carnatic music in its essence, because the Sufi influence is really what drives this divide of the traditions into two kind of really distinct, musical styles. So before I begin on the Sufi influence, let me talk a little bit about how the musical plane was in India before the Sufis began to arrive. So it was at this point that there was no key distinction between Carnatic music and Hindustani music. It was the most prevalent type of music was Dhrupad, which is an ancient style. It was prevalent in India until the late 1800s, early 1900s, and this is really court music. So I'm gonna quickly play a short clip of Dhrupad music, just so you can get a feel of what it sounded like before the Sufis arrived, and then we can see how it changes through the years as my lectum progresses. So I'm just going to share my screen. So that just quickly describes how the playing was in India. You can see a lot of the Drupad music is really, grounded in the lower ranges. It's much more deep and it's much more meditative. And these concerts used to go on for very long periods of times, up, I think 3 hours was kind of the average, and it kind of grows on from there. But that's how music in India looked. And then arrived, a Sufi by the name of Moinuddin Chishti. And he comes to India kind of on a missionary expedition, and as a great musician himself, and he comes with no followers and establishes himself in Delhi. His music is entirely based on improv and 3 syllables, Allahu. And because he was he was Muslim, he didn't sing anything apart from the word of God. So essentially what he sang was "There is God" or "There is Allah" over and over again. And he's music used to go through the night. So he used to start around sunset and invite all the people of the town, really the laymen who usually didn't have access to court music like Drupad and so on and so forth. And so these people used to come and, he would improvise his music through the night, sing through them. There's a bunch of, videos of it online, kind of what it sounded like, but a bit would have been like, Allahu, Allahu, Allahu. Allahu, 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 Allah. And you used to keep that going for hours on end. But the people really liked that. The people liked that it was, all improv. People liked that, the predictability of it, and that it was meditative. It allowed people to relax through the night, but also come together for festivals. And so by the time he passed away, he had over 600 followers, a lot of Hindu converts, in Delhi who kind of really appreciated his music. And so he established himself as a key musical figure in kind of like the Delhi realm. He has a bunch of students. Most famous in his lineage is a guy by the name of Nizamuddin Aulia. And he becomes really interesting because he's the first one who takes all these Persian ragas and goes, oh, there's similarities of that in Hindustani rag, right? So like rag Khat and rag Zila. Khat is something that was a rag that was very prevalent in those days in the Hindustani tradition. Zilaf is a rag that was in the Persian system. It's like, oh, those can line up. And so he passed on all of these, kind of knowledges to his student by the name of Amir Khusro. Now, a majority of my presentation today is going to revolve around this figure because Amir Khusro was really the one who influenced Hindustani music in the most prevalent way, who really changed it for what it was. So quickly, who is he? He was a Turk born in India. He came to prominence and sung in the courts of up to 9 kings, most prevalent of whom was Emperor Khilji. You guys may remember him from the movie Padmavat. But Khilji essentially loved 2 things, war and music. One of them was really bad, but music was really good for us. So one day he had Khusro as his court musician, and he invites a Carnatic musician by the name of Gopal Nayak to come and kind of have a conversation, music, understand each other's styles and see what the similarities are. And this, he essentially organizes a concert competition where the rules was Gopal Nayak was allowed to perform anything he wanted to. And Khusro's job was to find the closest Persian equivalent and sing that back. And if Khusro couldn't do that, then he would lose his position as the court musician and Gopal Nayak could take in. And so this competition goes on for 3 days. Gopal Nayak presents something and then Khusro is able to match it on. And on the 3rd day, this is where the stories kind of divulge. You have the much more conservative Hindustani kind of remembering of this event as Gopal Nayak sang Rag Kadamba, which is a rag that is majorly lost, and then Khusro is able to recreate it. But the much more kind of Sufi way of remembering it, and this one actually has a lot of historical record to support it, so it's the one I'm going to go with, is that Gopal Nayak sang Geet Govind of so he sang Geet Govind in Rag Khat, and then Khusro replied in Rag Silaf, and this became known as the first Jugalbandi, which is kind of a conversation, a bit competitive in style in the Hindustani tradition. And if there's Hindustani musicians watching this, you'll know that it's a very prevalent and key aspect of Hindustani music. So I have a performance here by the Farid Ayaz family. They're actually students, they're in the same lineage as Khusro, and they've been keeping Khusro's music alive for over 700 years. So they're really kind of steeped in his music, and this is how they remember this Jugalbandi between Gopal Nayak and Khusro. So I'm gonna go ahead and play that for y'all.
ये सवाल था। इस सवाल के जवाब में हज़रत अमीर खुसरो ने कहा कि मैं उस ज़ात का परस्तार हूँ, मैं उस ज़ात का परस्तार हूँ कि वो ये तमाम ताकतें रखता है, मगर वो इन तमाम ताकतों का मोहताज नहीं। लिहाजा अब वो जवाब में फरमाते हैं, सुब्हाना दिल मुल्के वल मलकूत, सुब्हाना दिल मुल्के वल मलकूत, सुब्हाना दिल मुल्के वल मलकूत, सुब्हाना दिल इज्जत वल अज़मत वल हैबत वल कुदरत वल किबरिया वल जलाल वल जमाल वल कमाल वल जबरूत, सुब्हानल मलिकिल माबूद, सुब्हानल मलिकिल मक़सूद, सुब्हानल मलिकिल मौजूद, सुब्हानल मलिकिल हय्यिल्लज़ी ला यनामु वला यमूतु वला यफूतु अबदन अबदा, सुबून कुदूस सुबून
So that performance is really remembered as the first great Hindustani performance, or the first time you can see something concretely and say that's Hindustani music. And that's created as the foundation of everything like built on from there in terms of Hindustani music, because that piece brought forth two key additions to the Indian diaspora. Khusro's response was the first call, which comes to be Qawwali, which is a sub-branch of the Hindustani musical umbrella, and really focuses a bit more on the Persian style of this confluence. And the second part, as you can notice in the end, there was a bit of tarana going. And this is the first time, I mean, there was tarana in India in kind of folk music, but Khusro took that and really classified it, or made it classical. And he introduces Persian soft syllables, and he tries to arrange the words in a way, or the bols in a way that creates some sort of meaning, right? And so he essentially introduces Persian philosophy into Indian music. He was like, how can we order gibberish so that it's tarana, has musical quality, but the same way, if you were to read the gibberish in a certain way, you can create some meaning out of it. His most famous tarana comes out to be one in praise of like, or devotion to Ali, who is in the Islamic tradition, he's the grandson of Prophet Muhammad, but he goes, dara dini dara dani hum tum tanana re alali ala ya alale man kuntu maula fazaliyun maula fazaliyun maula dil dara dini dara dani. And so all the syllables there, or the beginning half of it, dara dini dara dani, is all gibberish. But there you can have some, if you know a bit of Persian or a bit of Hindi, you can start to make meaning out of this gibberish. Dara is the door, dina means day. So it's like, this relationship to God is your door to a new day each day. Dara dini dara dani hum tum tanana. Again, gibberish, but hum is I, tum is you. Tananana has been interpreted as like a romantic relationship between the two. And then at the end, it goes back to yalali, which again, gibberish, but yalali, it sounds like ilahi, which is the word for God. It also sounds like ya Ali, or I'm calling out to Ali, who this piece has been devoted to. So in that way, tarana takes on a kind of form where you can purposefully, instead of just using random bols as it was in the past, right? Like dha din din dha, that would have slightly been in the realm of tarana. He now takes those bols and arranges them in a specific way so you can create some form of meaning out of it. And this idea kind of creates a huge spark. Tarana spreads like a wildfire, and it goes down to the south too, where the word tarana is changed to the word tillana. But the Carnatic tillana takes its origin from Hindustani tarana, which takes its origin from this Khusro's kind of extempore performance there. So Khusro gives that performance in Rag Zilaf in response to Gopal Nayak. And this is the point where Nayak just concedes. He's like, I have nothing else to offer. Khusro clearly can match whatever I can put forth. And so Khusro accepts the victory, but he does it from a very humble point of view, because he realizes that Carnatic music and Hindustani music here at this time has much more to offer than what Gopal Nayak was able to put on. And so he takes his victory, and then he goes up to Gopal Nayak after this competition and asks Gopal Nayak to take him on as a student, and to show him all the ragas that Hindustani, or that Indian music at that time, had to offer. Now, at this point, they get in, and then Gopal Nayak accepts Khusro as a student. And they have this kind of conversation, and essentially their method of teaching is that Gopal Nayak takes any one raga and shows it to Khusro, and then Khusro sees what's the closest they can bring out in his Persian kind of catalog of ragas. But they quickly realize that this is more or less, I mean, I don't like to use this word much, but it's more or less useless in being taught in that specific way, where you're just trying to match what you already know to what's being shown to you, because that way you're not going to gain any new knowledge if you're just matching ragas, right? So they changed the way they're being taught, And so now Gopal Nayak is just like, okay, I'm just gonna teach you each of the ragas specifically, and then this becomes an issue unto itself because there's so many ragas with such minute differences between the two. And so one day Khusro comes up to Gopal Nayak and goes, there's so many ragas you've shown me, but I can't make one distinct from another. You say, you go Nire Ga and then Nire Sa and tell me those are two completely different ragas. Like, that makes no sense to me. So there has to be a better format of classifying these rags instead of just, just because I used a Sa here instead of a Re, in this entire kind of, phrase, it completely changes the raga. It was like, you're telling me one note, in a line of like 40 that you're singing here changes what you're singing. He said that doesn't make sense. And so he introduces to Gopal Nayak the Makam system. The Makam system was a Persian way of classifying the ragas. This is pre-Melakarta time. And if you're like looking from a Carnatic perspective, and if you're in Hindustani, then this is pre-Tat system. So it's the first time he began to classify the ragas. He was like, okay, these are all ragas that we can put together in the same family, and these are another family of ragas that we can put together. And so you're essentially able to reduce 6 ragas into one at a time, because you're like the differences between these are so minute that if you treat them as one raga, it'll be much more wholesome. He does that, and then he introduces something else here. He introduces what we call the Dastaga system. Now, Dastaga in Persian just means a movement of the hand. So this was essentially, there was a presentation before with Pit Sangeet that talked about Graha Bhedam. It's essentially the same idea, but it is, instead of just properly transposing the raga, it allows you to add a bit more of flavor into it and add other elements that you think would sound nice. So in that way, it transposes scales, but it also allows you to add the flavors of surrounding scales into it. Now, at this moment, before I continue about where Dastaga takes me, or takes Hindustani music, let me just talk a bit more about Khusro. Khusro, at this point of his life, had invented the sitar, he had invented the tabla, he had invented 5 or 6 types of music that had quickly just taken over India. But now what he does at this point with the Dastaga system is, in my eyes, in the eyes of a lot of Hindustani musicians, probably the greatest contribution to Hindustani music, if not just by Khusro, then in its entirety, because he creates a raga that is the most oft performed now. He creates Rag Yaman, and what he does is that he takes Rag Hindol, which is a pentatonic Urdav Jati raga, so it's 5 notes. It doesn't use Re or Pa, and he uses the Dastaga system to shift it up. Finds that Ma has a Tivra Ma that you can use in this rag, and then he goes, you don't always have to let Re and Pa go. Yes, in Aaroha you let it go, but when you're coming back down, let's use it and use Pa and Re to bring out the flavors of Tivra Ma and of Ga. And so I have 2 performances here that you can use to kind of see this shift between the two. The first one is by Rashid Khan. It's Hindol. While you're listening to it, pay attention to how the percussion in itself is heavier. It's much more Dhrupadan style because Hindol itself was originally a Dhrupad raga. And then you'll notice Yaman, which is much more fluid, much more slower. It's lighter, and it's really a semblance of this kind of new Khayal style that was coming up. Khayal in itself hasn't been invented yet. Khusro will invent it in about 10 years, and I'll talk about it in a moment. But I'll play, a couple minutes of Rag Hindol by Rashid Khan, and then immediately follow it by Yaman by Bhimsen Joshi, just so you can hear the difference between these 2 ragas and how Hindol, though it is a predecessor of Yaman, is quite different. And so what Khusro did to it was revolutionary. So I'm just going to take a moment and play those.
Ah
लाली पिया बिन सखी रे लाली पिया बिन रे लाली पिया बिन सखी रे लाली पिया बिन सखी रे लाली पिया बिन सखी रे लाली पिया बिन दादी पिया बिन सखी दादी पिया बिन सखी कलन परत मोह एक घड़ी पल छिन कलन परत मोह एक घड़ी पल छिन ये दादी पिया बिन सखी दादी ये दादी पिया बिन तेरी लाली पिया बिन दगिए लाली पिया बिन तेरी लाली पिया बिन लाली पिया बिन सखी काल न परत मोर के घर पल छिन येरी लाली पिया बिन सखी लाली पिया बिन सखी लाली पिया बिन लाली पिया बिन सखी लाली पिया बिन
So there in itself, you can notice how Hindol and Yaman is quite different. Yes, you'll say that Yaman is derived from Hindol, but Khusro really changes the way you approach this raga. He says, let's take Hindol, let's soften it down, let's pa and re is not allowed in Hindol. He said, let's allow that, but only in certain ways and only to bring out the flavors of other notes. And then he also introduces one more thing here. Taan was already prevalent in Indian music at this time, but it was usually done with mridang bowls or with sargam, and sometimes on other syllables as well. But Khusro, because he's also part of this Arabic kind of musical sphere, and Arabic music has something called ahat. Ahat literally means to sigh, and it's usually, when you take a taan on ah. And so he takes that concept and applies it to Indian music, and that comes to be known as like akar taan, right? So it's when you're like literally taking a taan using ah as the syllable, and he so introduces that into the musical sphere, and that becomes the new kind of prevalent way of improvising on the music. And as you can see, both Ustad Rashid Khanji and Pandit Bhimsen Joshi both used akar whenever they were improvising. And so he does this to a whole sort of the kind of every rag he was taught, he kind of changes it in some way and makes it a bit more Persian in style. He essentially has this whole softening of many ragas that were heavier grounded, and so these ragas become much more approachable, especially by laymen who didn't have this kind of technical history with music, because this softening kind of started to resemble court music a bit more to folk music, which they heard. And so Khusro's music essentially becomes preserved by non-court musicians for up until 1800s, when it's really picks back up in or late 1800s when it really picks back up in the court sphere. But right now, so far, I've talked about how he invented Qawwali with Kal Kalpana, the Rag Zilaf piece, how he invented Tarana, he invented a bunch of other ragas, such as Yaman being the most prevalent, and how he applied Graha Vedam and Jugaban. He did all of these things, but then there's an interesting story of him. So one day he was out kind of on a musical tour, and he comes by this village, and he wants some water, so he goes up to a well, and there's there's a group of girls there to fetch water for them, and then he asks the women, I want some water, can I have some water? And the women question, okay, who are you? We're not just gonna start you could be anyone. You could be a robber or a thief or a daku. It's like, we need to know who you are before we help you out. And then he goes, I'm Amir Khusro, and the women start laughing. They're like, you can't be Amir Khusro. He's in a court, with jewels and riches. He's a rich man. Why would he come to this poor village, and that too just for water? And Khusro's like, no, I'm Amir Khusro. I'm on a tour, and the women don't believe him, and so they put him through a test. There's 4 women, and they say, okay, Khusro is an amazing poet, and so you have to recite a poem for us. And Khusro is about to start, reciting stuff he has already written, and it's like, the woman's like, you could be just anyone. It's so easy to memorize. We're not gonna take that. We're gonna give you 4 words, and with those 4 words, you have to come up with a new poem on the spot. So the 4 words are: the first person says kheer, which it's a sweet dish. The second says charkha, which is a wheel. It's what they used as a blender back in the days. The third person says kutta, which means dog. And the fourth person says dhol, which is basically a drum. Khusro thinks for a moment, and then I'm going to read the original, and then I'll give you the translation. He thinks for a moment, and he replies, kheer pakai jatan se aur charkha diya jalai, aya kutta kha gaya, tu baithi dhol bajaye, la pani pila. Basically, he says, I made kheer with all my heart. I used the blender to make sure it was soft. While I was not paying attention, a dog came and ate it. Now I'm here playing the drums. That's his poem, and he ends with La Pani Pila. But it's for him, this becomes a moment of, I know it's mainly poetry, and it's kind of in a much more jovial nature than serious court poetry. But he thinks about this, and he meditates on this in a moment, and he goes, random thoughts like these can become the bases of music rather than organized composition that was in the past, right? So if you look at Carnatic music, you have a lot of organized compositions, structured quite well. They're devoted to gods, and deities. And Khusro takes that and says, like, no, let's make the new foundation of music thought. And he calls this khayal. Khayal literally means thought. And so he takes, all of these random thoughts he has, random couplets he has, and he, says, let's set music to that. So that's the key reason why, you can essentially finish an Hindustani composition in about a minute or 2 if you wanted to, because they're all just so short, because they're all just random thoughts that these people have, sometimes about God, sometimes about food, sometimes jovial in nature. And he says, because if you think back to Moinuddin Chishti, we were just talking about earlier in this presentation about how his key style was improv, Khusro really wanted to bring that improv basis to the larger Indian sphere. So it's like, okay, let's take random thoughts like the one I just had, and let's take this kind of key improv anywhere kind of stance that Persian music had, and combine them together, and so come up with khayal, which is, you'll sing a line just, like Bhimsen Joshi did in the video I showed you, and then you just improvise around it, and you take fun and, explore all of the aspects of it. So he does this, and khayal is, again, one of the things that's preserved really by out-of-court musicians for a long period of time, because, the court musicians, emperors and kings, they liked Drupad much more, and they were not willing to let go of it. So it's not until the decline of kings in India until you see khayal become the dominant music style in Hindustani tradition rather than Drupad. Now at this point, I'm going to switch gears a bit and talk about counterculture to all these Persian influence in Hindustani music or Indian music. So if you have any questions, I can take them at this moment before I continue on.
So I actually did have a question. So for you mentioned that there was like kind of a distinction at this point between Drupad Gayaki and Khayal Gayaki, but did Drupad also have like that kind of that phenomenon where you sing like a few lines and also like expand? It might not have been in the same way with like Tanz and Alap when you sing Khayal, but I noticed like when you played the Drupad video earlier in the presentation, there was also a lot of expansion with that, and like he sang a line, but he also did a lot of like, and it didn't sound like Tanz, it sounded more like gamak and very like deep and heavy. But was that also like a thing back with Drupad, the expansion and the the elaboration around that song as well?
Yeah, so the video I played earlier was actually from the Alap section of a Drupad concert. So in the Drupad sphere, Alap is the most prevalent one, and it usually goes for up to an hour. And so the expansion and the exploration really happens there. And once the key composition begins, the type of improv you see in Khyal around the lyrics itself is much less prevalent once the composition begins. So yes, it did exist in Drupad Gayan, this type of exploration, but it existed in the Alapana section rather than the actual compositions like we see in Khyal.
Okay, so you're saying there was a separate like like piece, like portions of the performance rather than like just everything integrated as one.
Yeah. So Drupad had like demarcations where this was Alapana, this was Jor, this was the main composition, and so on and so forth. Whereas in Khyal, those things tend to blend in much more. It's much more fluid.
Mm-hmm.
You can take you can not have an Alapana if you don't want to. You can include, the feeling of Alapana in the middle of a piece if you wanted to. It becomes much more fluid, much more integrated than you would see it in Drupad music.
Okay, that makes sense. Thank you.
Yeah, no worries.
Yeah, and I also had a question. I'm really glad you showed the Drupad and like the Khyal like back to back, because it kind of showed like this difference between like this folk style Ekdal versus this Khyal style Tintal that you showed with Bhimsen. And like could you speak a little bit more to like how like tabla accompaniment like kind of transformed with how like this kind of these music shifted from like Drupad folk style to like Khyal style?
Yeah, so in Drupad, traditional Drupad music does not have the tabla at all. It uses the pakawach, which resembles the mridangam to some degree. It has a much deeper sound, and so once the tabla has been invented by our man Khusro, it takes on the first ways to use the tabla is really to imitate the pakawach. It has a deep. Think of the Punjabi gharanas of music where it's a very deep sound, very heavy-handed playing. And so that's how tabla is used a lot of times. Actually, in the Ustad Rashid Khan piece that I showed, that was a tabla being played like a pakawach. Sometimes you won't be able to tell the difference. It was really heavy-handed. But then when Khyal comes across, because the key point becomes this improv and this kind of exploration around the lyrics itself, the tabla tends to soften itself a bit more, and you start seeing. Well, if you notice the tabla in the Hindol piece didn't use a lot of slides that you would have and things sort, but Khyal tends to do that a bit more because you're trying to resemble the voice much more, right? So you also start seeing things like the tabla trying to play the exact same rhythm that the vocalist is singing rather than just supporting him on the bass. So those are some of the ways that the tabla shifts across the styles.
Thank you.
Yeah, my pleasure. Okay, so from there, so Khusro has done all these things. He's introduced, Kaul, Kalbana, Tarana, Khyal, bunch of different ragas, sitar, tabla. He creates all of this stuff. And so one day you have a man, out of the south of India by the name of Vallabhacharya, and he comes and he establishes himself in Mathura, and he sees how this northern Indian style of music now is quite different from Carnatic music. And he thinks that this Persian influence has really taken away from the main goal of music, which is to connect with God, right? So music has become much more about showing off to kings and about exploring or just being kind of a nice entertainment piece rather than having that connection with God that Carnatic music, is primarily founded upon. And so he establishes there, in Mathura in northern India, what we came to call as the Ashtachap Kavi. So these are 8 poets, and their entire job is that every day they would come up with a new raga for God as like a prasadam. So they do that for years on end. They, I think, come up with some across like 500,000 new rags. Now that seems absolutely crazy, but keep in mind, so this is almost exactly what Khusro had removed at this point, where you have just minor differences between these rags. Think about like imagine if you were like served 3 different type of kheer, and like the only difference was like one had raisins in it, one didn't, and the other one had like pistachio in it, and the other one didn't. It's like that was essentially the level of difference between these ragas. It was so minute. It was just like what topping you're putting on it. But they do that every day. They come up with some minute way to change the raga, and they offer it to Krishna. And these pieces become much more, again, Hindu-centric, Krishna-centric, they create a lot of new ragas, especially in the Sarang and Malhar family. So you have, ragas such as Brindabani Sarang, Shud Sarang come up. and expound upon that, because these were the key ones that they used to connect to God. Haveli, this type of music comes to be known as Haveli Sangeet. Haveli literally means mansion, but during the Mughal era, these mansions were usually where deities were kept, so that's why it's come to know as Haveli Sangeet. And nowadays, Haveli Sangeet has more or less died out. There's not much remembrance of it. The key, legacy it's left behind is in the form of bhajans and kirtans, which is what these music were. So I have a short clip with me. It's Vrindavani Sarang devoted to Rama. So I'm gonna play that for just a short portion, just so you can see how Haveli Sangeet was trying to emulate Dhrupad styles a bit more and become much more connected to God, much less Persian overall.
आनंद आज भयो हो भयो, आनंद आज भयो हो भयो, जगती पर जय जयकार। आनंद आज भयो हो भयो, आनंद आज भयो हो भयो, जगती पर जय जयकार। आनंद आज भयो हो भयो, आनंद आज भयो हो भयो, आनंद आज भयो हो भयो। श्री लक्ष्मण गृह प्रगट भये हैं, श्री लक्ष्मण गृह प्रगट भये हैं, श्री लक्ष्मण गृह प्रगट भये श्री लक्ष्मण गृह प्रगट भये हैं, श्री लक्ष्मण गृह।
So you can notice how it changes in, there's a chorus in the background. This piece is actually one of the originals by the Esther Chapkavis. And so it tones down, it becomes much more about God-like. But the really interesting thing that happens here is the Sufi response to this music, right? So the Sufis, instead of, what they see is like, oh, there's this new kind of realm of music that's much more, Hindu-centric. And their response is, what if we start using Krishna as an allegory for Allah? And it creates this entire new kind of subsect of Sufi music. One of the key pieces by it is Kanhaiya याद है कुछ भी हमारी, कन्हैया याद है कुछ भी हमारी, कहूँ क्या तेरे भूलने को मैं वारी, कन्हैया याद है कुछ भी हमारी. So this piece was written, in a Hindu kingdom by a Muslim who, at this point, religious wars were kind of slightly a common thing, not the best of things, but and so Islam was outlawed in this specific kingdom, and so this Muslim composer uses Krishna as an allegory for Allah. He says, "Oh Krishna, do you remember me? If you don't, it is okay, because I will begin to love your forgetfulness." It's this romantic, deep kind of music, but they use Krishna as an allegory for Allah, and it opens up this whole kind of new platform for music, especially because this kind of new adoption begins the stuff for badhawas, or which are pieces you sing when a child is born, or like kind of occasional music starts to arise from this adoption. There's, if you guys want to listen to more, I highly recommend just checking out Farid Ayaz. He's the 32nd generation from Khusro in his family of music. For 700 years, his family's been just performing Khusro's music and all of its intricacies. He's absolutely amazing. I think last year they introduced the next generation for the first time. Their music is just brilliant. Highly recommend you check them out. So if you want to explore more of this kind of adoption of like kind of Haveli Sangeet into Qawwali, I recommend them. But so yeah, so that's what ends up happening. That there's this adoption of Hindu-centric stuff into this Khayal Drupad arena by Sufis. And the reason why this is important is because there's this Ashtrachap Kavi, one of the poets in this Haveli Sangeet. His name was Haridas. His tie to Carnatic music is that he was briefly a student of Purandaradasa. So he has this Carnatic background. He has this Haveli Hindustani or Hindu-centric background. And his student is endowed with both of them. His student is Tansen. And Tansen, at the age of 60, gets called to Akbar the Great's kind of court, where he has this Sufi Muslim background come to. So Tansen stands in the middle of these kind of confluence of three great musical rivers. You have the Carnatic, you have the Haveli, and then you have kind of this Sufi music. And he essentially becomes the second Khusro. He takes all of these musics and he reduces them down in style. He creates a bunch of different ragas. His most famous one is Miya Ke Malhar. Any raga that has the term Miya in front of it has been done by Tansen, because one of the nicknames that Akbar gave him was Miya. It just means learned man or great man. So all of the Miyas, a lot of the Malhars and Sarangs are actually creations of either Haridasa or Tansen at this time. So he does that to a great degree, and he also does the next great thing. So at this point, there was one strong Gharana, which is the Delhi Gharana that Khusro had created. But then Tansen's children go out and spread out his new style of music, which has all of these kind of new aspects embedded into it. Tansen himself comes to be the progenitor of the Gwalior Gharana style of music. And his style of, kind of Drupad, Carnatic, Haveli, Muslim-centric music is really picked up by Farid Ayaz's family and kept on. So I'm going to play that video for just a couple minutes. And then I'm going to end off my presentation. I don't think I'll speak in the middle, but I'll play Farid Ayaz singing a khayal in Chayanat. It's Janan Janan, one of the greatest pieces. I love that piece so much. But it's that one. And then I'm going to follow that up by a piece by Dattatreya Vishnu Paluskarji, who's of the Gwalior Gharana. And that his piece is just essentially going to show the completion of this shift of music from, pan-Indian to Hindustani specific. So I'll just end my presentation with those two performances. Give me 1 second. I think I actually closed the tab.
छाया नट की जो अक्सर वाली साहब भी पढ़ा करते थे, आप लोगों ने सुनी होगी।
पेश कर रहे हैं जनन बाजे बिचवा बाजे बिचवा बाजे janana baje janana baje janana janana janana
लंगर तोरे कजे न के हो रे लंगर तोरे कजे न हो रे मोरे गगरिया भारी अब देवगारे दिजनारे निरग हस हस जैसे मोरे गारे लंगर तोरे कजे न हो रे लंगर तोरे कजे न तुम तो महादेव तो महादेव तन नागुयामत रामत अतवार बार सन हेरत हेरत हो लागन मन जात हो विजना रे लंगर तोरे गजन हो रे लंगर तोरे
So both of those two pieces came to be they show how the entire piece has, the musical sphere has shifted. The first one was by Farid Ayaz's family, and that has much more of that, say, still Gawal Persian influence in it. You can see how it was a collaboration when they were expounding that khayal in Chayanat. That piece is a huge, or is one of the favorite pieces of the Gwalior Gharana, which I talked about how Tansen was the one of the progenitors for it. And then you have Dattatreya ji, who is one of the greatest figures in this kind of Gwalior Gharana style of music. And so his piece there kind of shows that Akad, Ahad style when he was doing in the middle, Khayal, softening of the tone, all these things that I talked about that Tansen and Khusro did. So that's some of the ways that Sufi music has influenced created Hindustani music is the best way to say it. It really expounded it or separated it from the Carnatic tradition, introduced Qawwal, Tarana, Tabla, Sitar, Khayal in general, ways of variation. These were all stuff that the Sufis helped bring in or helped expound, while working with a lot of the Carnatic musicians that was working alongside them at that point. So that is the creation of Hindustani music by Sufis. I hope you enjoyed my presentation. I feel like I've a minute for a question or something. If there's any questions, I can take one or two before I finish up.
Thank you so much for that. It was really informative, and I personally definitely enjoyed it a lot. I guess one last question for definitely 1 minute that I would have is that I know later on you talked about Haveli music and the different spin-offs of this that occurred in as the time has evolved. So would you say that just how you demonstrated the evolution up till this point of Hindustani music, would you say it's still evolving at that same rate to this day, or is it has there hit some sort of period of just kind of a plateau?
No, I feel like Hindustani music is still changing to this day, where you have kind of answers. The best way to say is there's the standard and there's something new that we like, and then we change it to that. So Haveli Sangeet was a very strong counterculture to it. It introduced compositions in Rajbhasha and Awadhis and bringing back to the folk music. But to this day, we see Hindustani music changing a lot, right? So nowadays, a lot of our adoptions are from Carnatic music. You have Hans Dhwani that's brought up to the Indian style. That's a major Carnatic ragam that we changed, Hindustanify it a bit and then present it. There's also a lot more influence the Khayal style is still taking influence from semi-classical music such as Tumri and Dadra. So a lot of our shifts are now from within India rather than outside of India, but that change is still happening. And every now and then we'll see, a famous Qawwal do something that, or a ghazal that's really popular, and then we try to adopt that into the classical style. So Hindustani music is still changing a lot. It might be changing in much more subtle ways, but it's still constantly changing.
Thank you so much. That was so informative. Coming from a non-musician's point of view, I am mind blown. So thank you so much again. We are so happy to have had you join our conference. So as we transition into our next presentation, we have just a minute to get that going for you, but I am going to hand it off to Sanjeev as we get everyone in and ready for that. Thank you so much again.
Thank you very much. It was awesome.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
All right. I think Meghana is also a moderator for this one, so if you could promote her as well, that'd be awesome. All right, great. And then all the CARESpaces individuals who are in the call as well, you could just promote them to panelist.
Yep, we are gonna do that ASAP, just working through those names.
Okay, sounds good. Thanks. All right, yeah, feel free to turn your videos on and everything. It's great to see everyone.
Hello.
Hey.
Hi.
How many people are we expecting? Do you know the exact number?
Yeah, we're expecting 9, other
Okay,
than the
let's see.
review.
Okay, so could you demote Shrieker to a attendee, so just so I can make sure that we have the numbers right? I'm not double counting anything.
Yeah, sorry, just too many moving parts in 1 minute.
No problem. Okay.
I think
Yeah,
we
I
have
think
everyone
that's
on
everyone.
screen. Yeah.
Okay, awesome. Yeah. So yeah, Meghna, did you wanna kick it off?
Yeah, hi everyone. So my name is Meghna. Welcome to the CARESpaces panel / interview hosted by Duke Sangeet and the Sagara team. I am a senior at Duke and one of the facilitators for this workshop.
And hi everyone, my name is Sanjeev. I'm the president of Michigan Sahana, which is hosting the Sagara conference this weekend, and I'll also be facilitating this workshop along with Meghna, and we'd like to offer a really warm welcome to the entire CARESpaces team for being with us here today. I really appreciate you guys being here. This sort of has like a special connection for me, like a family connection, because Janani is my cousin. So I've sort of been seeing this like initiative develop from its early stages, and I think it's such important work that you guys are doing. So I'm really excited to learn more, and hopefully for everyone to learn more about the great work you guys are doing.
Sanjeev, sorry to interrupt for just a second. I think Neha is having some tech difficulties to get in. So she's trying to rejoin. So I just wanted to put that out there before you guys continue. So if you see her trying to join again.
Not in the waiting room yet, but I will keep an eye on it to make sure to get her in when she is.
Okay, perfect. Yeah. I can start answering some things because I know we have a tight schedule. So I think she's getting in right now. So let's see.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, I see her. Yeah.
Thank you. Sorry about that.
No, you're so fine. So echoing what Sanjeev has said, we're so very grateful to have you guys join us today and remind us the importance of creating a safe, inclusive, and transparent workspace environment within the Indian classical arts community. And so before we begin the panel, I know we have all 9 of you. And so we would love if you could maybe say your name and offer your role within the CARESpaces team.
Yeah, definitely. I can actually get started and have Neha follow and sort of just go down the list. I'm Janani Ramesh. I am CARESpace's co-founder and creative head. And if Neha can, I hope her tech is working okay. But if not, we can have maybe Guhan introduce himself.
So my video isn't working, but I think the audio is.
Yes.
After I'm done with this, I'm gonna try logging in from my phone one more time, so you might see me in the waiting room if you can let me in. But my name is Neha Krishnamachari. I'm co-founder of CareSpaces along with Janani Ramesh, and I'm also the head of finance. And yeah, I'll popcorn it to Guhan.
Hi, I'm Guhan. I'm co-head of resources and research along with Priyanka.
As Gohan mentioned, I'm Priyanka Dhanakar. I'm the other co-head of resources and research. I'll popcorn it to Kritika.
Hi, everyone. My name is Kritika Rajkumar, and I'm the head of legal and compliance at CareSpaces. I'll popcorn it over to Sachin.
Yep. Hey, everyone. My name is Sachin Pense, and I'm one of the peer support leads and education leads along with Sutikshna.
I like this little train we have going. Hi, everyone. My name is Sutikshna Veeravalli. I am, along with Sachin, one of the education and peer support team leads. Aishwarya, want to go?
Yeah. Hi, my name is Aishwarya Chandrasekhar. I am the interactive designer and illustrator here at CareSpaces. Rati.
Hey everyone, I'm Rati Priya. I'm head of design and lead UX UI designer at CareSpaces. Nice to meet all of you.
Yeah, awesome. I think, was that everyone?
Yes, and I think Neha is again in the waiting room, so if we could get her in. Sorry about the tech stuff.
No, it wouldn't be a COVID virtual event without tech issues.
Right? I know. Yeah. Love the awkwardness of Zoom.
Yeah, well, so it is wonderful to meet all of you, and hopefully Neha gets in. So Sanjeev and I do have some questions prepared on our end that we worked with the CareSpaces team to develop, but we would also like to welcome our audience members to ask any questions or share comments that they have throughout the workshop through the chat function on Zoom. And we will hopefully have about 15 minutes at the end to open up the panel to discussion with audience members. So I think Neha's still in the waiting room, but Janani, do you think we should get started, or how do you feel?
Yeah, I mean, if we can, I don't know what the tech issue there is. If you can try to get her in earlier rather than later, that would be good. But I can probably answer a basic question before she gets in. Oh, there she is.
Yeah.
Okay. Hopefully her video works this time. Yay. Okay, perfect.
Sorry. Okay, I joined on my phone. Not sure what's happening, but I apologize for all of the tech issues. Thank you.
Oh, perfect. Just in time. So I might go ahead and put you on the spot. If you could actually go ahead and speak a little about the founding intent of CareSpaces.
Yeah, of course. So, I mean, I think Janani and I can kind of popcorn off of each other there. But so basically, I've known Janani for probably a few years now, and we actually connected pretty organically. We were friends who had met in the Carnatic like youth circle during like concerts and festivals and things like that. But we sort of like connected by happenstance about 2 years ago. And we started talking and reflecting about the community over the past few years and some of the major events that happened. And one of them being the onset of Carnatic Me Too, which was in the fall of 2018. And when we connected about a year ago, what we had realized is that there was a lot of fervor towards the movement, a lot of support, a lot of bravery on behalf of survivors of trauma that came out with their stories. But there weren't a lot of tangible steps that were really seen out of that. Although some of us in CareSpaces were pretty active with Carnatic Me Too, we went ahead and sort of facilitated signing petitions and asking for zero tolerance policies. We didn't really see a shift of attitude amongst the community as a whole. And there weren't really tangible resources. So that's, as we started talking, we decided to create CareSpaces to really provide that space, provide voices for everyday people to sort of be able to talk about these topics. And first and foremost, what was really important to us was to find a space for survivors of sexual assault that came forward to heal. So, we'll sort of get into that a little later. That was the inspiration behind our peer support service. And something that was really important from this conversation, though, was to understand that there are a lot of sorts of misconduct that happen in this space. There are a lot of great things that happen in this space, but there's a lot to sort of go forward and improve upon. And when we think about misconduct, it sort of encompasses this topic of workplace misconduct as a whole, that's sexual and non-sexual. And that's really what CareSpaces as a referral organization is here to address. We're trying to find out how as a community we can be better professionals, how we can address different sorts of misconduct. And that was sort of the inspiration behind our organization. And we're actually barely a year old. I think last March, when pandemic just started, Janani and I sort of started exchanging voice memos. We thought we'd start this organization as maybe just a blog or something like that. But here we are with 9 full-time members who are volunteering their time. And we have 11 providers of peer support. And we've conducted several events. So we're really happy to see our organization grow. And we're really happy to be here today with all of you.
Yeah, that is a feat nothing short of incredible. So thank you even for starting the organization itself. And so I kind of want to bump off that and ask, what sets CareSpaces apart from other organizations?
Yeah, so I think I can probably take that one. I think the biggest thing for us is that for the first time, we're actually acknowledging the Indian art space as a workspace. And that's why we're calling it workplace misconduct. And I think it's really important to understand that there's several aspects of misconduct that sort of come together. And CareSpaces has a very wholesome, multidisciplinary approach to these issues that we're seeing in this space. I think that's really important because it gives us the privilege of being a referral service organization, gives us this way to have this very wholesome, or trying to have this wholesome approach to solving these issues. And that's why it was so important for us to have all of our team members here to talk to you all, because every member of our team, and even the care leaders as well, bring like a very specific part of this, this solution to our community. And that's why we have the different pillars of CareSpaces, which are healing, accountability, learning, and building a community, and a safe space community, and all of the aspects that go into that. So every member that you see here on screen is part of reflecting that wholesome change. And I think that's what's been so iconic for me, and I think Neha and all of us here. That's the big thing that we all connected on, is that it's not just one aspect of the change that we're looking for in this community. It's very all-rounded, or we're trying to make it that way. And I think that's very necessary for some of the intersectional issues that we're seeing in our space. It's very hard to just have a one panel sort of approach or a one phase sort of approach. It's very important that we're addressing the system that all of these issues exist in. And I think it's really awesome that Michigan Sahana had us come here and speak in this conference, because often we talk a lot about the musicality and the elements of our art form, but we don't really talk about the systemic issues when we're talking about all those kinds of things. And so it means a lot, and it says a lot about what you all prioritize when you invited us to be here and be part of this conference. So yeah, I hope I answered that question in some way.
We're here to highlight you, and you gave us a nice shout out. Thank you. Yeah, so in line with your really powerful pillars, could you actually speak a little more specifically about recent service launches, campaigns, and some collaborations?
Yeah, so I can take that one. One more thing I sort of wanted to touch about our approach. So something that's really important to us at CARESpaces is our stakeholder approach. And this is sort of going off of what Janani was saying. I think oftentimes when we think about the Indian performing arts space, when we think about classical arts, and specifically a lot of us have either like a Carnatic or Bharatanatyam background, we think about the space being really artist-centric, but there are so many stakeholders to this space that are equally as important, right? Sure, you do, of course, have the performing artists, which many of us are, but those artists take on different sorts of roles depending on their day-to-day activities. Those same artists are teachers, they're students, sometimes they're parents, sometimes they're a supporting artist, part of a larger production instead of the main artist or quote unquote main artist, right? So we're really here to make sure that we're highlighting all of the perspectives of all of the stakeholders, because we can't really work on our pillars and accountability and coming together as a community if we don't hold each person responsible. And that's what's really important to us. And that's sort of the inspiration behind our current campaign, which is called I'm a Professional Too. We're co-collaborating with SNS, Shreya Nagarajan Singh Arts Development Consultancy. And we put together a 5-part event series, as well as a campaign to sort of raise awareness about pillars of professionalism in this space. So we've already had 2 events. The first was about redefining our workspaces. The second was a workshop, and that was about protecting creative IP. We have our 3rd event on April 25th. You can follow us on Instagram or Facebook to learn more about that event. And that's going to be about valuing your artwork, valuing your art and your work sort of separately. And then our other 2 events are about setting boundaries. And finally, we have a special last event kind of focused on our legal resources that we're about to launch. So that is that's one of our first largest campaigns that we've really been a part of. Prior to this, we collaborated with Pragya Trust based in India. And we had a panel discussion that was really focused on parents and the roles that parents play in setting their boundaries with their children, helping children set boundaries with others, and really addressing the topic of sexual misconduct in this space. But aside from that, I'd also spoken a little bit about our peer support service. I'm not going to give too much away there because Sachin and Sudikshna will have a lot to say in just a few minutes. Very exciting things happening there. So I'll sort of leave it at that. But, definitely stay tuned with us. Follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We're launching our website soon, and we have tons of resources. We have educational resources, some resources on guides on how to speak to different stakeholders in this space, different sort of things that we've gathered over the time that we've all been together to really help situate members of this space where we are. So that's a little bit about, some of our services, what we do, and what to look forward to.
Wonderful. Yeah. So that's actually a great segue because we're sort of going to go touch upon each of the sort of different areas of your organization, and the education and peer support side is actually what we're coming to next. So Meghna and I will sort of alternate in terms of the different areas of the organization, which ones we're addressing and things like that. So I'll start with the peer support and education sort of pillar of your organization. So just, I guess at a high level, for those watching who don't know, what is peer support? What are its benefits? And sort of, I guess, what is it?
Yeah, definitely. Thank you. I'll take this question. Thank you so much for asking. Yeah, so I think that we all have a good idea of the kinds of services that you can get from a therapist, right? You can get emotional support. They can help you untangle some of the things that are going on in your life. They can also help refer you to a psychiatrist or to other resources. But the thing is that a lot of times therapists, especially ones who come from different identities than we do, don't entirely understand like the dynamics of what we're experiencing, right? There's a lot of burden on them and on us for us to try to explain what we're going through in ways that they can understand, vice versa, for them to understand what we're going through in like spaces and worlds that they may not even be a part of. So one of the beneficial things about peer support and kind of what it is it's a similar idea, right? You have someone who's there with you, who's allied with you, who's there to help and is committed to helping you work through whatever problems you're going through, be a listening ear for like different kinds of distress that you're feeling. But I think what's special about it is that you have that person there complementarily to be able to like along with therapists, along with other supports in your life, to be a listening ear and understand kind of your background, the spaces that you're coming from, the identities you hold, because in a lot of cases, they probably have the same identities that you do. Yeah.
Great. Yeah, I think that gives us a good idea sort of at a high level. So I guess digging a little bit deeper, so who specifically is this targeted at? Who is this peer support service for? And then similar to Meghna's question earlier, what sets CARESpaces and its peer support leaders apart from perhaps other organizations that may be doing similar things?
So in order for who this peer support service is for, it can be, so just similar to what Janani and Neha were saying earlier about this is for people who want to heal was initially the idea, but it's also for people pre-event, pre-harassment event, right? Like we want to also mitigate these factors. And so part of that is for people who are concerned about someone who they think might be going through a traumatic experience within the Indian art space. And also for those who want to heal as well. So those are where we're mainly hoping that we can reach out to people and be the friend that they need to be with the context that they are looking to have. I know you also asked about the what sets CARESpaces and its peer support leaders apart. So we all 9 of us had found each other kind of mostly before CARESpaces came together. We all knew each other. And I think a huge part of the reason that we feel such a camaraderie with one another is the fact that we are connected in so many ways, right? We are of a similar, have been growing up in a similar place, have been pursuing similar art forms. We've had similar community lifestyles. And I think that's a huge factor in the fact that we're able to confide in one another. So we'd just like the peer support service is essentially an extension of that camaraderie that we feel with one another and being that friend that we would have wanted in the time that we were struggling, you know? So it's just kind of taking what we benefit from and passing that on, extending that. And so in that sense, a peer support leader is, so you might, like Sachin was saying, you can probably find a South Asian therapist. You can probably find a therapist in your age category. You can probably find a therapist who has pursued some kind of art form, right? But to find all of those in one person and to have that not in a professional capacity, but in this capacity that is perhaps less intimidating, right? Like you don't necessarily want someone to come solve your issues. Sometimes you just need an ear. And so this is meant to be that ear. And if needed, you can be directed to professional resources, but this is just that extension of that friendship. That is the main idea of this peer support, and hence why it kind of applies to anyone within this community.
Yeah, that's wonderful. I think, yeah, having those, shared experiences with the person who you're, working with on these issues is so important for them to be able to empathize with you on a deeper level. And so I guess that leads into my next question, which is how does someone seek out or access these sort of services, and what is the process like for something like that?
Yeah, I'm super glad you asked. We've worked really hard to try to make this process as transparent, as confidential, and as easy as possible. So like Sudikshna mentioned, the way that care sessions work, which is what we call our peer support sessions, is that you will be matched with 2 care leaders, 2 peer support leaders who have experience in the Indian traditional performing arts or arts in general, generally from a South Asian background or familiar with South Asian backgrounds. You'll be matched with 2 of them, and they are completely confidential. So they will not share anything you tell them during a care session to anyone else. They're non-judgmental, so they're trained to not judge you for anything you tell them. They want to make that space as safe as possible, and they're committed to helping you feel the best that you can possibly feel. They're also non-directive. So like Sutikshna was saying, they're a listening ear, but they won't tell you to do anything. They will never direct you to use any services. But if you ask them for referrals, they are happy to provide support services to you. Basically, they're a sounding board, and they're there to make, like I said, to make you feel like the best version of yourself. The way that you sign up is that there's a website that I'll post in the chat, careleaders.github.io, where you can sign up at a sign up link there. On that sign up link, you put down your name. You can also put down a pseudonym if you want, your email address, so we can contact you. And then any information you want us to know about why you're coming in. It could be because you want to help a friend or support a friend. It could be for yourself. It could be for something very specific. We want to know that information so we can better match you to a care leader that is confidential and not personally connected with you. That information is only seen by Sutikshna and I, and we use that information just to match you to a peer. No one else, or to a care leader, no one else sees that information. After that happens, we'll match you to a care leader. You'll get a chance to email with each other and read over our rules of conduct, assuming that you agree to them. Then we'll schedule you in for a session. And like I mentioned, those sessions are completely confidential. At the end of a session, if you'd like, you can sign up for another one and continue that kind of helping relationship between you and your care leaders.
Thank you, Sachin and Sutikshna. You both are so wonderful to talk to, so I can only imagine how wonderful sessions are with you. So we are going to pivot to the legal and compliance pillar of CARESpaces. So the first question that I want to ask is, why does CARESpaces have a legal department?
Hi, everyone. Thanks, Meghna and Sanjeev, for inviting us to this. This has been an awesome conversation. So why legal at CARESpaces? So I think if we take sort of a 10,000-foot view of our Indian art space and generally our, South Asian creative communities as a whole, there tends to be a lot of stigma surrounding using mental health resources or talking about the systemic issues that are prevalent in our space at the outset. And then when you add the complexity of then trying to formalize a space and professionalize a space and talk about mental health and destigmatizing that in the performing arts space and the creative spaces, which people often associate with something that's fun, something that's a hobby, something that they enjoy doing, you have this added layer of complexity because people often don't associate getting help and talking about very difficult issues with something that they're having fun with. And in order for us to have legitimacy as an organization in the community, a huge part of that is this concept of accountability. Accountability internally within our organization, among the 9 of us and among the care leaders, but also how we project ourselves externally and creating that accountability in external spaces. And quite frankly, you can't have an organization that seeks to address a lot of these systemic issues without having accountability. And that's why we have a legal department at CareSpaces, is we seek to sort of bring that accountability among each other so that we can project a sense of legitimacy and trustworthiness into the community so they feel like our organization is a place where people can come and learn and talk. So that's our primary motivation for having a legal department, because as Janani and Neha touched on, we sort of take the energy from the Me Too movement to address a lot of systemic issues. And one way to address those systemic issues is through healing, through something like a peer support service. But you also need a legal avenue to address those systemic issues, whether that's for sexual misconduct, but also non-sexual misconduct, because there's a lot of economic inequities that are in the space. There are a lot of power dynamics that are in the space. And those types of things also require legal help often. So we're hoping to be sort of a one-stop shop to also help address those types of issues as well in the space.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And so I was wondering, do you represent survivors of misconduct in the Indian arts space?
No, we don't. So CareSpaces is predominantly a referral service organization. So as Sachin was mentioning, our peer support providers are non-directive, meaning that they're not going to be providing professional advice. So we have a disclaimer on all of our peer support services that basically says that, you know, anytime you come and sign up for a care session, you're talking to a friend. These people aren't going to give you a professional opinion or professional advice, but they're going to be an ear that you can vent to and talk to. So that's number one. But also, because we're a referral service organization, if you as a user of our services or someone that comes to us independently says, hey, I really want to take professional action on something that happened to me, we can refer you to an organization that might be able to provide those professional services to you, whether that's on the mental health side or on the legal side as well. So we're in the process of developing a really good database of lawyers and other professionals who could get you the legal help that you need.
Yeah, that's incredible. So I imagine with all the good work that you're doing that there are organizations that would want to work with you. So if there are organizations that do want to formalize their procedures, can they reach out to you? Can they work with you?
Absolutely. So we have a lot of great resources coming out with the launch of our website and a lot of other services. So we have a lot of materials already in the works that we can help organizations in this space. And specifically, since we're talking to a lot of college organizations, if any of those college organizations want to work with us, maybe develop a zero tolerance policy for sexual harassment, or want to talk through developing some resources when students join their organizations, please email us at info.carespaces@gmail.com and we can work with them. We can talk to them about anything that they're thinking about. And we'd love to hear from anybody with what they want to see happen in the space.
Yeah, so I know all of you are touching on the fact that we all do come, or you all do come from the Indian arts space. And so it's a community, right? And so what are some of the ways that CARESpaces sees the legal department aiding in formalizing the Indian arts space in that community?
One of the best ways that I think any artist or any stakeholder in the Indian art space can have a voice is through having negotiating power, right? Whenever you're interacting with somebody in the Indian art space, you want to make sure that you know all of your rights, they know all of their rights, and that you're respecting each other. So one of the best ways that we think as an organization we can help on the legal side and creating that accountability is making sure that every stakeholder in the Indian art space knows what they're getting into when they're interacting with different stakeholders and has that negotiating power. And Neha touched on this when she was speaking about the I'm a Professional Too campaign, but that whole series is actually sort of teetering on this concept of negotiation power, whether that's knowing how to define your workspace, which was our first session. That's something that you need to know if you're going to speak to anybody in this space, whether that's defining what your creative IP is and how to protect that creative IP. That negotiation power is very important there too, because you need to know what is your creative IP and how you're going to go about protecting that if someone wants to infringe on your rights, or if you want to just talk to somebody about how you can protect it. Our third session is going to be talking about how you can value yourself financially and how you can value your time specifically, and how the economics of this space requires you to sort of place that money value or that time value on yourself so that someone isn't being taken advantage of in a power dynamic situation. You also need to know, and this is going to be our fourth session in the upcoming months, how to sort of set your boundaries in the space and why having a zero tolerance policy for sexual harassment in any space is important. That also involves a lot of negotiation power, because if you don't know how to define your space and you don't know what you bring as an artist and you don't know what it is to have your art, then you're not going to be able to have that negotiation power either. And you'll have more of a chance of being taken advantage of. And finally, overall, you just really need to know your rights in this space, which is what our fifth session is going to be about. What types of things may you want to put into a contract in this space, which is a concept that's so foreign to our space in and of itself. So that's kind of how we see this space, sort of how the legal aspect of the space brings all of those concepts together.
It's fantastic. Yeah, so many, I think, small overlooked things in our space that, you guys are touching on that, bringing into the limelight is so important. And so we, Krithika, you mentioned about like the distinction between the directive-based approach versus the referral-based approach, and how CARESpace's mission is fundamentally not to direct people to do things, but rather to refer. And so I sort of want to move into that next area of the resources and research pillar of CARESpaces. So my first question is, so CARESpaces is a referral-based service. So what exactly does that mean? What does CARESpaces provide for referrals and resources?
Yeah, so I know we've talked about our peer support offering, as well as some of the legal resources we'll have coming out very soon. But some of the additional resources that we've been working on putting together actually fall into a couple different buckets. So one is the general community resources, another is mental health resources, and then finally legal resources. So some examples of some of those could be, if we're looking at community resources, for example, that could be maybe a nonprofit that's doing work in the intimate partner violence space. It could be a local rape crisis center, or it could also be a collective of people getting together around like a shared interest or a shared identity that they might hold. So for example, there are quite a few collectives around like bringing together like queer South Asians or like survivor networks, for example. So really like using this master resources list to highlight a lot of the good work that a lot of local nonprofits and organizations are doing, as in addition to our peer support offering and potentially other professional help that people might be getting. So that's one aspect of our resources. Another is mental health specific. So Sachin and Sutikshna spoke a lot about peer support and how that is kind of a less I guess a more low stakes way of like getting support from people that might look more like you or might be closer to you in age. But some people do feel the need to seek out professional help sometimes. So our mental health resources also offer specific therapists to look for, therapists that might offer discounts on prices, because at times therapy can be not as affordable for people. In addition to therapists though, but also looking at certain online like educational materials that might help a lot with learning more about your own mental state, and maybe learning more about what resources that you could seek out within your own social networks.
Great. So yeah, it seems like you already have a lot of sort of the groundwork laid for that. So I guess the question is, in terms of looking forward, what are some of your upcoming priorities for resources and research specifically?
Absolutely. So Priyanka and I have been looking into grants that can support us with all the different initiatives that we are looking into. We've mentioned the different sorts of presences that we have throughout the spaces. We have our EDU team, who has a peer support service that they've launched. We would love to provide financial support to those people, either volunteering their time, but also for those underlying services as well, by being the care leaders that we have. Within the legal space, we have multiple opportunities for which that money could be used towards either promoting those agreements and whatever that might be. There are also all these events that we're putting together, as Janani had mentioned, that we have these different collaborations with Pragnya and Shreya Nagarajan Singh Arts Consultancy for this I'm Professional Too campaign. These could be better supported, and perhaps we could start paying our panelists if that would be something that we could look into. And then finally, we have a marketing and a social media presence that would be better suited or better supported with that kind of money. So we're looking into some grants that we could potentially use to support us in these endeavors.
Great. So just digging a little deeper on that, what are examples of some external grants that like arts-based organizations such as yourself can apply for?
Absolutely. So we are looking specifically into the National Endowment for the Arts, which has hundreds of grants that are applicable to different arts-based organizations. So it's just about finding the right grant within that space that would allow for the best fit between organizational belief and mission and vision with what grant that we're looking for. So for example, within the National Endowments for the Arts, they have stuff for artist communities, which is what we've been looking into so far, but it might not be the right fit. We don't know yet. But then there's also other things that are going to be supporting artist equity initiatives, artist specifically for financial initiatives. There's all sorts of stuff in there. And then also we're looking into the Serdna Foundation, which has many generic arts grants. Finally, we're also looking into state-specific arts grants. For example, the Pew Center for the Arts has some. The New Jersey State actually has some government grants that are applicable to our organization, things like that.
Great. And yeah, I think that writing grants process can be kind of mysterious and seems like, a very daunting task. So like, how do you sort of approach that ideologically? Like, how do you go about researching grants to apply for, actually writing grants, with the aim of actually, getting what you're looking for from those?
Great question. So the National Endowment for the Arts, for example, as I mentioned, has hundreds of grants that you could apply to, right? So it's hard to know which rabbit hole to dig into first. So a lot of it is just starting somewhere, putting together a kind of description of what you have and what you have done, what you're intending to do, and then sending that to somebody. Talking to someone will definitely be the most helpful thing, whether it's academic or not. By the way, this grant application procedure applies to any kind of grant application procedure. If you are looking for a grant that could potentially help you or your organization, talking to someone who knows those grants or knows that space of grants is always going to be the most productive way to go forward. So put something together that represents you, talk to that person, and then that person will either tell you, yeah, this is the right fit, point you to somebody else in the organization that will have a better fit, or point you to an external source that's not their own organization, but be like, hey, this is not what we support. But these people who are kind of either competitors because they're required to know that space, or people that they're collaborating with would be a better person that would be a better fit, and then that will allow you to kind of get to where you need to go.
Yeah, awesome. Thank you, Gohan and Priyanka. I know Janani also put a plug in the chat that you are looking for volunteers, and I think resources and research could always use some wonderful volunteers. So panelists, thank you for that. So we are going to move to the design pillar, and I don't know if attendees have seen any of the beautiful work that CARESpaces puts out, but it is extremely aesthetically pleasing, to say the least. And so my first question that I want to ask is to describe kind of the intention behind the careful design choices that CARESpaces has made.
Sure. So firstly, thank you and kudos to you, Meghna and Sanjeev and entire Michigan Sahana for hosting us. This is a much needed conference, and thanks for including CARESpaces in the conversation. Completely. We intend to design with purpose. Listen, I can sit here and dork out over color palettes and strokes of letter forms all day long. Ask any of the 9 of us, they will tell you. But it has no meaning if you just slap a few swatches together and slap some fonts together. So what we do is way beyond color and font. And we also have the privilege of having a cross-discipline kind of background on our design team. You'll hear from Aishwarya Chandrasekhar soon. She happens to represent us from an interactive design and illustration standpoint. I represent us from a UX UI standpoint, and I consider that to be my expertise. So UX meaning user experience, and we really take it upon ourselves to kind of create those calls to action. So what is it that's influencing that first interaction, the first click, and really allowing users of our service to get to do the thing they need to do efficiently. That's our goal. And that, along with a strong message making system that we sincerely believe in, that's really where our purpose comes. So I think it's the way we want to be perceived by our community is approachable. Yes, you can take for granted that it's going to look great, but it's going to have meaning behind that too. So we pay fanatical attention to detail to our work. So I introduced 2 out of the 3 people from our design team. We also have one of our co-founders, Janani Ramesh. She's our creative head as well. So she takes care of strategizing content, strategizing creative direction alongside with us. So we work pretty well together, and we have a good representation of expertise that we bring to design. I hope that answers your question, but our design system also does speak for itself. We got to create it from scratch. You please keep your eyes peeled to our socials. We also have a website under construction, underway, coming out later this year. So it's going to follow up along with the last session of our I'm a Professional Too campaign. So you can look out for that as well.
Yeah, that's incredible. I'm a firm believer that design is one of the greatest communicators. So I would love to see what are the platforms in which CARESpaces interacts with the community?
Yeah, I can take that. So at CARESpaces, we primarily communicate with our community through social media. As Rathipriya said, our website is still under construction, and we're going to be launching that later this year. But until we have that out, we have to interact with our community somehow because we do pride ourselves as a community-based organization. And we're active on Facebook, Instagram, Medium, YouTube, and our email. Each one of these platforms has a different function and a slightly different audience. So although our messaging many times is similar, the way we design that messaging, the way we try to modify it so that it can be perceived by the right audience in the right way, we just change it up. So Medium is mostly for takeaways from our events. YouTube is for people to ask questions during live stream events. And Facebook and Instagram, we share the perspective of our community as well, and not just our voice. So yeah, that's primarily how we communicate with our community.
Yeah, that's awesome. I know Ratipriya said we could definitely geek out if we wanted to. So I did want to ask, what are the components of your design system that you got to build from scratch?
Absolutely, thank you for that. So we got to build a color palette. We got to build a kind of like a font guideline. So we kind of have a design guideline. You're going to see a lot more of our styles and our style guide come to the surface from our website. So again, stay peeled to our socials for when that's happening. And we also have a little bit of a strategy around our social media. So we utilize those things to create meaning in our different components. So design really houses, that design system also houses the voice for all the components you just heard from each of us speak to. So it really helps the content shine, it really helps the components of CARESpaces shine forward, if that makes sense. But yeah, typical style guide elements, but atypical for what's inside.
Yeah, so we'd love to hear who are the artists or who is responsible for your design work.
So that's all of us from design team. So Aishwarya is our lead interactive designer and illustrator. Janani is our creative head, and I'm our lead UX UI.
Awesome. And so I think one question I had is, now that we are in a virtual time, how has your communication style changed? What have you done to modify your efforts towards, I guess, speaking with the community?
Yeah, we actually founded CareSpaces in the middle of COVID. So we were always virtual. And we decided to launch as through social media before we had a website. So social media plays a huge role in reaching out to our community, really understanding who's interested, understanding our stakeholders. So what I mean by stakeholders and what we mean by stakeholders actually is the different people within that community, not just the artist, but everyone surrounding that artist, whether it be organizers, whether it be teachers, parents, makeup artists, everyone who's involved in Indian arts, they're all stakeholders of this community, and they all hold a responsibility in making this community safer. So as CareSpaces, we're really reaching out to every one of them. And social media, through social media, what we do is, for example, we've launched something called an I'm a Professional campaign, where we invite different artists and different stakeholders to share their perspectives on how they, what practices they try to maintain and uphold to be considered a professional, to make sure they're really creating and contributing to that safe space. That's one of the ways we've reached out in that virtual space. Also through our live stream events. Like Neha had mentioned, we have an event called I'm a Professional going on, where we're inviting different members of this community to share different facets of what professionalism is. These events are live streamed on YouTube, and we have the questions that audiences ask in the YouTube live stream question panel. And yeah, we try to make it as interactive as possible, even though it's virtual. And when things are lifted and COVID is no longer the biggest issue in the world, we have to think about how we can really interact with them face to face. That might be something we have to think about. Yeah.
Actually, if I can take a minute to just answer this a little bit more, I think it's kind of iconic that we've started with social media, because social media was had such a big impact during the Me Too movement in bringing people together and identifying people who are interested to support survivors or to rally. And that's kind of our acronym as well, right? Conscientious artists rallying for ethical spaces. So surprise, CARE actually stands for something, which a lot of people don't know, but now you know. So yeah, I mean, it helps us sort of cater to a very large audience, and help anyone in the world really be part of this movement if they want to. And they don't have to be qualified in any particular way or anything like that. We find that everyone interacts on social media in some capacity. And it also helps us kind of understand that, we're not just in the US pocket or the India pocket or the UK pocket of our Indian arts community. We can really view this community as a global space and try to address that global community as much as possible. So there are lots of benefits to being in the virtual world. As annoyed as we are with Zoom and all of these things, it's been instrumental in bringing all of us together. So it's worth mentioning that.
I think also because we're not catering to any specific demographic necessarily, or like any demographic that's location specific. I think even as we grow as an organization and are able to do in-person events, we'll always have a pretty strong virtual presence because our community is pretty global. Like when we think about the Indian arts community in general, it's not like you only have people from the US interacting with people from the US, right? Like we interact with people from India, we learn from people from India, we go and see their concerts, they come and see ours. So I don't think it's really odd that we sort of built ourselves up virtually, and we're going to sort of continue to do so. Of course, hopefully someday we'll be able to host a live event, and I'm sure hopefully someday you all hope that Sagara will be an in-person event as well.
Yeah, that's fantastic. I mean, like talking about how you guys started this during COVID and it's still going on, that really resonates with me personally, because this whole conference, this whole thing kind of grew out of COVID, because, normally like this is the first year we're doing this. And if COVID wasn't a thing, it's likely that this might not have started this year, right? So I know, like, for me, it's great to just see that you guys are making the most of this kind of situation. It being very unfortunate, obviously, but making the most of it is really commendable and fantastic. So I think we've sort of covered I think, correct me if I'm wrong, that sort of the main aspects that we sought to cover today. So I want to leave a little bit of time at the end of this for a bit of an interactive element. And so this means like opening it up to questions, both in the YouTube chat as well as in the Zoom chat. And we've already had a few questions kind of coming in as you guys are talking. So I'll just start facilitating those, and anyone feel free to just jump in. This is probably the least structured part of this. So I'll just get started. Is there anything you guys wanted to cover before we got into that, or can I jump into the questions?
I did want to say super quick before we begin the questions, thank you guys so much. In case we end quickly, you guys are all such dynamic leaders that we just appreciate having in the Indian arts space. So yeah.
Yeah. Absolutely. Second that. So yeah, I guess jumping in here, you may have addressed this previously, but just for this attendee who maybe needs clarification on this, the question is, what other organizations do you plan on collaborating with, if any?
Yeah, I can jump in and say that. I mean, we don't necessarily have like a roadmap or a list at the moment. We're a young and growing organization, but when we think about organizations in general that we want to partner with, we definitely want them to sort of like support the cause and be allies and resonate with our purpose. There are a lot of arts organizations, specifically in the US. I'll sort of stick to that at the moment, since this conference is like sort of bringing together different colleges from the US, right? So while there are a lot of arts organizations, it's very important that those arts organizations that we team up with are going to uphold sort of the same values that we have, such as professionalism. For example, if we wanted to get into a contract with them to sort of really stipulate all of the the nature of our collaboration, we would really recommend doing that. We want to make sure that they're allies, that they have maybe a zero tolerance policy towards sexual harassment that's part of their institution or their organization. So it's sort of, when we look for organizations to partner with, it's more than just like sort of getting our name out there and spreading the word in that way. Like, we want to make sure that we're being like ethical about who we partner with. We want to make sure that we're all aligned in the same end goal. And we want to make sure that everyone is there to support the community. And I'm not sure if anyone else in the organization has anything to add to that.
For sure. I think one big point that stands out in my mind is that CARESpaces benefits only because the community benefits. It does take a village, and I think when we think of collaborations, we often think of things that get one's name out, things that are with other big name organizations. This is really supposed to be a grassroots effort. And so when we say collaborations, we mean every one of the music and dance teachers in each city. We mean every student, we mean every parent, every organizer, every community member or supporting artist, supporting role. And that's really part of our collaborations as well, right? It's not just those big names, but it's that reach out, because it does take each one of those individuals being conscientious to help all of us be aligned.
Thank you, Sutikshna, for saying that. Actually, that makes me want to take that a step further and say the intent is really important to us. It's not about how big your organization is. The intent and the intention to improve and make your organization better, even if you already have a zero tolerance policy, being open to that change, and that part of that accountability is checking yourself and having that checks and balances system and having people that are always in your corner to edit your process. So even if, like, college organizations, you know, there are a lot of conferences, or there are a lot of like big dance competitions and things like that that you guys go and perform in potentially. It's really important that you keep your members safe, and that you all are conscientious about doing so. And it's okay if you don't have the practices set in place already. It's not something that we always do in our Indian art space, which is what we're trying to change. So definitely reach out to us if you want to make some of those changes, even in a very small way in your college organizations. It is very important because you're traveling together and you might not be in a safe space all the time. It's really important that you're there for each other. So we can help with anything like that as well.
Yeah, so I actually did have a question for you all. I know I asked a bunch of questions before, but this one's more of a personal one. I did want to see what kind of resistance you have faced in, I guess, growing your organization, because I can imagine we are an Indian arts community and we are supportive of one another, but we are not homogenous in our beliefs of how important things that your organization is vying for are. And so I would love to hear, how do you respond to people who are raising questions about what you are doing and may not have the same interests?
So I'll sort of jump in and start, and I'm sure everyone sort of has something to say here. But surprisingly enough, I think we've received more support than resistance, and that has been really surprising to us. I'm not going to lie about that. I think the topics that we're touching are sensitive and sometimes taboo, and I think there are a lot of cultural taboos that sort of surround it as well. So we weren't necessarily expecting so much support. We've had so many individuals reach out to us and be like, I'm so happy that someone is talking about this. And I think even for us, the 9 of us, some of us loosely knew each other, but even coming together, we never knew that all 9 of us actually aligned on these goals. And then we never knew that there was like a larger community ranging like a pretty expansive age range, actually, that also rallied behind and with us. But sort of talking about resistance, I think a lot of us who were involved specifically in the Me Too movement when it first happened, the Carnatic Me Too movement specifically, we have faced some individual resistance. We've definitely been in situations where it's been a little scary, and we've felt compromised in different sorts of ways. But sort of coming together as an organization gives us this protection and comfort and community of having each other. You no longer feel like you're alone when you do face any sort of resistance, which is definitely like minimized since we formed CARESpaces. That's sort of my experience, though. If anyone else wants to jump in and share, please go ahead.
I just wanted to add that I think one of the biggest resistances that we have faced is the fact that we're all so young and that we're a US-based organization. But I think we overcome that by how much research and how much thought and intention we put behind every single thing that we put out. A prime example of this, and Sachin and Sutikshna touched on this, is how much cultural competency we have built in training our care leaders, and the fact that we have also taken that very same training through Pragnya. Every single one of us has undergone training to gain that relevant cultural competency to make sure that even though we're all born and brought up in the United States, that we're not forgetting about the fact that this is, a global art form. This is a global space. So I would say that initially when we were starting up, there were definitely some questions as to how we would sort of establish our legitimacy in the space. But I think now that we've put on a couple of events, now that we've told people what we're doing and we're able to put out resources and we're able to articulate ourselves on how we sort of arrive at the resources we put out, I think more and more people are realizing that even if we're US based and we're all very, very young people in this space, that we have a lot to say and that we're very legitimate. So I think we're overcoming that. Every event we put on, every social media post, every single thing we put out there is sort of legitimizing our presence in the space. So we're really thankful for that.
And also a lot of times the resistance comes from like a knowledge gap in my view. And that knowledge gap could be like the actual subject matter of like, what is harassment? What is workplace misconduct? Some of those kinds of things, intersectional issues, or the knowledge gap is, I don't know what CARESpaces is. So it really means a lot that you guys gave us this platform to really express what we are, because a lot of times we aren't your everyday sexual harassment advocacy group. We're not. We address a lot of different things, which I think we've touched on a little bit today. So if there ever is a doubt on what we are, the best thing to do would just to get in touch with us, and we would be willing to even get on a call with anyone who wants to learn more about us to really like help them understand where we're coming from. So yeah.
Yeah, that's fantastic. That leads into, I guess, my final point before we wrap up here is just like, you've sent a lot of stuff in the chat in terms of like some of the resources and stuff, and we will be compiling those and sharing those with our attendees. But if there's anything else that you guys would like to share with us so that we can disseminate it to like our viewers and sort of our circles, please pass that along to us, and we'll definitely share it. If there's any like slide decks or videos, I know a lot of your stuff is available on YouTube and things, or actually I'm not sure, is it available on YouTube, some of the
Yes, actually a lot of the stuff, we've made everything free and open access, and we've done that on purpose just so that everyone can get all of this information even if they aren't watching things live when they're happening. A great place to sort of visit is definitely our social media handles and our link tree. So we'll pass that along to Michigan Sahana, and if you guys don't mind adding it to your link tree, then people can probably access that pretty quickly. So yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah, wonderful. Yeah, that's sort of what I wanted to end on, was just making sure that people had something to carry forward with them after this discussion, if they want to learn more. So are there, Meghna, did you have anything else or to ask, any questions, or I don't see anything in the YouTube chat or the Zoom chat as of now. So is there anything else you wanted to touch on? Or
I just want to thank you guys again for helping not only me and Sanjeev feel connected to our Indian classical arts community, but for all of the colleges and universities as a part of everything today. And I hope our conversation does not end here and that our paths cross in the future for helpful and good reasons. So, and hoping you're all staying safe and well and taking care of each other and yourselves. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you so much, guys.
For having us. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. All right. Thanks so much, guys. Yeah.
Thank you.
Alrighty, so we are going to transition now into our performances this afternoon. I'm going to go ahead and share those, so make sure to stay tuned for that. I think you guys are really going to enjoy what we have in store for you today.
Our first performance of the day will be a classical music performance by Aarohi from the Georgia Institute of Technology.
Shri Ganapatini Sevim Paraya Shri नटन प्रकाशम्
Our final performances for today will be both a classical dance performance and a classical music performance by Michigan Sahana from the University of Michigan.
वासुदेव हर शंकर परम शिव 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 शंभो महादेव शंकर 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 शिव शिव द्रिं द्रिं तत द्रिं तत द्रिं शंकर शंकर हर शंकर भिन्नं भिन्नं भिन्नित भिन्नं सोहं सोहं देहं धम धम सोहं सोहं देहं धम धम सोहं तत्त्वं तं गिण्ण सत् सत् गिडतयि धनं धनं झणं झणं किणं किणं स्वांग तक तक स्वांग तक तक दिवि तक स्वांग तक तक दिवि तक झेड झेड त्रांग तं त्रांग धी त्रांग स्वांग तक तक स्वांग तक तक दिवि तक स्वांग तक तक दिवि तक झेड झेड त्रांग ता स्वांग धी स्वांग भिन्नं 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 भिन्नकेट तर्रं गुतकुतं गुतरिं गिण भिन्नं 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 भिन्नकेट तं तर्रं तगुरं ततिं गिण तं भिन्नं भिन्नं भिन्नित भिन्नं सोहं सोहं देहं धम धम सोहं सोहं देहं धम धम सोहं तत्त्वं तं गिण्ण सत् सत् गिडतयि धनं धनं झणं झणं किणं किणं स्वांग तक तक स्वांग तक तक दिवि तक स्वांग तक तक दिवि तक झेड झेड त्रांग तं त्रांग धी त्रांग स्वांग तक तक स्वांग तक तक दिवि तक स्वांग तक तक दिवि तक झेड झेड त्रांग ता स्वांग धी स्वांग भिन्नं 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 भिन्नकेट तर्रं गुतकुतं गुतरिं गिण भिन्नं 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 भिन्नकेट तं तर्रं तगुरं ततिं गिण भिन्नं 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 भिन्नकेट तं तर्रं तगुरं ततिं गिण
Thank you so much to all of our performers today. That was absolutely incredible. Another great set for Kala Sagara. So we are going into about a 15-minute break here. So, get some food, take a minute away from your computer, and join us back here at 4 o'clock for our next lecture demonstration.
Hello, everyone. Thank you all for those amazing performances. We'll jump right into the next presentations now. So our next presenters are Kamudi Sanampudi, Devanshi Parikh, and Mahita Nutalapati of UTD Jwala from the University of Texas at Dallas. And they will be discussing comparing and contrasting how the Navarasas are expressed in the depictions of Hindu deities in Bharatanatyam and Kuchipudi. For those of us watching, please remember to be respectful and make sure your comments and questions are productive and kind to the peers. If you are in Zoom, use the question and answer function. And if you would like to elaborate, use the raise hand function. And if you're watching the YouTube live stream, please drop your comments and questions in the chat and we will make sure they all get answered. So I'm now going to hand it off to our presenters.
Hello everyone, my name is Mahita. Hi, I'm Kamudi. Hi, I'm Devanshi. Thank you guys for watching. First of all, we want to thank Michigan Sahana for giving us this opportunity to present for you guys. Today, we will be going over how the Chaturvidha Abhinayas, Navarasas, and Hastapras are used to portray figures from Hindu mythology in Bharatanatyam versus Kuchipudi. So first of all, we just want to share a little bit about our organization, Jwala. So we were founded by Manogna Nuti, Anjani Mula, and Sindhu Senthil Kumar in 2019 with a foundation of sisterhood, classical dance, and creativity. So since then, we have expanded the dance forms from primarily Bharatanatyam to include Kuchipudi and Kathak, and we hope to become more inclusive in the years to come. So since our team was founded, we have competed and placed second in 2 years of attending Navarasa dance competition in North Carolina. And we cannot wait to get back to competing after the pandemic. For now, me, Kamudi, me and Devanshi are leading the team with the same values and choreographing fusion pieces during the pandemic as a refreshing change from our traditional competition style. So a little bit about us individually. I'm Kamudi, I'm the captain of Jwala. I've been learning Kuchipudi for about 14 years, and I've been learning from Guru Srimati Hemamani Chalani from Irving, Texas. I'm Mahita again. I am the finance chair of Jwala. I have learned Bharatanatyam for 4 years from Srimati Indrani Parthasarathi, Kathak for 5 years with Srimati Rachna Vyas, and Kuchipudi for 2 years with Srimati Padma Sonti.
Hi, I'm Devanshi. I'm the social media chair for Jwala, and I've learned Bharatanatyam in India, Ahmedabad from Guru Srimati Mittalvaru, and I've been dancing for the last 8 years. Classical dancer learns this Dhyana Shlokam, which is describing Lord Shiva or Nataraja, the Lord of Dance. It also describes the Chatur Abhinayas in each line, which will be the first aspect of the Natya Shastra we will talk about.
Angikam bhuvanam yasya vachikam sarva vanmayam aharyam chandrataradi tam vande satvikam shivam
So what you just saw was the difference between Kuchipudi and Bharatanatyam dance style, and we will be talking about it in depth today. The first phrase of the shloka, Angikam Bhuvanam Yashya, means whose body is the whole universe. Vachikam Sarva Vangmayam is whose speech is everyone's language. Aharyam Chandra Taradi, meaning whose establishment are keen to moon and stars. Tam Vande Satvikam Shivam, we bow down to you, Shiva. This shlokam was sung by Renu Karthikeyan of UTD Ragini. It is UTD's premier Indian classical music fusion team.
So a lot of our information in this PowerPoint is brought from either the Natya Shastra or the Abhinaya Darpana. The Natya Shastra was the first written work on Indian fine arts. It's also known as the fifth Veda. And this fifth Veda was created by combining one aspect of each of the four Vedas. That would be it was created by Brahma as a request of Lord Indra, and it describes dance and dance dramas, music that accompanies performing arts, instruments, and much more. It was created by taking Padya, speech, from the Rig Veda, Gana, music, from the Samaveda, Abhinaya, expression, from the Yajurveda, and Rasa, emotion, from the Atharvana Veda. We will also be using the Abhinaya Darpana, which was a written work describing the expressions of dance through body movements, dance techniques, and gestures. It was written by the scholar Nandikeshwara, and it particularly emphasizes Angika Abhinaya, which is expression through the body movements. It focuses on the body movements of the angas, the major body parts, pratyangas, the supporting body parts, and the upangas, the minor body parts.
Bharatanatyam was founded by Tanjavur College in Tamil Nadu, and it was initially performed by Devasis and created as a solo dance form. And Nataraja or Lord Shiva is especially given great significance in this dance form.
Kuchipudi, on the other hand, was originated in Kuchipudi, in the Krishna district of Andhra Pradesh. Kuchipudi was later Kuchelapuram was later renamed Kuchipudi after the Kuchipudi dance became more well known around India. The founders of Kuchipudi are Sri Narayana Tirtha and Siddhendra Yogi. It was originally created in a dance drama format, and then it was later revised into a solo style. And it was also originally only performed by Brahmin men, but with the efforts of Sri Vedantam Narayana Shastri, females were also able to perform the dance, and Lord Krishna is specifically given significance in this dance form.
So what is Abhinaya? It is the action of transferring the meaning and significance of dance to the audience in four ways. So there's Angika Abhinaya, Varchika Abhinaya, Aharya Abhinaya, and Satvika Abhinaya. So these, the Angika Abhinaya is the first Abhinaya that we're going to talk about, and it is the expression through movements of the limbs and the entire body. So there are three types of Angika Abhinaya. There's Mukhabhinaya, which is head movements with the eyes following. A Sharira Abhinaya, which is the body movement expressed through the body besides the head. So these are the Hasta Pranas. And then there's the Cheshtakrit Abhinaya, which is conveyed through the physical movements or Karanas.
So what you just saw in this video is an action called Artami, which is moving the neck side to side in many different ways. What Mahita showed in this video was another example of the Griva Vedhas, neck movements used in a dance. Tiraschina is moving the neck side to side diagonally in a snake-like movement like she did in the beginning. And moving the neck from one side to the other side in a moon-like shape is called Parivartita. This Atami movement is an example of Mukha Abhinaya. And Atami is usually done in the beginning of a Jataswaram. In this video, this is a small portion of Maita performing a Jataswaram.
Vachik Abhinaya is conveyed through the speech alongside the dance, includes basic structure of the dance, and it has 11 parts. Vyakaranam, Chandas, Alankaras, Lakshanas, Gunas, Doshas, Sambuddhi Vidhana, Namavidhana, Kapuswara Vyajana, and Virmamam. Vyachik Abhinaya is used in Kuchipudi as they sing, the dancers sing during performance. And Bharatanatyam uses Vachik Abhinaya, especially in the song where we perform the literal meaning of every single word.
So Aharya Abhinaya is conveyed through Pushtam, Alankaram, and Angarachna. So Pushtam is the preparation of the stage and objects on the stage. So the stage decorations, as we see in this picture. And there are three types of Pushtam: Sandhimam, Vijayimam, and Veshtimam. So Sandhimam is several objects being combined to create a form. Vijayamam is using the wires and equipment to move materials around the stage. So this is more done during a dance drama or a production. And then there's Veshtimam, which is to cover the stage materials with a cloth, which is primarily done for the musician's dais. The three types of Alankaram are Abharanam, Malayam, and Vastram. So Abharanam is the ornaments, Malayam is the garlands, and Vastram is the costumes. And then there are also two types of Angarachna, Swabhava and Samyogaha. So these are the primary colors and mixed colors respectively. And then the last thing is Sanjivam, entering the stage with makeup of a specific character. So this is also again done in production situations, and the individual dancers are dressed as animals, trees, different objects. And I guess the primary example would be whenever Shiva comes in the blue makeup and the kiritam. So that's what Sanjivam is.
You want to previous one? Go down.
Yes. So this is an example of Pushtam, and it's the stage. So the right side is Kuchipudi and the left side is Bharatanatyam. This can be a stylistic choice. Some people prefer a more simple stage and some people prefer a more extravagant stage. So my stage was just decorated simply with garlands around the musician's dais, and then the Nataraja in front of the podium. Whereas Comedies was had a projected Omkara image in the back to represent Shiva, and then the two pillars on the sides to center the Omkara.
So Satvika Abhinaya is the last type of Abhinaya we will be talking about. It's the assertion of the dancer's emotions or feelings in a dance. There's three stages in Satvika Abhinaya. Sthai bhavas, which are stationary and stable emotions. These are emotions that are preset. Sanchari bhavas, self-expression of an emotion. The individual who is expressing themselves it's their choice to express whatever emotion they need to express in their own individualized way. And Sattvika bhavas are emotions shown in response to something. There's 8 types of Sattvika bhavas: Stambha, which is stupefaction or paralysis. This can be showed through the unmoving body. Svedha, which is sweating or perspiration, could be shown as through wiping sweat off the face. Romancha, which is thrill. This could be shown through plucking movements along the arms to show goosebumps. Swarabhedha, which is breaking or crack in voice. This can be shown through stuttering. Vipatu, which is shaking or trembling. This can be expressed through shaking or trembling of the body. Vaivarnya, this is pallor. This can be shown by the changing color of the skin. Ashru, which is tears. This can be expressed through wiping cheeks, wiping the tears off your face. And pralaya, which is swooning or fainting. This can be acted through fainting or collapsing to the floor. So the first video in the purple costume, this is me doing the action of wiping my tears. The context behind the specific scene is taken from a Kuchipudi item called Pamakalapam, which is a character introduction piece of Satyabhama, one of the wives of Krishna. She's wiping the tears off her face because she's separated from Krishna and she's so upset that she can't bear it. So this would be an example of Ashru. The second clip is me doing plucking movements along my arms to show goosebumps from hearing, in this particular piece, from hearing Krishna's flute. So this would be an example of Romancha.
Angik Abhinaya in Bharatanatyam is more grounded and angular and rigid, while Angik Abhinaya in Kuchipudi is more graceful, fluid, and flexible. In this video, you will see some of the difference in the way Angik Abhinaya is expressed in Bharatanatyam versus Kuchipudi. Here, me, Devanshi, and Kaumudi are doing the Shiva pose, and my pose, Shiva pose, is characterized by the rigidity or stability on my upper body. And while I strike my foot and assume a grounded mandalam position, which is one of the sthanakams, and bringing my hands and legs up at the same time. On the other hand, Kaumudi uses her whole upper body to move into the position slowly and is more flexible with her stance as she brings her hands and leg up into the pose.
So as you can see in that video, my upper body is moving along with the rest of my body while Devanshi's upper body stays the same. She's doing more with her footwork and kind of asserting her dominance, I guess, as Shiva, while I'm moving along with my body and taking it more fluidly while she does it more rigidly.
Another example of the differences in Angik Abhinaya can be seen in these two pictures of two interpretations of Lord Krishna. Mahita on the left doing Bharatanatyam form is completely straight, with her left foot is directly crossed over her right, further accentuating the rigid posture, while Kaumudi's left foot is stretched out behind her right foot, leading her to bend towards it and create a more fluid position. This positioning of feet is characteristic of each dance form. Bharatanatyam dancers tend to keep both feet closed when they are crossed in front or back in swastika position, forming the swastika feet position, while Kuchipudi dancers tend to stretch their leg out in the back. The Bharatanatyam dancers' form is straighter and more rigid, while Kuchipudi dancers is more graceful and flexible, as mentioned earlier.
So Vachik Abhinaya in Bharatanatyam versus Kuchipudi. In Bharatanatyam, music is generally in Tamil, and the Margam repertoire consists of Pushpanjali, which is the flower offerings to the gods to commence the program, and it also gives respects to the guru and musicians. Alaripu is typically the second or can be interchanged with Pushpanjali as the first item. And it also means budding flower, where the dancer is offering flowers to the gods, guru, and musicians. The third piece of the Margam is Jatishwaram, which is pure nritta, no abhinaya, and a string of jatis performed as the second piece of the Margam. Shabdam, or words of praise for a particular story or deity, depicts qualities through abhinaya and alternating segments of nritta. Varnam, the longest and hardest piece in the Margam, is typically dedicated to one theme or deity and lasts from 30 minutes to 1 hour. So the Varnam consists of alternating segments of abhinaya, nritta, and tattametta. And many are dedicated to depicting the Navarasas, or 9 emotions. And each line of Sahityam corresponds to one Avartanam and is repeated 4 to 6 times. The Sahityam is always preceded by a jati, and this dance represents the skill and stamina of the dancer. The next item in the Margam will be the Javali, Padam, or Kirtanam. And in the Margam, this is considered as a moment of nritta rest while showcasing the abhinaya skill of the dancer. Usually this tells a playful story or poem of love. And the Javali means that in multiple languages, Javali means different things. In Marathi, Javali means eyes are the language of love. And in Sanskrit, it means layman's love story or poem. The final piece of the Margam is the Tilana, and it can be alternating between abhinaya and nritta. This piece has a particularly strong rhythm and displays the dancer's versatility and embodiment of the music. So the Tilana is meant to sway the heart. The ending, the conclusion of the Margam will be the Mangalam, which is final blessings from the audience, musicians, and guru, and it is the dancer's way of saying thank you to everyone, thanking the gods for accompanying the dancer in the Margam, and this is the conclusion of the program. So the Arangetram follows the Margam format, and it can have some differences, such as Pushpanjali, Alaripu being replacing one another, or some do not do a shabdam, but some take extra care in the Javali or Padam. So yeah, this can consist of some stylistic choices based off of the teacher and the dancer's skills, but generally the Margam is in this format.
So in Kuchipudi, the music that accompanies the dance is usually in Telugu or Sanskrit. The repertoire is very similar to Bharatanatyam, with the exception of 2 items, the Tarangam, which can be considered the equivalent to Varnam in terms of length and complexity. Tarangams are usually Krishna pieces. They consist of multiple episodes of straight abhinaya. They consist of nritta. They consist of a plate section in which the Kuchipudi dancer dances on a plate. And all these tarangams are written by Narayana Tirtha, who is one of the founders of Kuchipudi. Another exception is the possible inclusion. Once again, this is a stylistic choice based on guru and the student if they want to perform this. The Kanapam, which is essentially a shortened version of a dance drama, typically portraying a single character. Like I was saying before, the Bhama Kanapam is an example of a Kanapam. It's also an example of a Pravesa Daru, which is a specific character dance item. And Kuchipudi's dance drama roots obviously have influenced the development of creating a Pravesa Daru.
भामने सत्य भामने भामने सत्य भामने सत्य भामने सत्य भामने
So in this clip, that was a short snippet of me performing the Bhamakanapam. As you can see, Kuchipudi dancers mouth the words as they dance, kind of taking on the role of that character. Instead of explaining the song, they act a part of the song. And obviously this is a form of Vachika Abhinaya, which is expression through speech. While Bharatanatyam dancers, as seen as that clip of Mahita, don't explicitly showcase Vachika Abhinayam through mouthing the words, they do display more Padartha Abhinayam, which is showing the meaning of each word in the song. As you can see, there's a lot more movement and a lot more expression in each word of the song that Mahita is displaying. A lot of the Bharatanatyam choreography tends to be more literal than Kuchipudi choreography, which is why there's more Padartha Abhinaya displayed.
Aharya Abhinaya. Costume wise, there are once again more similarities than differences between Bharatanatyam and Kuchipudi costumes. Both Kuchipudi and Bharatanatyam costumes contain the same upper body pieces, including the blouse and davani, the piece that come across the chest. When we come to the lower body, they divert slightly. Bharatanatyam costumes usually contain a shorter, long fan, and with a small fan involved. Just the butt piece is worn. In the back side, Kuchipudi costumes contain a kancham, a piece of cloth attached to the pants that comes down with the leg, and which Bharatanatyam costume do not use. So in the Bharatanatyam clip, this is the Javali Yera Rara. I showcase the emotions of love and affection as she acts as a Gopika reuniting with Krishna. So through my tears, I am lamenting about my separation from Krishna, but as soon as he shows his attention towards her, she immediately brightens up. And then in the Kuchipudi clip, the Krishna returns
the Gopika's clothes, and then this will be shown in the next piece. So in this clip, the context behind it is I am acting as the Gopika whose clothes and jewelry have been stolen by Krishna. And after Krishna returns the clothes back to me, I'm still frustrated and angry and embarrassed by the humiliation that he just put me through. And eventually, through my eye rolls and my little faces and my expressions towards him, who's currently in a tree up there, I slowly turn affectionate and once again shy towards him as I put the pot upon my head and I go about my way. So these two clips showcase the similarities and the differences in the way that Mahita and me slowly show the transformation of our emotions. Mahita's transformation from tears to the affectionate nature and the coyness is a lot more gradual and gentler. And she lets one emotion build in intensity until she finally reaches out to Krishna and pulls him back, while I showcase multiple emotions in one stretch. My expressions are more scattered and quick, which are kind of representing the many conflicting emotions that the Gopika is feeling at that moment. What are Navarasas? Navarasas are mentioned in Natya Shastra, 9 emotions that classical dancers use to express any emotion or make audience feel something through Navarasas. Here I have showed 9 Navarasas. Shringararas. Veerras. Karunras. Karuna. Hashyaras. Hasya. Hasya. Raudraras. Raudra. Raudra. Adbhutras. Adbhuta. Adbhuta. Vibhasyaras. Vibhatsa. Bhayanakras. Bhayanaka. Shantras. Shanta. And so as you can tell from each of the expressions, you can very clearly make out the feelings that are embodied in the language.
Mahita present Aharyam depicting 9 rasas or emotions felt by goddess Parvati. Veeram or heroic, when she trains in martial arts and warfare. Shringaram or love, when she falls in love with Lord Sundareshwara. Adbhuta, wonder. Manmata, the god of love, is sent to break the penance of Shiva. Manmata shoots the arrow of 5 flowers. Shiva, on awakening, burns Manmata with his 3rd eye. Yama, the god of death, attacks young Markandeya, a devotee of Shiva who sits in prayer. Shiva emerges in fury to ward off Yama. Parvati is wonderstruck on both occasions. Hasya, laughter. The Vaigai river floods affect the Pandya kingdom. The king orders everyone to pitch in to build a bank along the river. Lord Shiva disguises himself as a worker to help a lady who sells pittu. He eats the pittu offered by the old lady and goes to sleep. The king, on seeing this lazy worker, whips the worker. Every strike of the whip is felt by the king himself. The king realizes that the worker is none other than Lord Shiva himself and surrenders. Parvati Devi laughs at Lord Shiva's deception. Bhivatsa, disgust. She feels disgusted when Daksha, her father, refuses to accept her husband as his son-in-law. Raudram, or rage, when she incarnates as Mahakali to kill demons. Bhayanakam, or fear. The gods and demons shun the ocean to obtain the nectar of immortality. Parvati Devi expresses fear on seeing Shiva drink the hala poison. Karunya, compassion, when she is the compassionate mother to all living beings. Shantam, or bliss, her beautiful, serene form brings bliss and peace to the world.
So in this clip, I am introducing the Varnam, in which the main topic is the Navarasas, which are displayed in this Varnam. So each emotion is used to introduce the characters and the story that is told during the Abhinaya episodes. And the style of explaining this Navarasa is performative and expository, where it's like more accessible to the audience and they're able to easily understand as the story is progressing in the next half an hour. So this is also, it can be a stylistic choice. I know that other teachers do not have this expository, whereas my teacher, she wanted it to be accessible to all different audiences. So not just audiences who understand Sanskrit, in a way to expand our impact on people of different cultures as well.
Gokulam, the proverbial placescape of Lord Krishna, is portrayed as a happy, blissful setting where the Lord and the subjects have a relationship of pure love and friendship. The piety of the relationship transcends the mind berries. Of special significance is the play that is depicted between 16,000 Gopikas and the Lord Krishna. One of these playful, blissful days, one innocent Gopika, after playing with her girlfriends on the bank of river Yamuna, sets out to get a pot full of water from the river. Looking at the serene landscape and calmness of the ambience, she decides to immerse herself in the moment by taking a dip in the river. No experience is complete without company, so she invites the camaraderie of fellow gopikas. She engages in peeling off layers of Maya or illusion in the form of jewelry and clothing. And as a devotee on the path to spiritual knowledge, she preps for her proverbial bath, sort of an initiation into the path of knowledge or jnana. Path of jnana, as described in Upanishads, is pure bliss, like the smell of camphor and sandal, cold splash of water, the company of loved ones. The omnipresent Lord is the only one who can dispel the burden of Maya. Just like the Lord Krishna in his child form stumbles upon a stack of clothes and mischievously decides to hide them, to deliver a philosophical message of Sharanagati or total surrender. And he does this incognito and in inconceivable ways. When the seeker doesn't fully grasp the breadth of Lord's Leela, the Lord demystifies through knowledge, as in demanding the Gopika to do Sastanga Danda Pranam to him, a symbolic for transcending physical and mental barriers, like the duality of gender, duality itself. The Leela closes in a way, whereas the clothes cover her, the Maya of materialism returns with the alternating emotions of anger, shyness, etc. Now that we shared the inner meaning of this Leela, or a sport with a mission, let's get into the presentation.
So in the Kuchipudi clip, it's the same episode that I was speaking about before with Krishna and the Gopikas. I'm essentially summarizing that episode in this tarangam that I'm about to perform. I explained the basic essence and the theme of this episode through assuming different characters in this small presentation and acting out the each of them. While Mahita's explanation was more performative, this explanation was more theatrical. My movements are bigger as I walk across the stage, as I sit down, as I assume these different roles.
So these pictures are different enactments of each mudra, and it basically explains, even though there is a standardized meaning for each mudra, there are like different ways in which you use these mudras are able to portray different items, body parts. So pataka can be used as a mirror, or it can be used to highlight a specific body part. Hamsa can show time passing, or it can show sundaram, the delicate gracefulness of a swan. Kataka mukha can be used to open the curtains, or it can be used to show braiding the hair as the gopika is getting ready. So we just wanted to highlight the different, the abilities of different mudras to show the story.
What Mahita just explained are called Abhinaya Hasta, which we learn in initial years of our training, expressing the events. They're used to express the events in the dance or conveying a character through hand gestures. There are two types, Samhita Hasta, which are one hand gestures, and Samhita Hasta, which are used as two hand gestures. And here is a video clip of my Asamhita Hastas.
पताक, त्रिपताक, अर्धपताक, कर्तरीमुख, मयूराख्यो, अर्धचंद्रस्य, अराल, शुकतुण्डुकः मुष्टिश्च शिखराख्यो कपित्य कटिकामुख सूची चंद्रकला पद्मकोश सर्पशीर्ष मृगशीर्षः सिंहामुखः काङ्गुल अलपद्मस्य चतुरो भ्रमरश्चैव हंसास्यो हंसपक्षकः समदंशो मुकुलश्चैव ताम्रचूड त्रिशूलकः.
Some of those mudras have variations in the style you learn them, or the bani or gharana you learn them in. Here is a video of Devtas, and which are hand gestures in particular to portray Hindu deities figures. The word Devta means God in Sanskrit, and I and Kaumudi will express the Devta Hastas.
Devta Hasta. Brahma, Shiva, Vishnu, Saraswati, Parvati, Lakshmi, Vinayaka, Shanmukha, Manmatha, Indra, Agni, Yama, Nirutti, Varuna, Vayu, Kubera.
So just to show how different mudras can be used to make the same god or the same deity or the same figure, Mahita and I are representing how Ganesha and Devi are shown in different ways. For the first two pictures, Mahita is holding up a trunk with the Mukula Hasta, and her other hand is showing Kapita Hasta upside down to show Ganesha's stomach. On the other hand, I'm holding up a different hand gesture to show the trunk, and Tripataka Hasta is used to show the ear. So you can see through these pictures how different mudras and different hastas are used to showcase the same god. Different interpretations of the same god in Bharatanatyam and Kuchipudi. In the second set of pictures, me and Mahita are both representing Devi. Mahita is showing the Shikara Hasta and Trishula Hastas to show Devi's weapon. And these two hands together are obviously the Devata Hasta, Shanmukha Hasta. I show a different interpretation of Devi with my right hand in Kosha showing a demon, and my left hand in Mushti, which is depicting a weapon.
So while the styles are very similar, learning the nuances sets the foundation for understanding the Katalu. Bharatanatyam and Kuchipudi are different languages, and while they may tell the same story, the way each story is expressed in each language contains its own beauty. We hope that our presentation has enlightened you all as much as it has taught us, and we encourage you to continue exploring the similarities and differences between different styles of Indian classical dance. So
here we have a performance, a short performance, which I and Kaumudi try to show the differences and similarities between Bharatanatyam and Kuchipudi. And here is Bharatanatyam Kuchipudi Sangam.
We just want to say once again, thank you guys for watching our presentation. We once again really appreciate the opportunity that Michigan Sahana has given us to present this for you, and we hope that you enjoyed it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think we'll see if there are any questions that anybody has in the chat. In the meanwhile, I can ask a question of my own that I was thinking about. So as a Bharatanatyam dancer, I've always seen like one perspective of it, and like in Arangetrams and everything, the order of performances. And I noticed it's very similar to the Kuchipudi version. And I was wondering if you guys had any idea of like why there'd be such similarities in the construction of it, but also very distinct differences between the two.
So I know that both styles do take the Natya Shastra into consideration when like the Margam is being built. So the Natya Shastra is very similar between Bharatanatyam and Kuchipudi. And so I think that's why like there's so many similarities, but there are some distinctive differences. There's also the fact that Kuchipudi was built with a foundation of dance drama and like that theatrical background, whereas Bharatanatyam is very, very literal and very performative. And so that just goes to show the different histories of the different styles. And then like as the styles like became more well-known, they were able to like share information and interconnect. So there are going to be like, because they're in the same region of the world and because they're so close together, like there's going to be obvious similarities, but like the distinctive differences will be like because of the background that these two styles came from. Yeah.
Also, I think it's because they're both based in Hinduism. They're both contain the same deities, the same figures. So that repertoire is very similar because they're speaking about the same gods. We Bharatanatyam dancers and Kuchipudi dancers, we present on the same god. So it's just depends on the interpretation, what expression of that god are you bringing out in this performance, basically.
And I think also music also plays part in it, because how Bharatanatyam and Kuchipudi have similar music, and Kathak and Odissi, the North classical dances have different music styles. So I think that plays a role in it too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So does that answer your question, or are there any follow-ups?
Yeah. No, absolutely. That makes a lot of sense. I was thinking like, especially with the music and like the same religious roots, like there of course would be those similarities. That makes a lot of sense. Yeah.
I did have a question. If you guys don't mind answering real quick. One, thank you for a great presentation. I think these are a lot of questions that I've had throughout my training about the differences, and I learned a lot. But I did have one question, like if you're trained in both, since there are these like more subtle differences, do you think it's difficult to keep them separate in one performer and like maintain those basics and fundamentals without switching it up and getting complicated?
I have this problem, like I know what you're saying. I'm a Kuchipudi dancer. I've been learning it for like ever, right? So when I joined Jwala though, Jwala was originally a primarily Bharatanatyam dancing team. So when we did competitions and when we performed in local events, it was mostly Bharatanatyam because the majority of the dancers on their team were Bharatanatyam. So I had to adapt my style to Bharatanatyam, and this is what I've been doing for 3 years now, ever since I've been on the team. And what I have noticed that when I choreograph or when I do a specific step, I tend to mix the two styles together. Like, for example, there's in Kuchipudi, typically when we do a step, we put our leg back. I think it was a bit difficult to see in this video, but when I was doing this step, my leg was going all the way back. Whereas Bharatanatyam dancers, when they do this step, both their feet are in like the swastika position. That's one thing that I trip up on like all the time. Like, So it's definitely difficult to kind of separate the two, but I think the more experience you gain in each one, the better it is to distinguish between the two. Because I only learned like the basic foundation of Bharatanatyam. So I'm not completely trained in it. So it's easier for me to mix them up because I don't have I don't have a Bharatanatyam identity, Bharatanatyam dancer identity, if you know what I'm saying. So yeah, I definitely do think it's a bit difficult to mix them up, but I think your experience in each art definitely influences how you dance, basically.
Yeah, so I've been formally trained in like 3 styles, but I have been doing Bharatanatyam for the longest. So whenever I started learning Kathak, my teacher was like, oh my goodness, like why? And like it makes sense, like Bharatanatyam is very much rigid, it's very structural, whereas Kathak is so flowy and like so graceful, right? So I think like learning like how to dance in each style has made me a better dancer, because then I'm able to see and understand the difference in each one. So during my formal Kuchipudi training, I was very much able to like modulate from Bharatanatyam to Kuchipudi because it was formal training.
Yeah.
But when you don't have that, it will be very difficult and you'll start like mixing up the styles. And learning all the different styles like helped me become a better dancer, like for sure. And yeah, I hope the same on your journey.
Yeah, thank you so much. I totally understand. It makes a lot of sense. I think we had a similar question in the Q&A about what was challenging about like learning or anything like that. If you guys want to answer that one as well, we have a couple minutes.
Okay, yeah, learning the different styles has been like very enlightening in like understanding the nuances of each background. And then like something that my mind was completely blown of was like when Kuchipudi dancers like mouth the words. I was like, why? Like, why? But it makes a lot of sense whenever you think about the history of each style. So learning the footwork has been really difficult.
Yeah, I do think Kuchipudi is difficult to kind of get accustomed to because it combines the gracefulness of North Indian classical dance forms and the rigidity and structural aspect of Bharatanatyam. So when you mix those two together, it's very difficult to kind of find your identity, your body identity, I would say, which is why every Kuchipudi dancer, like they could dance differently. It depends on how you move your body and how much control you have over your body. Yeah, one thing that it was easier for me to adapt to Bharatanatyam because there's more of a structure to it. Kuchipudi is very like, it depends on your individual, your bodily control, basically. Keep doing this. Yeah. So
I think that learning Kathak in between learning Bharatanatyam and Kuchipudi was like a good gateway into Kuchipudi, because then I was able to like move my upper body a lot easier, and that like means that I only have to focus on the footwork, and then the footwork had a lot of muscle memory. So I guess like practice, that's the only thing we can really tell you. But yeah, practice really does help. Really like watching other dancers too.
Yeah.
Watching other performances and like just noticing those nuances.
Yeah, what you can absorb into your own dance, basically, what you can take and interpret in your own way.
And practice in front of a mirror for sure. Yeah.
Please do.
Yeah. Any more questions?
Actually, I think we're gonna have to call it there. It's coming close to 5 p.m. Oh, it's 5:01 p.m. But thank you guys so much. That was an incredible presentation by you guys in UTG Jwala. I especially loved the video demonstrations you gave. It really helped clarify all of the points with your Abhinaya and Navarasas. As a Bharatanatyam dancer who's also learned Kuchipudi, this was a really interesting and intriguing presentation to me as well. It was really cool just to see all the emotions you guys talked about and how they expand beyond just facial expressions to both body and costumes and things like that. But thank you guys so much. We'll see you next year if we do this again. Thanks.
Okay, thank you for having us.
Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Yeah, yeah.
Bye.
Okay, so we are going to get started with our next presentation. Again, thank you so much to the women from UTG Jwala. So our next presenters are Karuna Suresh and Shyama Iyer of Buckeye Bhairavi from Ohio State University. They will be discussing with us on the topic of conversations in improv. Again, for those of us watching, please remember to be respectful and make sure your comments and questions are productive and kind to the presenters. If you are on Zoom, use the question and answer function. If you'd like to elaborate, feel free to raise your hand and we will make sure to get to you. If you're on our YouTube live stream, please drop your comments and questions in the chat and we'll also make sure they all get answered. So I am now going to hand it over to our presenters.
Hi, hello. So I'm Karuna Suresh. I'm Shyama Iyer, and we're from Buckeye Bhairavi. Thank you so much for this opportunity. So how this is going to work? Do you want to answer?
Yeah, so we, our topic was conversations in improv, as we said, and we were just coming up with ideas for this conference and we were talking, I was mentioning, you know, there's a lot of improv opportunities for singers and to work on Manodharma, right? Manodharma is just extempore singing. You just sing and you're not really in a plan, but you're in a certain structure, but you're making up the things as you go. And there's not a lot of opportunities nowadays for dancers to do the same. So we thought it would be fun to play around with Manodharma for the dancer and the singer and how we interact with each other in terms of which she's singing something improvisationally and I'm dancing something improvisationally and we're going off of each other. So a little disclaimer, there's going to be no nritta or no pure dance. It's all going to be abhinaya, all storytelling. So the storytelling is extempore and it's honor code. We have not practiced any of this.
Yeah, so we got these scenarios from another team member last night. And so how this is going to work is we have 5 scenarios and 5 ragams. And I'm going to be singing, she's going to be dancing. And so we're gonna give you the 5 ragams. And the audience can choose 3 of those ragams. And we have those situations mapped to each ragam. So having those situations in mind, I'm gonna be singing Alapana and she's gonna be just doing Abhinaya. And at the end of 2 of the situations, we're gonna let you know what the situation was. You can guess what it is and then we'll tell you what it is. And then for the 3rd one, we'll tell you what the scenario is and then you can watch us after that.
So we've not practiced any of this. So it's all improvisation.
Yep. Okay, so the 5 ragams are Kalyani, Pantubaragi, Charukesi, Hamsadvani, and Todi. So if the audience can just give us 2 or 3, it'd be great.
Could you guys say them again? I'm so sorry. Or like drop them in the chat. I think I missed a couple there maybe.
I'll put them. Okay, Kalyani.
Should I put the panelists, right?
Should I put it and attendees?
Yeah, panelists and attendees would be great.
Kalyani. Charukesi.
I'm kind of familiar with Hamsadvani, if you want to have those be one of them. So
Okay.
do you have any input?
Oh, okay, cool. We'll do that one. Yep. 2 more.
Maybe Kalyani could be another one.
Okay.
Do you guys have like a favorite or something?
I really like Pantubaragi.
Let's go with that one then.
Okay.
All right.
Good? Okay.
You want to do that one first? Yeah. So we're reading the scenario again. Yeah, so we're only reading the scenario now. We're only just seeing it. So we're going to take 2 minutes to read it and collect our thoughts. I think that we should do a college student. Okay. Oh, okay. It's working. It starts happy and then it goes to crazy stuff. Like, yeah, because you forgot, right? Yes. Okay. So bless Should we ask them? Yeah. All right. What do you guys think was going on?
I can just offer my initial thoughts. Definitely some late night studying going on there, I think. Definitely can relate to that falling asleep while writing notes. But there are probably some other things other people might have picked up on as well.
Yeah, I would second that. It was like studying for an exam and falling asleep at the desk.
There was like a little bit of a transition. I don't know if anyone noticed. Like maybe did you guys notice something that was happening at the beginning and then how it shifted at the end? That was this kind of story. Yeah. So maybe we can read it out to them now.
Yeah,
you basically got it.
Okay. The late night studying was right. So, okay, I can read it. A college student is studying for exams and is really happy with how her studying is progressing. She has made a whole color-coded study plan and is looking at the textbook while she realizes that she somehow missed an entire unit. She starts to panic and frantically tries to cram information as fast as she can. At one point, she's overwhelmed. It's almost 2 a.m. As her eyes run over her notes, they start to tire and she ends up going to sleep. So that was the scenario in Kalyani. Do you want to talk about how we approached it?
Mm-hmm. So I read the scenario just when you guys chose the ragam. I read the scenario, and I thought about. Well, my first consideration was, should I be standing or should I start sitting? And then I started sitting because there's just going to be an easier opportunity to use my hands and to really get you guys to look at my face and not worry about the other half of my body. And so I started just playing with the notebook and writing notes. And then I just kind of let the story just go as much as I remembered it.
So how I approached this was, I also read the scenario, and I was trying to match her movements. So if she was like, as she was getting more like stressed out about it, and as she was panicking, my sangatis, well, I tried to make them faster and a little more, faster, just pick up the pace a little bit. And then as she was winding down for the night, my sangatis became slower. And also in the beginning, where she was happy with how she had done her study notes and studying, right? I was trying to make it a little happy sounding, slower, and then the buildup goes to where she's stressed out.
And I was trying to think of how my pen can kind of move like the voice too. So some interesting like conversation between the body and the voice. Yeah. Pretty cool. All right. So the second. All right. So maybe we'll go to the Hamsadwani. Or you want to just skip to the Panturari one? Sure. That's the really cool one. Okay, so let me read this. So we'll skip the Hamsadwani just because of time.
Yeah, it's already 5:15, so we're gonna go to the next one.
Yeah, this is absolutely your time, so whatever works for you.
So Panturali, give us 2 minutes, we're gonna read it.
Oh wait, we wanted to tell them the scenario.
Oh yeah, we'll tell the scenario. For then maybe you guys can be a little more watch it in a different way when you know what's going on.
Yes.
So we'll read it out loud this time.
Okay. Want to read it?
Sure.
Whichever. Okay. Okay. It's a bright sunny day in early June. An 18-year-old has known all her life that she was adopted and is finally able to meet her birth father. She's waiting to meet him, full of anticipation, and then he arrives. They have a wonderful conversation when suddenly he says something that makes her uncomfortable. She's trying to keep a straight face and not show her emotions, but after a while of continuing to fake it, she stops the conversation. Uncomfortable with the situation, she tells her father how she feels, and he leaves. And this is in Pantubaran.
Okay. So I'll close the door. That'll be the end.
Okay. We're just telling each other what the end is so we know to end at the same time. Okay. All right, we're going to take a couple minutes to gather my thoughts. Yeah, exactly. All right, I'm gonna lift this just a bit so they can see if I'm standing. Give me 1 minute. you. Okay, so
Yeah, go ahead.
so we already gave you the situation beforehand, and we tried to improv with the situation at hand. As we said before, like we're reading it, we're literally opening the doc now. So what did you guys see when you saw our performance? Like, did you see any patterns that we were following, anything like that?
One thing I noticed was just the like transition in emotions on your face is just so incredible. Like in the beginning, you could see the like almost like childlike innocence and excitement. Like there were like the little smiles that would come out like as you're anticipating. And then the moment you started to feel like uncomfortable, it was obvious that the smiles are more like fake, and like you would turn away and be like, you could tell that you didn't want to be there anymore. And I thought that was really incredible.
Thank you.
Yeah, I also, one thing that I thought was really interesting was how, like, so I'm a musician, so I don't know too much about the dance side of things, but I noticed that like the gamakams that, you were singing in the Pantavarali Alabana were like directly mirrored in your like hand motions and the, I don't know the technical term, but like as you were dancing, and I could tell that that was spontaneous and organic, and that you hadn't rehearsed that because you guys were like looking at each other, and I could see that sort of dawning of understanding happening organically, which I think also happens like for musicians on stage. So that was really cool to see between a musician and dancer. I don't think I've seen that before. So that was cool.
Yeah, so that's something we definitely wanted to target, because when you see like on a regular kacheri stage, or like a regular like performing concert stage, right? There's a lot of improv and conversation in improv happening between like percussionists, and like between the musician and the percussionist, or musician and like the violinist, or like instrumentalists with the musicians. But there's not a lot that you see with the dancer and a musician. So that's what we were trying to kind of work with and explore, because we haven't done that either. So this was an opportunity for us to try it out and see how that would work. How we practiced for this was obviously not with these scenarios, but one of our other members, Janavi Murali, she would give us just scenarios, and we'd pick different ragams on the spot and just try and work with those. So that's honestly how we practice. Was there anything you thought of when you were dancing to like help with the process?
I don't know. I think it helps for me to just think of the transition of emotions, because we were choosing stories. I mean, she was giving us stories where there was a shift going on. So I kind of really tried to think about where the character's starting and where they are ending, to help like draw people in, and also for there to be like a beginning, middle, and end that we can work with too.
Yeah, and I'm not going to take too much time. I know we have only 3 more minutes, but something I used to help me was I would get the situation, and like she said, there was always a shift in emotion, right? So take a ragam like Charukesi, right? Like the first half is like a little more happier sounding, and then the second half gets into like the longing, yearning. That's kind of how I interpret the ragam. So when I would try to sing it, I'd like come up with a story. We'd come up with this, like we'd both get the same situation, so we kind of knew the transitions and the emotions. So as like when it's the happy part, I'd stay in the first, like between sa and pa. And then as the situation changed, I was also trying to like change my gamakams to the second half of the ragam. So that's kind of how we approached it. I'm sure if other people tried this exercise, I feel like they'd approach it maybe differently in how they interpret the scenario and the ragam, and how they want to portray it through their dance.
Yeah, and even dance-wise, we've really gotten away from improvisation, and this doesn't mean that it didn't exist before. There was a lot of improvisation going on in dance, and now we are very much like the teacher teaches you every little nuance, even in the sancharis, which sancharis, yes, in the varnam or in kirtana, the sanchari could be detailed to the tiniest beat, But there is, I think, there's a lot to learn, a lot of expertise to be gained from doing things just extempore, and sancharis where you're just in conversation with the vocalist and telling the story it's really cool. And I think that I learned a lot just doing this. And I think that, other dancers who want to just try this out, it's pretty fun. And it makes you work. Yeah, a lot of practice went into trying to have a good arsenal of the ragam. So because once you have that grasp, then you can start trying to portray emotion with it, right? Another quick thing, I don't know if, okay, it's 5:29, I got this. Another quick thing was, something I noticed when we were doing the Pantuvarali was when you had repeated actions, I was trying to make my phrases repeated as well. And when you, I think it was when you put something down or something, or you were angry or something like that, I tried to stop, like give the gamakam a hard stop, give the sangati a hard stop right there. So
I was paying attention to you.
Yes, I was watching how you were, when you were shutting the door, I was like, okay, she's shutting the door, and then stop, like that. So
That's when I could feel you were going to come to SAS. So okay.
Yeah. So I think we definitely understood each other as artists a lot through this exercise and practicing for this. So yeah, if anyone else wants to try it out, it's really fun. So thank you so much, Michigan Sahana, for giving us this opportunity. We learned so much. We had so much fun being a part of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you both so much. Both Shyama, your presentation yesterday, and then this today. I mean, this is something I've never been able to, see ever or even think about. So that's so interesting.
Yeah, and just to jump in, like, I think the audience should just understand how hard what they did is. This is something that requires a real mastery of both singing and dancing and understanding the emotions involved. I think oftentimes, when we're learning, we learn in a very formulaic way, whether it's dance or music, and that's important when you're first starting out to understand the basics. But what you guys have shown is that, a lot of the true beauty in these art forms comes from the improvisatory aspect. So yeah, kudos to you guys. Fantastic job. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Are there any other questions from the audience members or anything like that?
I don't see any, and I think we are running a bit short on time, but yeah, I don't see any as of now. But yeah, thank you so much, guys. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
I can pick your guys' brains forever about how you did that. We do need to move on to our next presentation. Thank you guys so much again.
Thank you. Bye.
All right. So let's see. Yeah, we can get started with the next presentation. So yeah, Arjun and Sayun, feel free to come on, and we can get started. Let's see. All right. Oh, you guys are sideways on my screen. Akshay, do you see that too, or?
Yeah, you guys are sideways.
Yeah, if possible, that would be nice to get that. Yeah, no problem.
All right, just give us 1 second. That's right.
Yeah, no problem. Take your time. There you go. Yeah. Okay, great. So yeah, while they're I think they're set, but while they're doing that, I will introduce the actually final presentation for Kala Sagara this year. And so the final presentation will be given by Arjun Mani and Sayun Raghavan from Princeton Swara at Princeton University. And so they will be discussing Vilamba Kala Krithis, singing and accompaniment. And so just for the last time, for those of us watching, please remember to be respectful and make sure your comments and questions are productive and kind to the presenters. If you're on Zoom, you can use the question and answer function. And if you'd like to elaborate, you can use the raise hand function and unmute yourself. And if you're watching on the YouTube live stream, please drop your comments and questions in the chat, and we'll make sure that they all get answered. So without further ado, I'll hand it over to Sayun and Arjun.
All right, thanks, Sanjeev. And we just want to give one more thanks to Michigan Sahana for organizing this whole event, and we've been so happy to participate. I guess we'll just briefly introduce ourselves. So I'm Arjun Mani, and my guru is Ken Raghunatha Sharma, sir.
I'm Sayon Raghavan, and my gurus are Sri R. Suvendraraj and Merakaveri Sri K. Balaji.
Okay, so the topic today is Vilamba Kala Krithis, and I think it's so, for just to clarify, Vilamba Kala means slow speed, right? And so what that means is that you're typically taking the composition at at least a slower than average pace, and I think different musicians differ in sort of their interpretation of what exactly Vilamba Kalam is, but in general, what it means is that you're taking the song at a slower pace. So I just want to talk a little bit about why it's important to sing these kinds of songs. And I think this will be a recurring theme that we address throughout the presentation, but just to kind of say it at the outset. So for me personally, again, I think Sayan and I both want to add the disclaimer, like this is how we see Vilamba Kala Krithis in particular. This is kind of the way that we view the music in a sort of philosophical way. And so like, it's not that everybody's going to view it this way, but take everything with the disclaimer that like, this is kind of our own personal opinions that we're offering in a sense. But yeah. At least the way I see it as why it's important to sing Vilamba Kala Krithis, is that I think there's a lot that you can discover in the Krithis that is harder to discover when you're singing at a faster pace, right? So we see the Krithi as two things, right? We see one as a vehicle of lyrical expression, right? And two as a vehicle of conveying sort of an idea of the ragam, right? And I think when you sing a Krithi slower, and when you really take the time to kind of soak in the nuances of the Krithi and soak in, the exact gamagas, the exact swarams, everything like that, and you kind of pay attention to every single thing that is happening. Right? That's what Vilamba Kala allows you to do, is to pay attention to every single thing that is happening. And I think that sort of this increased awareness is what elevates you as an artist, right? Like, sort of a higher awareness means you're able to sort of see more of the ragam, and you're able to kind of see more of the music in general. So I think that for me, slowing down allows me to kind of learn more about what I'm singing in a sense. And I think this is what this is why I think I'm particularly drawn to Vilamba Kala Krithis personally. So I don't know if you want to add anything about.
I guess there's one thing, as a rasika, either on stage or off stage, there is definitely exactly the elements that Arjun mentioned. But I think also as an accompanist, I think accompanying slow songs is kind of a very insightful window into kind of who I am as an accompanist and my personality when I accompany. And I think a lot of my kind of development and kind of self-exploration as a musician has happened through these slower songs.
Absolutely. Okay, so what we're going to do is we'll take a Vilamba Kala Krithi, and in particular, we're going to be taking Ye Neramum done in the Ragam Devakandari. And we'll sing the Pallavi, and we'll perform the Pallavi and then pause, and I'll say something, Sayan will say something, then we'll do the under Pallavi, we'll pause, and then we'll do the Charanam and kind of wrap it up there. So that's going to kind of be the structure here.
உந்தன் சந்நிதியிலே உந்தன் சந்நிதியிலே உந்தன் சந்நிதியிலே நான் இருக்க வேண்டும் ஐயா உந்தன் சந்நிதியிலே நான் இருக்க வேண்டும் ஐயா உன்னை சந்நிதியிலே நான் இருக்க வேண்டும் ஐயா Alright, so pause briefly there. So a couple of things that I guess I want to say first. You know, I think so there's a lot of things that you sort of notice when you sing slow, right? And a lot of things that kind of reveal themselves to you, right? I believe the word yenneramu means always, right? So the meaning of the line is I will I want to be at your sannidhi always, right? That's sort of the ethos of the line. And so sort of starting with that, you know, there's a reason that you want to take it slow is that you're sort of saying a word that means forever in a sense, right? And so holding the sa there, I think, has a lot of power versus if you sort of did it fast, it sort of doesn't have the same emotional cachet, I think, as if you sort of hold the line and it's right? So that kind of, it conveys a sense of longing, which I think is inherent to the lyrics of the song, right? And so I think this is something that's important to think about, is how the meaning interacts with the slow pace of the song and how the slow pace of the song kind of enhances the meaning. So this is something to think about. The other thing that I kind of want to, and again, I think another example of this is, you know, when you sing Ayya, right? That's sort of when he's actually invoking the name of the god. That's where it's kind of the, in a sense, like the crowning jewel of the Pallavi, right? The other thing I want to point out is that the thing with these slow songs, I think in particular, even as compared to songs that are either medium or fast paced, is that they give you an idea of how to approach the ragam, right? When you sing the ragam, I think these slow songs really provide a window into how you should approach the ragam. So for example, right?
This is not the only This is not the only Devagandhari song that starts like that, right? Kshitija Ramanam Sharade Veena. So as a result, that gives you an idea for like how to sort of approach the raga, right? So, one way of starting that actually almost verbatim follows the line that you could use. Right, and so I didn't really do anything creative there, right? I was just sort of following the line, but it's a beautiful kind of way to start Devagandhari, right? So this is what I think the slow songs give you in particular as a delineation of the raga. I'm gonna stop there. So
thanks. So I think to add to that, on the accompanist side, I think typically when singing songs at this kind of pace, the vocalist kind of has to enter a very meditative space. And kind of what I see is kind of the thing I try to do as an accompanist is to kind of help create an environment where the vocalist can stay in that meditative space, and then also provide a way that the audience can share in that meditative space. So I think, especially in terms of the first thing comes down to when I start to play. And, it's a very slow song, sung at, even by that song standards, a slow tempo. And then I think it's important to kind of give the singer the time to really ease into that and let the song kind of gain a natural sense of rhythm before starting to play. And so I think I don't remember when I started, but I think I waited for like around two full rounds of the line or something like that. So I think it starts there. But then I think even when I start playing, I think you kind of don't want to play anything too dense to start. Like, I feel like for most of the time I was just kind of just playing like din, 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 na, din, din, na. So very like Yurkalam Sarvalagu with lots of space in between. And that kind of allows the two of us also to kind of gel together and really lock in before I start trying to do anything else. And then of course, there are the Sangadis in the Pallavi where kind of, especially in songs like this, I feel like in most songs, it's reasonable to try and embellish most of the Sangadis, but I feel like in a song like this, I usually try not to. I try to embellish the Sangadis, but only as far as it's not intrusive. So I feel like I'm usually kind of deferring to the side of Sarvalagu, erring on the side of Sarvalagu, a little bit more. And the last thing I'll say is this is kind of a theme for a lot of this song. But as Arjun said, there's kind of a lot of distinctly resonant points in this song. And in the Pallavi, the one that stands out is Ayya. So I think one thing I like to do, especially when accompanying this particular song, is to really let the Ayya linger with like a note like this. And then I just kind of let it stay there for a bit. And especially that last time when you finished the Pallavi,
right. I
waited a very long time before kind of starting to play again, because you were sitting on that note, like you were kind of doing something with it, and I kind of wanted to just kind of gently let it fade away before coming in. And I think you're actually finishing your phrase as I started. And then I kind of just wanted to provide like kind of a very quiet and sparse interlude, if you will, between the Pallavi and Anupallavi.
I actually had a question here, Seyun. So I think a lot of like especially mridangists, when they're learning to accompany like Krithis, like we're very like, I guess like Energizer bunny for like a lack of a better word, right? Like you want to like play a lot of stuff, you want to cram in everything you know. And I think Vilamba Kala Krithis sort of is a bit of an antithesis to that. Like you don't want to do that because that would sort of kill the mood of the piece. And so my question is like, for maybe people starting out accompanying who might feel like, oh, playing for Vilamba Kala Krithis is like boring or like unexciting or something like that. What would you say as like how do you derive like joy and fulfillment for playing for these Krithis when it's not the most exciting technically to play for it. Like you're not doing like some crazy solos or anything. But you know, where does that come from, that satisfaction?
Yeah, sure. That's a great question. Thanks, Sanjeev. So I think, you know, especially when starting out, I mean, I guess naturally when you start to accompany, you usually don't kind of practice playing with Vilamba Kala Krithis in your early stages. But, you know, if you were to somehow end up there, I feel like the thing I would have encouraged my younger self to do is to like just play Sadbalagu the whole time and kind of just play like really slow, sparse Sadbalagu and see if I could do it and really lock in, because I think there's a very special kind of bliss and comfort that comes about when like the tempo of both artists is locked in, especially because it's not like we're singing at a metronomic pace. Like there are kind of natural fluctuations. And I think there's a really special joy in kind of being fully in sync with that and being able to move, you know, when it's a little bit faster, move with that. And when it's a little bit slower, move with that. And I think the other thing is to, I guess, that's kind of the aspect of what you're doing when you're playing. But then I think also a big part of it is just kind of enjoying the song. Like, you know, when, you know, like the song's coming out like that, I don't feel like I want to play it. Like, I don't want to kind of interfere with that. So I think a lot of it comes down to kind of just listening and appreciating the song and then appreciate the feeling of being locked in with it.
Great, thank you. Yeah, that's great. Thanks.
Okay, so we'll proceed to the Untitled.
தென்னன் சோலை தழிகும் தென்கூலியூர் தென்னன் சோலை தழிகும் தென்கூலியூர் தென்னன் சோலை தழிகும் தென்கூலியூர் புலனம் பல தரசே யல்நரசே புலனம் பல தரசே யல்நரசே புலனம் சந்நிதியில நான் இருக்கவே ஐயா
Okay, so I'll just say a couple of things. And again, I think along the theme of singing slower allows you to see more, right? Which I think is what I sort of said at the start. You know, I think when you sing fast, you're not able to observe certain things that you then observe when you sing slow. So for example, Devagandhari consists of kind of two different gamagas on the da note. So you can do da, that's sort of oscillating between da 2 and ni 1. And then there's sort of the da that oscillates between almost upper sajjan. So da, right? So there are these two different das. And if you just take the first word of the Anupallavi, it shows both. Tennan solai, right? So tennan You don't always have to sing it like that, right? But that's an option for you to exercise at some point. Is to showcase both of those das. And I think that going slow allows you to, first of all, observe this and then actually exercise it when you sing it on your own. I think the other thing with when you sort of take it to Vilamba Kala is that there's a lot of space for you to add your own things. I think this is very important. Because when you sing fast, you're sort of restricted, I think, generally to the melody that's exactly given to you. And I think we tend to underrate the kriti as a sort of a place of improvisation alone. So an example that I sort of added when I was singing with, that's the original line. And then right. So if you give yourself that space, then you can add these things in the gaps, which I think enhance the beauty of the song. So I think singing Vilamba also allows you to inject your creative ideas directly into the space of the kriti rather than just restricting it to the manadharma. So this is something to think about.
Yeah, so I think once you get to the Anupallavi or the Charnam of songs like this, I think there comes an interesting option for the accompanist, which is kind of to start injecting momentum into the song. And by that, what I mean is like, so I didn't actually do this, but what I mean is playing like a faster Sadgulagu, like, like just a Madhyama Kala, like, can you just sing the Anupallavi line? So like there's an option to play something like that, and it's still not that dense, because especially that way there was always kind of a gap for the Sadgulagu to breathe there, because it was like, sorry. I'll fix that later, but there's always like a gap between consecutive rounds of the Sadgulagu. And so I think that kind of gives the Sadgulagu space to breathe. So I think there's this interesting option that comes in for the mridangist to do this, especially in lines like this in the Anupallavi. And I think in past times we've sung this song together, I've actually done that.
Right.
And for some reason this time it just did not feel like the right thing to do. I think especially because I think I was kind of in the headspace, or we were in the kind of headspace from when I closed the Pallavi out with like the very kind of sparse thing. So I kind of just wanted to keep that going. So I think there's like, it's a good example of like a situation where there's definitely two reasonable ways to go. And I think it's kind of, especially in songs like this, it's really valuable for everyone on stage to be receptive to the mood of that moment and adjust what they're doing accordingly.
Do you think that flexibility is greater in Vilamba Kala than it is in like faster songs where there's maybe less optionality for you, or is that not?
Yeah, I think in some sense, like in faster songs, like, for example, in like your typical Orkalayadi Talam Krithis, it would be quite a non-standard decision to, it's not never done, but it would be an unusual decision to play Gurkalam there.
Right.
So when you're singing at a slow speed, I think that's when like a really significant option of accompanying really slowly emerges.
Interesting. Okay, we'll move to the Charanam. Yeah. Dishayanganum pugarum Shivagangayum Devasabhayum Shivakami Dharishanam Dishayanganum pugarum Shivagangayum Devasabhayum Shivakami Shivakami
புகழும் சிவகங்கையும் தேவசபையும் சிவகாமி தரிசனமும் பசி போடாது பார்த்த பேர்க்கு கலாக்கங்கள் பரந்திட மகிழ்துணை பாடி கொண்டே உந்தன் இசையன்பனும் புகழும் சிவகங்கையும் தேவசபையும் சிவகாமி தரிசனமும் பசி போடாது பார்த்த பேர்க்கு கலாக்கங்கள் பரந்திட மகிழ்துணை பாடி கொண்டே உந்தன் சந்நிதியிலே நான் இருக்கவே ஐயா So we'll just quickly discuss the charana. So a couple things I want to say actually that just kind of came to mind when singing is that I think when you do sing a Vilamba Kalakriti, I think it's important to leave space for silence. I think this is kind of a vital, and in a way it sort of elevates the Kriti, I think so. For example, right, you finish what I did was I finished the Charanam and then I came back to Yennerumu Munda and I just sort of paused. And then the Mridanga is kind of silent too, and it's just a moment of total silence where all you're really doing is just staying with the Shruti, right? Right, you just pause, right? And I think that in particular, when you're singing a Vilamba Kalakriti, I think these kinds of moments are extremely important, and they elevate the song to a degree that it wouldn't have been if you don't add these kinds of things. Yeah, I think the other thing I would note again along the theme of there's just more there's more space to do the kinds of things that you might want to do. Disayanganum Pugarum Shivagangayum. Right, so you can say Pugarum Shivagangayum or Pugarum Shivagangayum. And so I think in a Vilamba Kalakriti, like when you sing a faster paced Kriti, you're usually kind of crisp with the words, right? And there's no typically you don't have these kind of slides as much. And I think in when you're singing slow, these slides add a certain magic that just singing the notes directly do not. And especially because you have the space, and this is just occurring to me right now, but because you have the space, it's important to have transitions, right? Otherwise, in a sense, it becomes boring. So there has to be, it's harder to see a theme when you're singing a slow Kriti. It's harder to see like a kind of a map of the whole Kriti. And so, these transitions are important for conveying the character of the raga, as well as giving you connections that move the song forward rather than kind of being a disjoint collection of very slow words in a sense. So transitions are extremely important, and these are just something to keep in mind. And again, I also think like, to the same theme, being slow allows you to add variations, right? So the first time I sang, Devasabhayum, and then another time I think I sang, Devasabhayum, Devasabhayum,
right? And so that allows you to, by kind of going up, it allows you to spend more time on the ga almost. Devasa bhayum, devasa bhayum, right? So these kinds of variations are what you can introduce in a Vilamba Kalakriti, but it gives you the space to do that. And again, this is about introducing your own creativity in the space of the Kriti, which is a theme that I already addressed. I think that's all that I have to say. So
yeah, I realize we're short on time, so I will keep this quick. But so I think one thing is that kind of this is a part in the song where it actually kind of naturally gains a little bit of momentum, because especially that first line in the Charnam, it's almost like it's kind of walking along and it's kind of holding its own momentum. So I think the Nade I played, that was like, yeah, like that. So then like kind of just walking along with the momentum of the song. So I think that's one thing. I think this was a point where it kind of naturally felt right to add a bit of momentum. And I think the other thing is the gap you mentioned before you returned to the Charnam.
Right.
You know, in a different, like on a different day, like had he done something different there, or maybe if I just felt differently, I might have actually kind of foregrounded the return to the city. On like the last 3 minutes, like I might have played something like or something like that. But like you said, because you were lingering on the bar, it was kind of going through my head, do I do it? And then I kind of thought just to leave it. So I think, you know, things like that are kind of the creative choices for an accompanist, or at least for my experience as an accompanist with songs like this, where it really varies every single time.
Yeah. Yeah, I think we'll sort of end it there. You know, maybe if there are questions, I'd be happy to answer some of those.
Yeah, thanks so much, guys. That was phenomenal. I really enjoyed it. You know, Seyun, I've had the pleasure of knowing for a long time, because he and I learned from the same guru. But Arjun, this has been my first time hearing you, I think, this weekend. So you know, and hearing you guys together has been wonderful. You guys really have a lot to offer.
Thank you.
Let's see if there are any questions. Akshay, are you seeing anything?
Yeah, there's no questions in the YouTube stream, but thank you guys for that very informative presentation. I did have one really quick question, actually.
Yep.
So you mentioned how in the Vilamba Kalakritis, there's a lot of room for improvisation, both with the singer and the accompanying artist. How much of that is fed off of one another? Because I could clearly see that you do your own independent things, but in a concert setting, or even just in like a setting like this, how much do you feed off of each other in terms of improvisation?
Yeah, I think that's a fantastic question. I think that to some extent, what we do is independent, and to some extent, what we do feeds off each other, right? So I think probably a lot of the improvisations that I explicitly mentioned when I was talking about what I was doing was independent, right? It wasn't something that directly fed off of Seyun's playing. That said, there are definitely times that we've played together that, for example, Seyun has a really sort of aesthetic rhythmic idea that can actually kind of embed itself into the music itself. And then, you know, we kind of, let's say, okay, let's rewind that line and let's kind of do it together. And you know, let me take that idea and try to put it into the music. And so I think, I mean, and these are probably the moments that are the most magical, I think, right? When the instruments, when the different sort of the voice, the mridangam, and, you know, the violin as well, when they kind of come together in these moments where, you know, at least one person, if not more, has this really great insight, and the others kind of take off of it and kind of come together to create something that's greater than the sum of the individual parts. So yeah, I don't know if you have anything to...
Yeah, I guess one thing I'll say is that kind of one thing that's independent of the particular instance is I feel like there's a lot of kind of mood setting on both sides. Like kind of the way the singer sings sets the mood for how I want to accompany. And I think, you know, we've discussed a few times, even in like this half hour, that happened. And I think it also goes the other way. Like, you know, the accompanist also has the ability to kind of set the mood for the singer. So I think that's something that's always going both ways.
Yeah.
Yeah. Great. All right. Yeah. Thank you guys so much. I really appreciate it. Thanks for presenting today. Yeah.
Thanks. Thank you
for having us.
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, with that, actually, that does conclude Kala Sagara for this year. So I do want to take a little bit of time to sort of say some closing remarks and really just sort of wrap it up here. So I want to take this opportunity to, first of all, thank everyone from the bottom of my heart who made this event possible and who attended all the presentations and performances this weekend. it was truly such a diverse lineup. And when Vinay, the vice president, and I had this idea back in December to bring all the schools together in this sort of unique event, I don't really think either of us thought it would receive such a phenomenal turnout or reception from all the universities and all the participants being so enthusiastic. And we were just blown away this whole weekend by the caliber, the investment, and the dedication that each and every presentation demonstrated. And so like the amount of knowledge and passion about the Indian classical arts that's present collectively in like our college youth is just wonderful to see. And that makes me really happy that, these ancient art forms are in great hands moving forward. So again, just thank you to all the universities who participated in this. This was truly an experimental endeavor born out of, I guess, the restrictions of COVID, but given all the circumstances, I could not have been happier with how everything turned out. And then moving on to the the professional performances that we were able to put on by Ramakrishnan Murthy last night. I think that was just phenomenal. We really enjoyed it. I think the audience really enjoyed it, and the fact that he was able to tie in his performance and tailor it to the topics presented at the conference. If you were not able to catch that, it's still archived on our YouTube, and it will be for at least a few more weeks. So I highly encourage you to check that out. He has sung a brilliant concert, and the whole team was brilliant. And tonight also we have another dance performance by Indisha Fine Arts featuring Leela Sampson, which I'm sure will prove to be just as amazing. And so, these events, making this such a, really prominent and high profile event, and, really making this nice with these professional artists, would not have been possible without our sponsors. So I want to mention, mainly from the University of Michigan, these organizations, Arts at Michigan, the Central Student Government, MESA, the School of Literature, Science and Arts, as well as Spic McKay at the University of Michigan for co-hosting the Ramakrishnan Murthy concert yesterday. Without these sponsor support, an event of this scale would not have been possible. So really a huge gratitude to all of those parties. And then moving forward, this conference truly took a village to make it happen. It was really a team effort. We had a committee of around 17 people, 17 people, putting this together, working tirelessly for the last 3 months. And so I want to mention everyone by name on this committee. We had our team relations team that was in charge of, coordinating the behemoth task of coordinating between all the schools. We had Subarna, Keshav, Shriya, and Sudarshana. We had public relations who were in charge of, disseminating all this information to the public and making sure we had a great turnout. And that was Saranya, Meghana, Priya, and Sahita. We also had Treasury, as I mentioned before. The sponsorships, really came through and really made this event possible. So huge thank you to Saket, Kavya, and Akshay there. And then perhaps most importantly in the last 2 days was our logistics team who handled all of the technological issues with such poise. And so thank you so much to Vyom, Anjani, and Smarani for a phenomenal job. I would not have in my wildest dreams thought that this whole Zoom thing and YouTube and everything would have gone so smoothly. So really thank you to that. And then to my my dear friend and the VP, Vinay, I really, the fact that we also live together, and so that makes it easy, but, all the late night discussions and, impromptu discussions about this conference, that's really sort of what made this happen. It was not like just a sterile thing where we would meet once a week for like an hour. We were always thinking about it, always immersing in it. And I think that's what's necessary to have an event of this level. And I'll try not to ramble on too much more, but a huge thanks to everyone who attended this conference. You guys are the reason why this, this actually happened. We're going to keep everything up on YouTube, indefinitely. So you guys, if you missed any part of the weekend, don't worry, it'll all be up. And you can revisit any of the performances or presentations that were given. And just to conclude, this is the first year that this kind of event happened. But it certainly won't be the last. This is not the last of this kind of event that you'll be seeing. So without any spoilers, I'll leave it at that. Thank you so much, everyone, for tuning in. And do not forget to tune into the dance performance by Indisha Fine Arts featuring Leela Sampson in a little bit over 45 minutes. Thank you so much, everyone, again.